She may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother. But I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone, the problem was solved, mother is extremely ticked off at him,
but it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. If there was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. But now Hector's younger brother Belkatai is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to capture Burstaback. So he has both loyalty and Belkatai stays loyal to him his entire life. So it's very interesting.
So actually, if we return to Bursta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because there's two-way loyalty from Bursta to Temujin, and Temujin to Bursta. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and getting trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamuka. And so they decide to stay together. And they all go off to the Horanak Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue forever. It's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue in what happens. But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a merchant bastard, he defends his wife viciously. To his own sons. He says, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Horanak Valley. And he and Jamuka decide to renew their vows of being anda to each other. So this time it's more serious, and it's ceremony in front of the whole we can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And then Jamuka takes off a gold belt, which actually he had stolen from the market at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. And it was an unusual mare who had a little growth on the front of her head, which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift, and it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. So it's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, and kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Dus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt, because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Ujit, and they celebrated. And then the words of a secret history, they slept apart under the same blanket, apart from the other group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, that they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, the visitor, the foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Jodavan. And
Hello, fellow students.
so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand, because we don't have the total mentality of that time, and we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his,
But what were the major
and he accepted that child as his own without and defended it as it becomes much more important later
We've
as
spoken
his
quite a bit
first
about the middle
child.
of the second century.
He defends his child through his entire life.
And
And
Judea, the southern part,
but not long
southern
after
part
the
of Israel
birth,
especially, is attacked by
he and Jamukha break apart, or really it's Temujin breaks apart. At the urging of Ershta, she said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. And she urged him, like he loved his life more than anything. I think that in a certain way the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anga relationship, which gets up severely tested in the future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most, and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
Most likely,
So here's this breaking point of the
because they had
how did that relationship evolve?
So
Two of them
during this
never
period,
claimed to
when,
break it.
according to the Talmud, actually,
They had
the
just separated.
reason for their very close
And now
relationship was because at one point
You would have the
their
Banghan,
mothers
the
actually
most powerful
switched,
ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karyan people. And so Jamukha remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually, some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan. And he was even got the title Bang, which means Chinese, meaning prince or king. Banghan received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Banghan. And Banghan said no.
Jews begin to
His own
experience
son
a steady decline in their status.
Told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us.
There is
we're Karyan people. We're not going to marry them. And so then,
Julian apostate,
now,
very
or you could say, breaks up a feud. More of a feud.
The 4th century proposes to the Jews.
Temujin has to flee far away into the east, a place called Balchuna. And he goes to Balchuna, and at this time, then Jamukha is going to fight on behalf of
but not enough
his lord,
to keep him from being
Banghan.
killed on the battlefield. And then ideas.
Two of them do not meet in
By the
combat,
way, the term apostate
but
is
now their forces are fighting each
from
other.
a later Christian
And they didn't see that.
he was bucking the
I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, it's slight breaking of loyalty. Right?
promoted by his
Yes,
predecessor.
it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that
Persians
point. We
will end up
only have it
invading.
later
The
on
Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman
when
Empire, and they will
the
end up
relationship is
invading
being
the land of
resolved
Israel in 614.
in unfortunate ways.
And then the
That
Eastern
they
Roman
claim
Empire, now
that
called
neither
the
one of them
Byzantine
ever truly
Empire,
broke it
will invade back
because they
again
never
just
harmed
a
each
couple of
other
decades
directly.
later.
And in
And
fact,
then the
then
Muslims will come
Temujin
in just 5 years
eventually
later,
defeats Von Han.
34.
So he takes over Central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise
So
up
we're
now.
looking at about
And he has
400 years
the title from his own people of Genghis Khan.
But I hope this
They give him that
picture was
Black Heart Mountain by the Blue
perhaps one of
Lake
the
is
most
a
important
very
things
beautiful special
for the
place.
long-term
He
survival of
takes that
these
title.
people.
That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan.
And we have
It was a new
major
title that he
in the
just
land of Israel. They're centered primarily
thought up,
in
or
this
somebody
particular
thought
map.
up, or
There's a little
somebody
bit,
thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it.
distorted.
It's very
in
close
the
to
sense
where
that all the
Tingis,
dots
which
are
means
the
the
same
sea.
size. You get the sense
It could have had something to do with that.
all over Israel, but really
Mongolians really like, you might say, puns, or they like words with multiple meanings. That's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So it has different meanings, different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong,
Most of the activities
Chinggis. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the market themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like sea, Tingis.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and then the double meaning plays with each other, and it excites them.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, it means smile in Mongolian. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations, and so many names are like that. And so I think Tingis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But, so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over here. And so Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. He becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman people. But
into the first Talmud.
when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel, and they eat humans alive. He's telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Tayan Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him, and he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaka has not fought against Temujin in this campaign, and he's off with some of his people, Janavan clan people.
Almost like a
He's off with them, and
discussion of hundreds of
they see
rabbis
the turning of the tide.
as it was recorded by Rabbi
But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Khan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Von Han is gone, Normal Han gone, he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. But his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. And Genghis Khan doesn't reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader,
it's the same
who
term
is his
today,
Anta.
Yordim, for those
It's a
who
very
leave the land of Israel.
strange
Today it carries
encounter.
a slight,
And so supposedly,
derogatory
Genghis
tone
Khan
sometimes.
says to
That's
him,
not necessarily
come back to me,
in the context
save
of
me,
Talmud,
be
because
beside
there was
me,
actually a
protect
lot of
me, be my
commerce
shadow,
between the
be
land of
my
Israel
a
and
safety guard in
Mesopotamia.
life.
Jews were going back and forth all the
And
time.
supposedly,
Quite often,
Jamaka
the
says,
Babylonian will start with a phrase
but
like
I did betray you.
when
My people
Rabbi
fought
Zin
against you,
came.
and you will always know that.
Israel, he said, hey, this is
And you will never completely trust me. I'll be like a mouse underneath the collar of your tunic will be like a thorn in the lapel.
This is a period also when there is a
He
major
said, kill me
of someone named
without shedding my
He
blood.
was the king
Let me
of
die.
nearby
And if you do,
Palmyra, known in the Talmud as
take my remains up to a high place and bury me,
and it was actually kind of like a
and I will be the guard.
sorts.
I will be the protector for you and your people.
Strength, it actually showed
Whatever.
Rome's weakness.
So,
As Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the
obviously,
Persian
Temujin did
Empire,
not participate in the killing, but he ordered the
That's
killing.
why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews live.
It's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood.
And
Blood
a lot
contains
of
part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrapped them up in felt carpets and then beat them to death or trampled them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people, very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship,
cannot
had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective.
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing either to accept the plea of Jamukha,
for the rest of Jewish history.
when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamukha offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from Bertha. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him. She was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. Jamukha is just a little too hot-headed for me, my evaluation of this. These things like, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the soil coal and kill everybody and all.
In many languages,
he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Temujin.
And there's a whole bunch of other supplementary
Jamukha
materials.
also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Bertha.
At the same time as
You have
all
a
this
very
is
strong
happening,
wife.
we also
to
have
help
a
you.
tremendous
And
culture
my wife,
of Babylonian Jews.
he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship.
About 1,500 of these things. They're called
Something about that rings true.
Or curse
There were some
words.
elements of that
And
that were true.
exactly sure
But he,
precisely how they
Jamukha
were
certainly
used,
didn't have the
but they were
intelligence and
produced by
real
Jews,
genius
perhaps
for
for a
dealing
general
with people,
market,
dealing with
just
soldiers, especially in
Jews, but
warfare,
also
that
for local Babylonians.
Temujin had.
They typically
there's
involve
in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not
spells,
accumulate
prayers,
riches or
different kinds of words
accumulate
describe
power in a way
one
that
of
was
these things.
for the sake
Sometimes
of the,
featuring
just for the sake of
drawings
the
like this
power.
one. Sometimes
It was always very practical.
and they're
What
they were
is
discovered by
the way to
archaeologists
maximize
in place,
the success
and
of the
apparently they
operation?
would be like turned upside down as if
I
to,
often wonder what happened to the gold
capture
belt.
evil spirits.
It's from the story. You know, the gold belt doesn't just disappear. You know, what happened to that? It's so interesting because
sometimes
the Butcher was never interested in material goods. And when as Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you can say he became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So yeah, he had no interest in the wealth. And he had sided before with Wang Han, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
Hello, fellow
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
From absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never acquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone.
Way more important today than it ever has
It's
been.
fascinating that a kid,
Such a
a boy,
world where
that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like, somebody builds a statue of you.
Calm down.
It's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing,
direct relationships with other people.
surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't
prior to
demonstrate
that,
the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he
was a new institution.
stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power. And he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he had already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until
the church and the
the
mosque.
21st
These are the
century.
direct
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the secret history.
Secret history is very unusual document.
There was a lot of
love it
history
very
about
much.
synagogues.
But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him
theories that say
in his
it
lifetime.
goes all the way
People
back, let's say,
couldn't take notes. Even the army wasn't. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did, I think. Most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one in American when he
with the rebellion of the Maccabees,
always adopted one
surge
orphan.
of enthusiasm
And that child
as a whole, and we see a
became
lot of
a
archaeological
full
evidence
member of the Mongol nation, his household. His mother earned and raised the child. So she had eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was the Tatar boy, who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be dedicated only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shield to realized that this was going to be lost. This is a great historic thing that has happened. He compiled other people contributed help him. It's a little bit unclear. They don't specify that. They always say exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where it happened. Although you still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very
so it's hard to date it. It's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Betenos, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archis, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of the head of the synagogue, which seems like a joke about the which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, a late date, let's say year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. By the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains through the Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those who meet from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue, which his father's founded with the others, we have some examples of archaeological remains of the synagogue. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. This is a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this as an aerial view, there's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. Has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, the shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac.
And we've also noticed here the mouse, so it was 1228. It begins with what we would say are the.
But what's going on in the center there?
Well, I'm not sure they're myths.
You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god,
with the tawny,
which is a typical representation.
Then some people say, well, that's not
You have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship?
He was named,
Especially because for much of this period,
she was named on his deer.
Very iconic. When they portrayed art,
They think they're real people. Maybe they were
decorative
or
in
not.
nature,
I don't know.
using
But so
geometrical
this
symbols
earlier history is just the genealogy
rather
is.
than
It should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bonajar, they call him Bonajar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb because the family doesn't want him. His father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a high woman. She has the child who becomes the ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. By the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Bertha sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, you can't think it go. It's all recorded, so it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time.
This is also
so much so that the scholars began to think
has a very, very stark kind of representation.
And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. People didn't think it was anything because it's all Chinese characters.
After slaughtering him,
but it makes no sense in Chinese.
Towards the top,
but he recognized that if you read it,
which is also
pronounce it,
because
it makes sense of Mongolian.
And iconic.
It was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
And they're recording the
They
sound.
don't represent
The
God,
sounds.
but here
They use Chinese characters to
artist
record sounds.
this is impossible. You have
It's always problematic in
Christian
some little
artists
areas
doing
you're
this
not exactly
work.
sure what
That's
the
the
name
case.
is or something like that. But
for this art,
it was a very unusual document.
Lots of fascinating.
And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me because some of the Persians I trust very much. I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way.
Correctly fearing
some things have been skipped here and there, and a few words changed. And
the
sometimes for Temujin they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't Khan yet. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor.
Well, around the city and attack from
so there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why. But it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, but Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation, the second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost.
It ends up being protected
to this day. It hasn't been found.
So when it was discovered in the 20th century,
anyway, now it's in all languages around the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes.
Here's the interior of the synagogue.
19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that is translated and published by Harvard. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongol women would be often burying their stepsons. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there are several things like that they try to slip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian notes, it's just so important for me. It was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and get more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it.
Here is
It is so
really
important.
interpretation.
Correlated very importantly, sources to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there.
On the left, you see a great scene of leading Mordecai on a white horse.
On the ground, it's the vibration. Summertime now.
Haman is
Feeling vibrations. The ground here is so soft.
He should receive and instead he facilitated for and what's worse, someone stole his pants. So look, he has to walk around in his half tunic all day
next to his horse.
I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate,
and he was absolutely right. It can only happen in the winter, and that also correlates with the time that breeding was done.
Okay,
so it correlates with here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking.
All of these squares and figures are the same
I know which
size.
direction they came from. The only direction they come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold
really
in a very dramatic
might be
way.
three
You have
families,
the text.
It's really hard to say.
But the text is like it has no scenery, no
you
props,
do get a sense
nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s.
Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus,
There were,
would make
this time, we were amazed that
Mediterranean
I would come. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. And Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them
or the
for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in
were a little
Mongolia.
repulsed by
Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it, and I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no.
Activity we described
The
earlier.
secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important
like a
how
standardized
the
constitution,
people begin
text that
their
all
written
Jews could look
language.
to beyond the Bible, which
They
is now
begin
being read by many
the
other
words,
groups in Greek translation. For
anything
example,
is
the Talmud became
from
the
highest
authorized
heaven.
Jewish interpretive
became the
tradition
destiny
that
of
influenced the behavior of
who was
Jews
married
all
to the Tawny
over
deer.
the
Right
Mediterranean
there,
basin.
just
And it was so crucial to
came from
keeping them
the Great
together.
Sea to live at the base of
Now
Mount
things begin
Bahamut.
to change significantly in the year 313
And
with the so-called
integrating the spiritual elements of nature in the mountains. We can see this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
To say that
Mongolia is a
maybe
world
we should,
that, for the
stop
most part, is the
persecuting
same as when Genghis Khan was there.
the Jews
We cannot
had
say
it
that for hardly any
carved
other
out
place in the
Roman
world.
law because although they were
turning up for
their
America
rebellion
just a
several
few hundred
times,
years ago, it was entirely different.
Slavery,
People, languages, everything.
So on.
But you can't say it for
essentially
London or Moscow or
citizenship.
Istanbul, Constantinople.
Judaism
all
was
of these
considered
things
a
have changed so
legitimate
much.
religion.
But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space.
From official emperor
The
worship.
fewest number of
They
people,
didn't have to
about
offer
today 3.3 million.
sacrifices to the
And
emperor's
they're spread
statue.
out.
They didn't have to bow down
They
to the
live in
emperor's
their
statue.
environment in
Things
such
like
an
that.
intimate
Because
way.
people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy
This
Jews.
was
They
important
have
for
this
learning
really old religion.
about Genghis Khan, how he fought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war.
And so they have
You learn that from the people
Christians,
today
however,
because they
were
are still
not
there.
recognized
They're still
as
living.
Jews,
What's
especially
the
as we move into
open
the second century.
Mongolian step like?
So they
As
were like,
we
hey, what's wrong
return
with
to
you?
the
You're not
feeling
Jewish.
of
And yet
Temujin
you're not
and
worshiping
Genghis
emperor,
Khan, what's
not
it
kosher.
like looking at
So
this
there's
place that has
a
not
religion
changed
kosher.
since the time?
It was the kind of
First thing I
where
think about this
they
step
were
is that
exposed to
you can see
Jews
forever
as a result.
in
With the
every
edict of
direction.
Milan, they
There's
were
no
also
building, nothing to stop
creating
your
a parity
line of view.
between Jews and
And
Christians, which would
it's like being in the
ultimately
ocean
result
in many ways.
far
So
more
you're
power
extremely
to
overseas,
align
and the
with
wind
the
is
state
usually
as the
blowing
official
through it.
state
But it's
religion later on.
extremely fresh.
And that will
It's
put
coming out of
Jews
Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic.
That
It
especially
sweeps
happens
down
when
across Mongolia.
Constantine
Cold,
declared Christianity
different
the official
sometimes, but
religion.
it's always
And we've
fresh.
talked about this
Always
period in
fresh.
several
So you have the
theological
wind
implications
coming
of it,
in.
and
You have
political and social
the smell of the wind, but
But
also
I'd like to
in
take
there
one little interesting
grass.
footnote.
The smell of grass.
This is not
Very
indicative of
Now,
a widespread
because of the
social reaction
particular
to
location,
the edict of
from one
Milan
year
and
to
the
another, one area may have grass one year, and then
But
the
there was
next year another area has
work
grass.
that
So
was
you don't always
proposed
know.
this time
If it's not
that
grass, it's
gives
dust.
us at least
Yeah,
some
dust
sense
going in, the
of how
dust doesn't
some
smell so
Jews
good, it
would
doesn't feel so
react
good.
to this. I'm talking
But
about a
that's
manuscript
just one more
that
part
was
of the
anonymously
country.
written and really did not come to
The
light.
waters are mostly pure.
Scholarly
Unfortunately,
research
there has
doesn't really
been
show up until
pollution
several
in
centuries
this
later,
century
but it
from
was
mining
probably first
and
composed
several
sometime around this
areas.
period.
But
It's a
even
work called
when I was there,
Show.
even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the merchant
This
live,
is not the
So,
Christian
it's a
version
place of
the story
pure
of Jesus.
waters,
As
and that's
we've
how the
discussed in
Mongolians
previous
define
lectures, during
their
the
world
first
is
century
by
when
the
Jesus
water.
was active,
They don't.
he really doesn't leave
Genghis Khan
any
does not
impression
give
in any
lands
of the
to
Jewish
his
works that we have of
sons
the
to
time,
rule.
except
He
of
gives
course,
waters
the
and
Christian
people
scriptures,
to
which were
rule.
largely
They do
written
not
by
refer
Jews
to
as
the
well,
earth as
but
land.
for
They
that
refer to
particular
the
subgroup.
earth as
There's
Dada.
no reference
ocean,
to Jesus,
sea.
for example, even in the Mishnah.
And so water is very important.
Over a century and a half
To learn the rules about water.
the period
You
in
don't
which we
camp by
live.
water.
You do
If you
see
camp by water,
maybe
your animals and you are
a
going to be
dozen
polluting it,
references to
messing it
Jesus,
up. So
typically
they're
not
back
very
maybe
complimentary
in our
the
modern terms
Talmud,
about a
but they're
kilometer back.
scattered
You take the
incidental
animals to the
stories of
river
sin within the much
to
larger
drink, and
scope
then you
of the
take them
Talmud
away.
as a whole.
You do not
Talmud is
bathe
definitely
in that
not
river.
Jesus-focused
You
or
take the water away
Christian-focused,
from the river,
even though
and
it
you
does
bathe away from
touch
the
on
river,
some of the
so you do not
implications
pollute the
of
river.
Jews living under
The
Christian
rules are
But
very
this work is
strict
rather
and very
interesting
clear.
because
They're from the
it is a
time of Genghis
polemic
Khan
book. It is
about how
something
to
that
deal with it.
attacks
But also,
the
it's dangerous to live
Christian
close to the
story
river because there are
of
flash
Jesus'
floods in the
birth
summertime. You could suddenly
and
have it,
describes
and
a
it can
far
wipe away
more
if
prosaic,
you're camping.
even
It's right there by the
scandalous
water.
origin, and discusses
So the people
the miracles
They live
that
with
were
nature in a way
circulating
that I don't see
among
anywhere else in
Christians
the world.
as you know,
And even today,
various
with the
types
changes
of
with the cell
acts
phone
of sorcery
and with
for
solar panels,
something
and
that
they
gullible
could get
people
TV
would believe
out
and
in
so
the
on.
middle of it.
This is kind of like an interesting
Still, they're living
literary
a similar
artifact
life.
of Jews
The young
pushing
people, of
back
course, want to
against the
drive
Christian
a
narrative.
motorbike, but they're still
When
herding
it
cows
eventually
and
comes to the
yaks and
attention of
camels.
Christians,
If it's on a
in
motorbike,
translation by
okay,
Raymond
they're still
Marti,
doing
of course,
it the Mongol
it would
way.
be horribly scandalous
And
and would have
go to the
definitely
time
negative
of
impact
Temujin,
on the Jewish
of
community.
Genghis Khan,
Because
another
some
component
Christians would read
is the
this and say, well,
horses.
this is
We'll talk
representative
about
of
their
what Jews
relationship
think.
with the horse. And
And
thinking about this open
the
step
nasty things they say about the founder of
from
our
a young
religion.
age.
It's a complex topic.
All
We'll
Mongols
get to it
trained
as we discover
to
in our
master
series, God willing, the
riding
evolution
horses,
or
as you write,
devolution of medieval
while standing on the
But
horse.
this is
They
likely a
learn how to
phenomenon that emerges from
ride while
perhaps the
standing on
fourth,
the horse
maybe
from a
fifth
young age.
century.
While standing on the
when
horse, they
these
often
shifts
jousted
in
one another
authority and
to see
legitimacy
who
of
could knock the
Christianity
other
and
off.
Judaism are being
When their legs
shaped.
grew long enough enough to
Okay, let's
reach
stop
the
there.
stirrups.
Thank you very much for watching.
They were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practice hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor wrote because I was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, called the sul, out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words." And, "Oh, well, yeah, I'll teach you the words." Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say brown. They would say brown. I say yes. Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. And they said, well, you said this color was brown. What color is this? So what? I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or but the words for horses of course, by sex. And they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, I don't know anyone who's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So the horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. But some things puzzle me that in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were up there gelding with bee stallions. We don't get to bee stallions, but this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only together like one or two girls, like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins on his horse. But he couldn't remount. And he was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth could you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, Another boy who was practicing for Nagam, the annual races, like this boy had been doing. He was off in an area right close to a forested mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights could be quite cold, especially. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the He lived. And I realized the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Cole, and he tells this story about mental toughness. That the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament, and he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water, and all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. Sort of like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water is very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters and more while riding fast. Up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So, there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also used crossbows later, adaptive technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse, because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination, and it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on a horse.
also
When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old.
Third century, right up.
That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It was absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle, but they can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. And usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things. In some areas there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raping you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in the earlier version you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. When the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it and how he used it and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
It's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. And breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that we're utilizing, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a graceful relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people. Herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him. never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Alft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But so all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carry dried dairy products. Otto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings. And then in the middle was the pole, the center, the moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually didn't have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line, of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutuk, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was command one time of a group in a battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do, and he respects them. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This is a man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time you're like seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. But so he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tunggut city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened, we learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all are, I learned from that. But what do? We repeat a mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology, and to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration in war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we go back to the horses, we mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is that later, at the time of the death of Kublai Khan, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary, in 6 weeks.
Going into Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine a army that's able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigemoto, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow. You
you want
want
to
to
follow
follow
them. You can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which
Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term.
there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the famed retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert. Some people see dust coming. They think, oh, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking in, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it again felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? It must have, the ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure sure there are plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit of the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes. It used to be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Tokuchar, violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first, as a common soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I tried to figure that out. But anyway, it was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle, violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill. And that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on, the Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all to forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help them. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, what we call around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, but one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle, he had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. and did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan
Where
said,
does the word Jew with the J?
"You have to tell me that
It appears that while
you
Jews
will
are
not
calling themselves
cry or moan
this is a term that's picked up
when I tell you this,
most significantly by
your son is no more."
this is the earliest inscription we have.
And the father was, no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry.
In yellow, you have the word
You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan
of the word Judea.
so harshly.
Sound
And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then
especially
just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved, and it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people for example, we tend to demonize them, or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war, and war is hell. And sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, but what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist, that all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing the wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones. It can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You could think Korea had been three basically kingdoms, push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine, in Kiev, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true and true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for some 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us, and we don't even see it. And when Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. The unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest and the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime with describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Madden.
Yeah. Carlos is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all. No, it's what comes afterwards. You know, just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of billions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. All we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well. All the different kinds of peoples that came from the steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. They are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered. Yes, there were conquests, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? So we're going to have peace, and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history. Legendary figures that come along that have vision, that are able to capture the public imagination, define vision, but also have the skill to execute it and implement it, and all of those things combined. And have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things. That's
very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. Look at some of these world-defining ideas. Religious freedom it's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. For religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history and some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we mentioned before, the Naiman king, Taiyang Khan. His son Gutschuk had fled, no good, worthless, Kirkwell son, but Gutschuk had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian, but the Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Gutschuk for power. Gutschuk fled down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. Up to this point, he's been trying to rule. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot over religion. Fighting over religion. So he made the law. Now, this was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement.
Yes.
That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. I mean, that religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's I mean, that is like one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of, every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to come in. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, on a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews, they all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. It's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right. Unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what did they do? You know, the Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So people could be Confucianists, that was okay, but he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all types. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily Protestant, but then of course eventually there was abused so much because the religions were then getting everybody to donate property. You can still use it, you can still farm your land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. You know, it's got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuine, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. So he never chose any religion except the one from which he came. I guess, I mean, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, you know, we said after the death of Shurabud, his grandson in Bamiyan, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, famous Chongqing from China, despised, but anyway, he came and with all of his magic formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons them, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours, and even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist. He said that somehow early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he refused several times. Was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, actually, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, should we invade these people? So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, the Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. And, should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation from Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus, the work of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather, are all the same. Take. And so, or Mongolian in the case of the eternal sky, when they're talking about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson, Mohammed, said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures, you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, throughout this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Just had the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. Men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, the Harlit, different Mongol, and the Uyghur, even. Were administered by his daughters primarily, and his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily in our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think a lot of the historians, they think the Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This lasted, Kublai Khan was the one who changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and moving of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or the Democrat in the modern sense, or environmentalist, or a feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. And in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan was written. This is Genghis Khan, his son. When Genghis Khan's army had come there under Subutai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say, Subutai, was Genghis Khan, who was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subutai. So Subutai ended there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy. And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way,
Exactly.
in that sense, a signal to everybody else. You said enough, envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of everybody. But in fact, they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. But that's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved something. And he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we've mentioned, but I think it's really, really fascinating and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection if they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous. Then a small group, a squad of men, and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should be, waiting for the Mongols to market them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. His grandson or his son, Akadehang, was once asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing it. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, well, he's got to stop paying more than people ask. And Akadeh said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with them to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, there was unprecedented. You really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between East and West. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange, explicit or implicit, along the way, exchange of ideas. That's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas. All of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged. Even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who did algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so. They're very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they could say, oh, one horse, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be like 5 cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what do they do, their occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination As I said, he himself had the genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something like print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks, religious things. And then sometimes in warfare was used for a kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. This is in the time of Kublai Khan or his grandson. But so they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers that could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side. And we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower. And we're going to use the gunpowder from China. And you got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, but not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon and even something like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it could fire a very small ballistic device, So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little bit, on the topic of cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson Kublai Khan, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. Well, by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to get old. By the time you get to Poland, to get so many farms, it's hard for horses to get to the farms, and they don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid, the bows are beginning to wilt, the horses are exhausted, it's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a Great Wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall of the Ming Dynasty, But the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive navy. And the largest navy in the world, it was defensive, and it was more literally defensive. And then it came time for warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city, and so it became a wall.
So actually, if we rewind Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up the idea of ships, siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. And at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or usually called the Southern Song. He had already conquered the Qiqia kingdom of the Tangut people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. Then he conquered Middle, later his descendants conquered Middle, and Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing, and he was nobody. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia. They've already burnt down Kiev, and they've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, he doesn't meet, Genghis Khan was about 7 years old. Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back and he met him and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Sorastani, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Merkin people, whom he had conquered some time earlier. And it looks like his mother's people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, very bright red cheeks, and have a certain very round face and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was named Mugher, later Mugher, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died out on campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. And this wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen. He's the fourth son out of three. Others are way in line, way all ahead of her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Wuhan in 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. He died of something. It could have been cholera or there are different stories that I don't know the truth of. But he died in China. Trying to conquer China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguished himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff for him. The older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people, Orihantan, who was the son of Sumanai, the great general, he assigned him to teach him warfare. He wasn't great on the battlefield, he really was not, but he was very smart, and at first a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting, as long as he had been with it to do the shooting, and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain. Go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified of the mother. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to do it. Well, when his brother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River on a campaign that he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Arikbok was another hothead Mongol, like their father told him. He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions, he had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists, because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. So he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representative to death. Well, he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than talking to people. So his wife, Chabi, sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You're going to conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Khan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia, very dependent on northern China.
Welcome.
All supported Alipok. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Alipok. And so he went to get food from them,
mosques, for example.
And then they didn't want to
Is
give up
one
their
of the
food.
great contributions.
Yeah, we want to support you for great Han, but we're not giving up our
In
food.
the ancient
So he
world,
was basically kind of
religion
starved
tended
into
to be very
submission in 1262,
based on a
and then he was
specific
taken
location.
prisoner into
That
China,
goes with Judaism
and
as
then
well,
he
with the establishment of the
mysteriously passed away
all
in 1264. Well, a legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial, or he was gone. So Kublai Khan but not really distinguished himself very much. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did, and he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left, the Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective.
Secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem.
Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protecting them. So he had one of his very smart generals named Pachu, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think of innovative. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father Han on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people.
Jews began to create these.
They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River to go to the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. They had the Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Hangadayo was a smart man. Now the Chinese was smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. It just, they crossed the river on a boat.
It is kind of ironic.
They wanted to do something more daring. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats. So the Dai Viet cannot escape when we around the elephant. Well, the war, the battle, got started. The elephants are running wild, all kinds of chaos is going on. The group that said to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's cars? It's not, so they go and join the battle, they leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Dai Viet forces got the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city. They disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Pachu was the son of Hangadayo, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it and the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities are heavily fortified on the land side. Because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water. And so their city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They set off to the Ilkhanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, we would say, cousins. So they sent over engineers to build special kind of catapult. They had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and throwing heavy things and also for some incendiary bombs. They developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
catapult on the ship, but it's we call it type of shape for this type of catapult.
This is an engineering solution
but also
for people who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Demonstration.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Spirituality.
Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side,
Yes.
where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, they've had child labor, they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now.
Overview of
What? Wait.
What up, pimp? How you living?
People ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I said,
What up? What up, son? How you living?
A lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking.
What up, girl? How you living?
Whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Hangzhou doing
What's new?
calligraphy and
How's your day going? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, okay. Well, be a bitch. What up, dog? What up, girl? How are you? Everybody hates me. Yo, I like your song. Oh, get out of here. Yo, what up? How are you? What's good? Hello, how's your day going? Yo, what up? Yo, what up, girl? How are you? Yo, what up? How you living? How's your day going? How is your day going? Nice fan. That was fun.
poetry and having contests of who could sing or paint, or I don't know what scholars do. They were being scholars. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South Tong. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. They didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there. They see us go for Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are mainly great on the river and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at beach. It's not really illegal on that. You're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities weren't in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed in that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of the samurai, right?
Yeah,
Japan.
samurai.
So there was never a real test of like
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of it. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just craziness, craziness. Well, samurai, almost at that point, you ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. They're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this wasn't unknown territory to them. The weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
could they get off the ships onto the beach?
But they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. And there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah. So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer. And he's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave his navy some experience with the ocean. Now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in. Aju was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually went to now Iraq. When he came, he took over command of the army. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that. He and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital of the city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so generals are deserting the south zone right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join them. Mongols get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing to the dirt zones. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady. She had no children. Xie was her name. The Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you devote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited them to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no. I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick into her longer time to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Khan. He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He pretends trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are really are going to give them a palace, treat them nicely, and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So unfortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, well, it's not such a big airport, it's a new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. They said it wasn't Hong Kong anyway. It's Delta, Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over, and of course the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you, and you're going to stop and build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese,
yes, the generals, and
the general
army and the navy.
And there was a real confidence issue.
Yes. So we're going to protect it with the Great Wall of the Sea. They chained together the boats across the entrance to the harbor, and they put the palace boats, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. So Mongols arrived, and over, they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off of the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Bing was his name, with his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life, was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity, but the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout the history, the coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. But then he took the emperor and held him, the 7-year-old, it was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pen parent in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. Empress Shi.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably it's become the institutions became corrupt and stale, and the army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
All that is true, and the Chinese summarize that with losing the mandate pivot.
I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way he told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it, but there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is some kind like maintain honor to the last moment.
Very often, most scholars depict Empress Shi as the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed young baby.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sakate, the second son, the Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongol
Sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. But they're so far away.
Yeah.
But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was using port to port. Different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send them a queen or princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate, to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he organized this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left until there. And they wanted to get their riches out before. They didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there'd been a bad sign because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army, but now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, of what's now the Russian Far East, or we call Siberia in English, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring options up there where there was enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. It was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. Just didn't work in C, because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly. The ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They called it GOL, the goal, the center, or QOL, actually. They had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan, but the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off. It was his clever plan. But the problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history. It's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, the Princess Huxjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who is not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Jetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple of times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. He was, first he knew, reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Khan, as Emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. And all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over, we're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China, bring your goods, we're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things, going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had a connection to Somaliland, and some people said Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure, but very wide, very wide.
Well, technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but although actually they held in the Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letters?
So over time, those groups started intermarrying with the Mongols. They were allowed to intermarry, the Chinese were not. But they were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he is this famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I pretty much depended on him for a lot of things because with something like a princess, and also another fighting princess from Central Asia, who wrote about that. But I would also use other sources, so we're found with Chinese sources or Arab sources, something else, a person has reported that I really felt a lot of the conflict over time. But these pieces were romanticized, and you can always discount them. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. It was both a play on what he was called El Milione, the million. He talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the billions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is, like the princess in the story, this is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Hochschild says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There were things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically. With Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. But I am, it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, there was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
No. But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. Well, today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. Just not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic because for me it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more with China because it was about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for their culture. Even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one is the villain. I disagree and they'll say, oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history, and they're probably right. It's quite possible. But there's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly or incorrectly, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I'm sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're NGO. They're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. And we need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Urul had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. There are many, many other things in Russia. Just, Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, is an animal, and Chin is a person. Person takes a man. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny, but there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Golubyov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. The Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up and went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. Throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So they had two emperors back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad, and everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes works out good in a way. But this great system that united, it's called the that it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly. That it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. But I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by the Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran. Afghanistan, the Hazara people are still descended from the army there. And in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, at the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. They had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols, despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tents, wandering around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries, and they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah, well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task, and so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin. And Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons do we take from applicable modern warfare?
Well, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. Mongol strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases 2 years in advance, to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was a city, the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is a place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that. And supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What the city is going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Cambodia or Laos or Syria or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Less than a couple of hours we went in. The little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden, Scotland, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. You can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of the chemical warfare of American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go in to win. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, you support the war, not support the war. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? That's absolute sheer insanity. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal, and we just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was American strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs for what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrendous. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving, literally in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it, any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that in some deep sense everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not
just attempted to make a massive
do away with all the things that happen to the Genghis Khan, brutality and all that, but it's to measure against what goes on today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's on there on horseback killing people with all the time. The other image is Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him, in this century, for the 100th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, and to think about how he was in the world, and they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawyer of the nation, so he's seen there in front of the Mongolian Parliament. There's another statue that's big though, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback. But it's not with the women, it was on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, or depending on where you are and how you want to see it,
Yeah.
There are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call Nod, a great celebration. They went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody has been given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the cake and the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tango nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tango nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better. But the hulan, say hulan of the Gobi, he was off hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months. before August of 1227. He was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific. But the truth is, we don't know exactly which day he died in that time because one of his wives was running the camp. And they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things to the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his 50-year-old, he said nothing. They were Buddhist people. The Tanguts were Buddhist. And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn.
Why this is especially relevant for us is because
so he died there.
How was he successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle East,
There she is. What up, girl?
to him,
All right. Well,
things like that, but there's going to be some push pull, and I assume there's going to be a type of response from
even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan to talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch. The oldest boy who was born, well, the father was allied with his Anda, and he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Rode, and the next one was Talib, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way, from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one that was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. You know, the youngest Tulu was too hot-headed. Ogudei was a heavy drinker. Chagadai was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior with his own person. He called him Zuch, my son, speak. Chagadai, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol. On and on, you can imagine the kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Now, actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them. They have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think of this business of you do not know, you were not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved you. You did not know who your mother loved. You did not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way, and his son in this way, is really powerful.
I believe that I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Sagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you're our father, and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be eaten. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, these middle-aged men, they're not boys, but he said to them, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude and the situation. And Talal is so hot-headed, he actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So the other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and the bon vivant. He was for every party, drinking every time. One time, Chikihutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chikihutuk was sleeping on a cart one time for whatever reason. I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agade came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agade was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons, very, very capable wives. And for Agade, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorchin. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled the empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, like the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time, and to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for like what it will keep the empire together.
Dorchin was, actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. And the women, like such as Dorchin and others, were extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations called Orthoq. She was running her Orthoq and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points. And she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but Agade had favored another. But anyway, she favored her son. So she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman, named Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, they organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her, and a lot of them were Muslims, and he killed off a lot, and then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months, and he was gone. And then his wife took over Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law. Kamish was a bit greedy. And she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't go for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorashtani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end on China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center. And they overthrew Hamish, and she put her son Mulkhan in, who was succeeded by Kublai Khan.
as we
We should
strive
say
to understand
probably that, this whole succession by Kid probably goes against the
By way
initial
of
spirit
introduction, I studied at the
of what
University of
Genghis Khan stood
Toronto,
for.
Yes.
and
Yes,
I
in the
focus
end,
primarily on
he was a
modern Jewish
father.
history. I've written
And
quite
he
a few
favored his
things on
sons,
various aspects of Jewish history,
even
but
knowing
really
they were
only
not
one
so
book that
capable, and
studied
he had
on
lost
the
a grandson
Holocaust,
to his
and I'm
love.
specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columbus Coleman Shapiro, known as the Aish
But
Kodesh.
he
And
organized it,
teachers
though,
at
as
the University
what
of
we take call
Toronto
today almost a
Professor
corporation.
Emil Frankenheim,
All
who
lands
is a
belong to
world-renowned
everybody in the family.
philosopher,
Everybody.
and
So
Michael Maris,
Kubla Khan,
also
that's
a
why he
very
had
well-regarded
soldiers who were
historian,
Christian soldiers,
principally of the Jews of France
Ossetian soldiers,
during
and
the
Kipchak
Holocaust.
soldiers. He had 10,000 of each.
What I'd like
Come
to do
in.
over the next
And then
few minutes
they
is to try
owned,
to understand
the Russians
some
would own
basic
silk factories in China.
parameters of
The
the Holocaust,
Ilkhanate would own
trying to
silk
set out
factories in jade
what we're going to be
mines in
discussing
China.
over the course of
The
the next
people
few
in
lectures. Let's
China,
start
the
with
Mongols,
terminology.
they would own
Why do we
villages
call it
in Persia
Holocaust?
and in
We all know
Iran.
what
So
we're
he
speaking
organized
about,
it all.
but
Everything
where
was
did
owned
this
by the
strange name come
entire
from and what exactly
clan.
does it refer to?
It didn't
So
last too long.
certainly the term Holocaust is associated
Like that, because of the
primarily
divisions
with
that
the mass
developed. So
murder
the Great
of some
Khan
6 million
was
Jews
primarily
in
in charge
during the Second
of
World War.
conquering and
This
expanding
is,
the land so
however,
they had
a
more
term
land
that
to
took
own.
about 20 years
That was
to
going to
come
be the
into
job.
circulation. Prior to that,
And Kubla
it
Khan
was
fulfilled
largely
it. Khan did
unnamed
some
because
things and
people
fulfilled it. What good
lacked
they
the
did.
vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror.
Ruling the land, all the
Similarly,
different territories.
the word that American
They weaken
uses,
with
or
every
the terms that
generation.
American,
Every
I think,
generation.
But that reminds me of a
in a
very
similar
popular
fashion, one
idea
would think about
about
one of the defining
Genghis
moments
Khan,
of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack
articulated in the
on the Twin
2003
Towers
paper
and
titled
on
The Genetic
Pentagon.
Legacy of the Mongols.
That's known
So
as
that
9/11.
paper has a
That's
finding
probably the name that's
that
descriptive of
estimates
what
that
is going on
0.5%
in those
of the world's
attacks,
male
but
population is
people lack
direct
a
descendants
more
of
appropriate
Genghis
word
Khan.
to term it,
I've
and
heard
therefore
you
they call
kind
it
of be a little bit
9/11.
skeptical of this
Perhaps in
paper,
50
but
years we may have
I
a
actually
different
really
word to
like its
describe
findings. I
those
talked to a
events
good friend of mine,
early
Manolis
20th century.
Kellis, who's
But
a
for the time being, the
biologist,
Holocaust is the
computational biologist and
standard
geneticist,
term
and
used to
he likes the
describe
paper as well.
the mass
I
destruction
find it
of
really
European
convincing,
Jewry.
but I think your
If you were to
skepticism has
ask
to do
my grandmother,
necessarily
blessed memory,
with the
she
paper's
would refer
context,
to
but
it
more
as
the
Kurban
implication
Europa,
that it
the
speaks to
destruction of
the thing
Europe.
that
The term
maybe
Kurban
the people who
is
think of
very
Genghis Khan as
resonant
a
within the Jewish
brutal
tradition
barbarian
because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in
assume that
Jerusalem,
the
the
reason
first destruction
0.5% of
in
the
the
population
6th
is
century
because
before the Common
of
Era,
some
the second destruction
institutionalized mass
in
rape
the first century of
conducted
the
by
Common Era.
Genghis Khan.
So by
But
using
to
the term
me,
Kurban,
and
or
we actually
Kurban
spoke
in
about
modern
this,
Hebrew,
you
that
can't get those kinds of
evokes a
numbers
with not the smell of historical continuity
if you
and
want
the great
the
destruction of the
empire
temples that were antecedent to the
propagate.
exile, the
If
Babylonian
you are a
exile and the
person that
Roman
wants to
exile.
propagate,
So the Kurban Europa
make sure that all the lands conquered are stable, flourishing,
however,
and
this
happy.
has strong religious connotations
So
that
actually, what
others
this
have not felt comfortable
this
with
is much better explained
Let's
in the
look at
paper.
some
It
of the other
indicates
terms that
this.
were used to describe it.
It's better explained by
Perhaps the
it
most
was
significant term
of
was
high
first
value,
coined by Raphael
like
Lemkin.
social status value,
It was
to be
was
associated
very
with the
troubled
lineage of
by
Genghis Khan.
the
And so
mass
that
murder
means
of
that
Armenians at the
for
beginning
many
of the 20th
generations,
century.
people
And he coined in
loved the
1944
Great Khan,
the term
the Genghis Khan.
genocide,
So
which
in that
he
sense,
used to
given
he
how
coined that term
vast
based on
the land
the
was,
Greek term
all
genos, meaning
the
people,
transformational
and
effects it
sideh,
has
meaning
on
killing.
trade, on culture,
We
and
have
so
the
on,
term homicide, which means to kill a
it
man,
makes total sense.
or
In fact,
suicide,
the
to kill
25%,
oneself, God
just
forbid,
so
and
people
so
understand,
genocide is a real
is
term
just
that
male
some point
descendants.
to try to
The
describe
way
the
it
destruction of an
works,
entire people.
that
As you can see
means
here on the slide,
paper is
not
all correctly
necessarily
that the
physical
number of people's
destruction
descendants,
of all of the
not direct
individuals
male
that make up
descendants,
this genos, but we're also going to have a
way
cultural element
trees
as well.
work. Women at each.
We'll
Look who it
discuss
is.
that
How are you, my friend?
Descendants could be
Long time no see,
much
Jacob.
larger than that. So
What's good? Hi, kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Okay. What'd they say? Yeah. So, remind me, like this is, I told you to find a local Orthodox rabbi, and you sent an email to this Louisville yeshiva, but they didn't get back to you for 2 years, but now they did. 100%, man. Congratulations, Mazel Tov. That's fantastic. Wonderful. Well, 2 years is better than nothing. That's absolutely correct. All right. So, are you gonna? Now, I know your first priority is your brother. Certainly. Are you going to take a visit though? Right. Right. Do they? Did your brother have like Medicare or something? Right. Um, I get that. Is it possible though that they could, your brother could maybe, I don't know. I mean, can your sister take care of him for a little while? I understand that, but all you need is a couple days. You just need to be able to drive to Louisville before sundown on Friday and be able to drive back, after sundown plus an hour or so on Saturday. Excellent. Okay. No, you just need basically 25 hours. So you're able to get that. Uh, so you already responded saying that you're interested, and now you're just waiting for their response back to you to say, all right, Jacob, on this date, we're going to have an open Shabbat. Feel free to attend if you're available. Is it something like that? Yeah, that'd be great. What's his name? Okay, great. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. It's called Temple Israel. Okay. Yeah. So it's not Orthodox. Double check that. Traditionally, Orthodox yeshivas, shuls, we don't call anything temple except the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem.
Traffic Center. Save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We got a crash on 14 and X. That's heading northbound just before.
Well, let's. It's just you. Okay, so you sent it to Temple. So you didn't get anything from Congregation Adath Israel Bris Shalom. Okay. Um. Okay. What's the website? Then, I mean, that's fine, but you won't be considered a Jew by the Orthodox community. That could be. I mean, I don't want to waste your time or energy. You want to be seen as a Jew amongst all Jews. The way to do that is through an Orthodox conversion. So, uh, okay, I mean, mistakes happen, no big deal. Okay, so what about Paducah? Okay, so Louisville is closer than Paducah. Okay, what about Evan? What about Evansville? Evansville is on the other side of the Ohio. It's not a very large city, but it has more than maybe like 100,000 people.
Scam artists to steal over $1 billion from consumers. Zill's parent, U.S. Bank, Chase and Wells Fargo. Waymo is upping its music game by now offering Spotify integration when riding in one of its robo-taxis. Waymo's website explains users need only to tap Spotify from music. Apple might be developing a tabletop robot.
Okay, so Louisville. You have applied to this, or you sent an email to somebody. Okay, so yeah, do that. Yeah, and just search it. You don't have to.
Taylor Swift getting emotional when talking about the 6 years it took to get the rights to her. She's
Okay.
effort of a New Heights podcast hosted by her boyfriend Travis Kelsey and his brother Jason, where she announced a new album, The Life of a Showgirl, coming out October 3rd,
So
inspired by her wildly successful Eras tour. This album
no, it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that unless I mean, are you using Gmail?
rock and roll.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. So, go to your search of your sent messages and just type in. Okay. Uh, what is
Clarkson's ex-husband for Entertainment Tonight. The singer said that
okay?
to reach out to Clarkson, but she's
So you could ask the rabbi who emailed you today after 2 years. How did you find out about my interest?
Jennifer Wilson.
But you're gonna run into issues with marriage and perhaps even making aliyah to Israel. You won't be able to get an aliyah in an Orthodox congregation. Your children will have issues because you'll have issues perhaps with their mother. Um, I mean, it's easier for a man, but you want to be an Orthodox Jew. If you don't, if you just want to be a Reform or and right, and so it's about a 1 to 2 year conversion uh, environment, and you're going to have. I mean, it's quite intense. A Reform or conservative just isn't going to be of the same vein. You might see 6 to 12 weeks, some 18-week programs, but it's not as intense. You won't. You just won't be seen as a Jew amongst the Orthodox community, and I would hate for you to do what I've seen people do. Absolutely, and that will not be so. What you have to do is you have to sit before a Beit Din, which is a house of judgment, and you work with them. It's a panel of three rabbis generally. Doesn't have to be three rabbis. It can be three Shomer Shabbat or Orthodox Jews, male Jews. But you need that. No single individual within Judaism, Orthodox Judaism at least, can convert you. It has to be a court. So what you're gonna right. So what you're gonna want to do, I mean, if I were you, there's Anshe Sfard, which is located at 2904 Bardstown Drive in Louisville, Kentucky. Their phone number is 502-451-3122. And I would sure. It's 502-451-3122. And 3122, correct. 502-451-3122. I would also um I would I would take that down, but I'd also um I would email the rabbi there, which is Rabbi Letterman, RabbiLederman at Ansheisfard, which is ANSHEISFARD.com. I know. I know. I understand. I repeat it. Um, but you should get associated with their. Yeah. So go to their website. It's anchasefard.com. If you have trouble spelling that, just type in Louisville Orthodox Judaism, and it should be absolutely. No, no, it's not. Not. It's not. It's not. It's actually Ashkenazi. It started as Sephardic, but it's at Ashkenazi. So cor- correct. To my knowledge, just a quick review. Okay, so are you on their website? Yeah. So there's it's congregation and say Sephardic. Yeah, exactly. So that's the largest community in Louisville, Orthodox community. What you want to do is go to their website, which is anchasfard.com, and go to the contact page. Okay. And then what you can do, just like with anything, you're going to send it and probably not hear anything back. Why? Because that rabbi has a lot going on. He has an entire community, and he may not necessarily be that open to converts, which he shouldn't be. And so you should do like you would do with a. I would treat it like a position you really wanted for a job, except it's more than any job you've ever had. So what you want to do is perhaps email. You want to email. I would not be against. I know that you can't just go visit him. I get that, but you can write a letter. The United States Postal Service works. Write him a letter, and I would continue to write letters. Doesn't have to be. You could just even take your email and print it out, put it in an envelope, and then write a handwritten letter saying like, "I sent you this on this date. I'm still interested. Can you please contact me?" And if you're really interested, I would do that every single month of my life until I died. He'll eventually get back to you, or they'll, and that'll save you the trip or any wasted time, and you'll be able to connect with someone there. I wouldn't just go calling usually because they're not going to know what to do with you. Um, they certainly get this question often, but that's really for the rabbi. So you let him handle that. But what you're going to want to do is say, you can take that message that you had. Certainly, I would change if you had any relevant date information on it. But uh, I mean, you could even say that I've had Reform rabbis could reach out to me, but I don't want a Reform conversion. I want an Orthodox conversion. Exactly. And I, well, not in any rabbi's eyes. About 90% of Jews would consider you Jewish, but in my opinion, their opinions don't matter in halakha, in Jewish law, and you want to be seen as a Jew from 100% of Jews. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is you email. You're not going to hear anything back, probably. If you do, great. But I don't think it hurts to handwrite, to print your email, and then handwrite a letter if you haven't heard back in a week or so. And then you just say, I'm going to just continue to do this. Look, I'm going to tell you what. For all the emails that I get or the rabbis that I know that they get, there's something different when you receive a letter. It shows someone's very serious. And like an email, exactly. And an email can be just sent out en masse. Maybe you're not serious about it, whatever. You're not putting that much interest in it. But if you go and you look up my address and you put a stamp on a letter that you at least have some handwriting in, I'm going to give you a call or I'm going to email you back. And even if I don't, you do it for a year, you send me 12 of these things. At a certain point, I'm going to say, who are you? Why do you care so much? Exactly. And it's not, you don't want to annoy the person. And so what I want you to avoid is sending them an email, sending them an email next week, sending them an email the week after, calling. Like they don't want that. They've got their own lives to live. But what you do, what a letter does is it allows someone to receive the communication and respond on their own time in a comfortable manner. And let's say this congregation never gets back to you ever. You send them one letter every single month of your life until you die. After about a year sending letters, you're going to go find someone else. If you care enough, eventually you will figure out a way to get your dream accomplished. And at least in this situation, you have an opportunity. 3 hours is not unheard of. I've known of people who lived 3 hours with traffic, who lived in like the Inland Empire of Southern California, and were interested in Orange County and connected with my congregation, and they just, I know, like, it doesn't, that's not all young people either. I've known people who were in their 60s and 70s who've converted, and they just always wanted to do it, but just never had the time or whatever, and um, they just one day did it. And in your case, what about your friend? He converted Orthodox? You're telling me he converted Orthodox? He converted Orthodox? Right, I understand that. I'm skeptical that he would go through all the trouble of living in a community for 2 years and getting a circumcision, or at least a ceremonial circumcision, and all the money that it takes to convert. And yeah, I mean, that's fine, but generally you can't convert Orthodox online. Right. So your friend may have seen themselves as a Jew. That's fine. Chances are they wouldn't be accepted in an Orthodox community um, under those, unless they had a, a full Orthodox conversion, then they would. Okay, so the process is you're gonna reach out to these guys. Let me see where the nearest based in is. Sure. Hold on. Hold on. Where's Louisville, Illinois? That's okay. So the guy who you originally emailed, he's the head. He's the head rabbi at this synagogue. Okay, but that's different than the person on the contact page, is it not? Right, I get that. Okay, okay. So that's a different name than at least what I saw. Just one moment. Let me look it back. Okay, hold on. Did you contact Rabbi Letterman? Okay, that's who I'm saying you should. Now, what are you talking about? If you go to anshaisafar.com, go to the contact page. It says Ask the Rabbi. His name is Rabbi Yaakov Letterman. That's the guy you contacted before? Okay, what is Shania? Where are you getting that information? Where did you get that information? Okay, look, I know what you're saying with the AI, but it doesn't have the most recent information, most likely. Go to their website. It says Ask the Rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Letterman. You're gonna send it your email. If you hear something back, great. If you don't hear anything back, then you're gonna go on your letter writing campaign. If that's what you want to do. I would tell you that you could just write interest. Yeah, I mean that's what you're showing. You're welcome, Pimp. I'm glad. Yeah, you. I'm glad that you did not. I mean, what can happen, unfortunately, is you can have unrecognized conversion programs, even Orthodox, where some rabbis will just take money to do a conversion, usually between $5,000 and $10,000 or so, which yeah, how much did he want? Yep. And that's I mean, that's not what you want. At least in LA, the price for um a conversion, it's not for the conversion. The conversion's free. But the process is something like $350. It's like 350. Actually, no, it's less than that. There's a application fee of $100 or something, which is just to basically show your serious interest. And then I think the program, which is the gold standard, at least on the West Coast, is another $350, non-refundable, and then that's it. So yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be spending thousands on tefillin. Usually, it's about $500. But you can get into certain tefillin bags, and you can get into tallies, and you can get into things. Like you can spend as much as you want, but you want to avoid people who want to take money for conversions. And the thing is, if you were to convert through that person on YouTube, you're going to run into the issue if you ever try to move to Israel or you try to get married, where your conversion won't be considered kosher. And then you're going to be at step one, which is basically having to start. Yeah. I mean, I've known people who, unfortunately, were in a situation where they first converted Reform, then they realized that conservative didn't consider them Jews and Orthodox didn't consider them. They didn't even care about Orthodox. Then they converted conservative. And then they found out Orthodox don't consider them Jews. So then they had to convert Orthodox, and they spent 8 years of their life when it shouldn't take that long. It's really at most usually about a two, if maybe there's or something, a 3-year process. And it can be as few as just as few as just a year. But okay, with that being said, you can I would respond to the rabbi who originally who sent you the thing today, and I would just say, hey, I really appreciate you reaching out, as I um was So you, you don't want to say that because that's going to be a slap in his face. But what you would want to say is that after reviewing your information, I see that your congregation is reformed. I want you to know that I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please recommend to me a rabbinical colleague, perhaps, who may have a program in the area for Orthodox conversions? You don't have to just go one way. I mean, you can ask, other rabbis in your area, and they're going to get you in touch with the right people. Well, no, exactly. But I mean, we're people too, and we want to help people who are interested in Judaism. And we want to, most of all, make sure that they're in the right community for themselves. So you can write that person back, the guy who emailed you like 2 hours ago, and you can say, firstly, how did you get my information, if I may ask? And then secondly, I, after reviewing your information, I see that you may not be an Orthodox congregation. I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please advise me the way I can go about this in the Ohio River Valley region? I doubt that, but okay. I mean, that's the first question that I told you to ask is how did you get my information? And the second is, can you please advise me to an Orthodox community that performs conversions? That's it. It doesn't have to be really complicated. Yeah, and, and you don't want to say I want to be a real Jew or anything like that. That's going to be an insult to him. But I would just tell you, and I would tell him as well. I don't, nor does the Orthodox community see what he practices as being Judaism. I may see him as a Jew, but I don't see what he practices as being Judaism. That's mainstream Orthodox Judaism. So, did you send your follow up email to him? It's not right. It's not right to assume. Just you're going to find out. You're going to email him back, and you're going to say, one, how did you get my information? And two, can you please advise me a an Orthodox community that performs conversions with the base based in? And that's what would have happened. You're also going to find people who, I mean, we rabbis, no matter if you are Orthodox, conservative, Reform, Reconstructionist, humanist, whatever you want to consider yourself, we're people. And when we have synagogues, at the heart, yes, they are spiritual buildings and communities, but they're businesses to some extent. I mean, you have to keep the lights on, and you've got to pay rent, or you've got, um, facility maintenance and all of the other things. So we're always looking to grow the communities with the right people. And this person may have seen that you had some interest in from a colleague or something like that. I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying it's not right for us to assume how he got your information or whatever, and thus it's in our best interest, right? And so it's in our best interest to just ask the person directly, "How did you receive my information? And can you please advise me, an Orthodox rabbi, who may be able to advise me through the Orthodox conversion process." So you already sent that email? Okay, great. Then you'll, yeah, I mean, there's an argument that there is no correct way. I think that's probably the most accurate argument. There's no perfect way. Even you'll find that we as Jews run into issues with Karaite Jews, and we run into issues with the Hasidic world. I mean, and then within the different um, sects of, yeah, I mean, it really gets down to then your individual family and how things are done. And generally, reform or conservative. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm just saying to you is there is no perfect way to be a Jew. No Jew is absolutely perfect. And no Jew, going back to Moshe, Rabbeinu Moses, has ever been a perfect Jew. Even Jews who think that they're perfect, I can, or any Orthodox rabbi can poke holes in whatever they're doing and make arguments why they're not living a standard that they should be, or whatever it may be. I mean, the big one that I have is the issue with homosexuality. And the reason why I say that, it says very clearly in Vayikra, in Leviticus, uh, right. And so if we were really practicing Judaism strictly, a man should not lie with a man the way that a man does a woman. We should, and it says the punishment for this is stoning. And I don't know about you, but we don't stone homosexuals within Judaism, though it says to in our holy book. Now, the argument is made, there's always an exception, there's always a loophole. The argument is made, the reason why this is not done is because there's an issue with witnessing the act. So basically, to have that type of punishment, you would have a based in a house of judgment, but you'd also need two kosher witnesses. And the fact is, you're not going to have two kosher witnesses who are going to want to watch two guys have sex. So the fact that you don't have two kosher witnesses, so the fact that you don't have two kosher witnesses is kind of the loophole that we use. But to me, that's a cop out in reality. It says what it says. It says very clearly. It also gives what the punishment is, and we're not enforcing it. So any Jew out there who thinks that they are holier than thou is not living according to the law. Very simply, in the book and in Vayikra and Leviticus, and we can make many arguments like that. So when you start to pick things apart, you recognize that it's not perfect, and you get rabbis who rabbis who I mean, there are all kinds of different judgments that people have, and so hit me with it. Yep. Yeah. Right. So what? Right. If you actually study the history of Judaism, we're derived from some other religions. Sure, we take our founding or the start of the world to be 50, 5,000 5785, so 5,785 years ago. But in reality, I think we all, if we don't want to play games, we recognize that we are much older than that, and so Judaism basically is derived from other aspects. Um, Even like Hebrew is derived. I mean, even like ancient Hebrew is derived a lot from Phoenician texts, and uh, and even modern Hebrew. Right, right. Now, um, so long as we're able, right. So, I mean, basically, it is like revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu, uh, in with like the name meaning something along the lines of "I am that I am," something along that idea, but it's much older than that. Um, and we don't even know how it's exactly said because we don't have like an audio version of how it was originally said. And the idea is that, well, didn't it have pagan roots? You'll find that, like you just said, any religion originally had perhaps either pagan, some polytheistic roots at point. The thing that makes Judaism different is that we are seen as the first monotheist religion. But that's not even necessarily all. Yeah, I am who I am, or I am that I am. There are different translations. But even still, there's other smaller um, religions that make arguments that they practice monotheism prior. The big thing with Judaism, what ends up happening is we would conquer a people, and their adherents. Exactly. And so these all kind of get combined into one God eventually. It's basically like a funnel. So you can see the main spout of the funnel being the monotheistic aspects that we have within mainstream centrist Orthodox Judaism. But from a historical perspective, much of this was pulled from earlier civilizations, but we're in a lot of ways we don't recognize those because we say that the religion is 5,785 years old and that's it. But if you really look into it from a historical perspective, obviously the world is much older than that, and everything is derived precisely. Exactly. Well, it's definitely confusing, and people aren't honest with themselves. Um, you know, people will give different answers based on the community they're either representing or speak to whom they're speaking. So within the yeshiva world, we teach that the earth is 5,785 years old. But then we'll have children who have access to the internet or perhaps secular friends who learn that the world is perhaps a lot older than that. And it raises questions. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, how do we justify the two? And the way that it's justified, that I learned in my studies, and I've heard rabbis justify, is that we have the 7 days of creation, technically six and a rest day. And if you want, if it helps you sleep better at night, you can consider each one of those days approximately 1 billion years old in the creation of the earth. And yeah, but I mean, then you get into some really great arguments where, okay, well, what if we were seated here from a higher civilization? What role does God have then? Didn't God just create earth, and like isn't God Hashem just like a earthbound God? And when people say, like, I mean, I've posed this to the best rabbis I could find. It was really one of the things that it was like a yearning that I had. How do we justify our religion when there's evidence that we're not alone? Particularly, like I would just see on the internet. Right, right. And I was in a Chabad in Sherman Oaks with a really wonderful person, a colleague. I won't name his name just because I'm live streaming, but he was from Israel, fought in the IDF, like had a moment where he came to God, which is great. And I took him aside one day after Chakras, after morning prayers, and I said, "Look, I took out my phone and I showed him a video of a UFO flying past a Russian MiG fighter. As clear as day. I mean, this isn't like a blurry thing. It's clear. It is the best video footage I could get. And I did this about 10 years ago. And in his heavy Israeli accent, he said to me, "There's only God." And I knew he was just saying that to me because, number one, he doesn't have an answer for it. Number two, that's the answer that he's supposed to give. And I don't necessarily believe that. Yeah, there's nothing blasphemous with asking that question. It's an important question to ask. Yeah, I mean, any rabbi who considers that question blasphemous isn't worth their salt. They essentially only want to adhere to a certain set of ancient traditions, and if they want to do that, then I would ask them, why aren't they executing all the homosexuals? The fact that they're not, the fact that they're not practicing that to such an extreme shows that they have some variability in their beliefs. And once you're able to start chipping away at the chinks in their armor, then you're able to start opening it up to real questions. And I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, people are able to believe whatever they want to believe. Um, I think these thoughts are particularly of interest in Israel because, as religious as people think Israel is, it's quite a secular country. Most people there are secular. And so they're more open minded to these types of discussions. And at the heart of the matter, I have evidence that we are not alone on this earth. And if you want to know I mean, I don't personally, but I mean, we can look every single day. There are people who take pictures of anomalous crafts in the air. We have people who have implants in their body that has metals that is not from Earth. We have witness accounts. Of, of, we have witness accounts of abductions, and thus that's a lot more evidence than we even have that God gave Moses Torah on Mount Sinai. I mean, that's an answer. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that even the beings that contact us are just uh, like drones. Not drones like you see in the sky, but they're just basically like workers of a higher intelligent. Yeah, exactly, and specifically like the alien grays. like many times people say that the alien grays aren't the higher, they're higher intelligence, but they're not like the highest intelligence. Somebody's sending them on behalf of someone else. I mean, I don't know the answers to these questions, but I'm willing to discuss them openly, and that's more than most, not just rabbis, but most any person on earth is willing to do. And when we're looking at evidence, um, I don't want to bullshit people. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to bullshit people. I know I was bullshitted when I asked about it. Um, and I remember looking. Absolutely. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? How was your day? It was lovely. Are you ready? You're okay, Miss Aquarius. This is my friend Jacob. Jacob, this is Miss Aquarius. Uh, we have Miss Aquarius. We have Jacob to blame for my knowledge of Plato. I did not know about it until I did not know about Plato before Jacob, and he introduced me to it, and now I've introduced it to so many different people. But you knew about it, so I didn't introduce it to you. Jacob, would you like to play bowling with Miss Aquarius and me? Oh yeah, I did that accidentally. I sent you that yesterday. Yeah. All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm sending you an invite, and Jacob, I'm sending you an invite as well. So you both should have invites momentarily. That's all right. Well, oh, just yeah, you kissed it. Yeah, you are. Oh, nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
that and worse. They would get it from TikTok. Get it from the TikTok. From people on TikTok. So since dummies on TikTok would do something just as bad, you can't blame ChatGPT for being worse.
What's your average?
From somebody somewhere.
That's good.
ChatGPT for basically medical advice. Small to say, people get their. We literally had a leader in charge that suggested, alluded to, maybe made a lame joke about injecting yourself with bleach to get rid. I'm just saying, did you? And people say stupid when I give you information. It's not even good information. I'm just okay, no, okay. Right, okay, all right. It's for entertainment purposes only, not to actually construct your diet. I'm shocked, because he's in the pocket of okay. A little bit more independent than that. There is such a thing as okay, let me get off. It's ability to log on to check criteria. Chemical combination is, and you sprinkle it on. You know, I guess I won't.
Absolutely. All right, one more, Miss Aquarius. You ready for it?
How should I just hurt it and you go ahead and do it like a dumbass? That's on you. And I say that my mother's listening right now. She actually tied one of my teeth. People do. And that was denied to this day, but it's true. It was normal. It hurt. She tied it. Those two that might fall out with. Please. Said 1, 2, wow. Get the 3. When she said that on Tom and Jerry cartoon, people don't do that. I swear that on my life. That's not odd. That's on my life. You know, tied it to the master bedroom bathroom door. Yeah. Well, I gotta
Word.
You gotta come over to Chateau Lebeau. You'll do. KFI 640. We have more AI.
7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
It's not running through the killed by a car as man on the C-10. Agents targeted the Home Depot store on Mountain Avenue just before Trump is with Alaska's with Ukraine's president. Yeah. Next album will be their last global farewell tour in 2026. Looks like it stalls out of the way on the 105 in Hawthorne. It's heading eastbound just before the 405. It's been cleared out of the second lane to the left. City, that's right at La Brea. 10. Traveling on the one. Pasadena, that's heading to. We have a work zone that has the right lane off for this.
Whoa, good. Spares in a row. Oh.
And podcast just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Number 1 app for radio.
Widespread racism against the Asian American is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's It's up to all of us to stand up, speak out, and put an end to this racism. AA is a national that tracks incidents of discrimination against the AAPI across the United States. To report a hate incident or you can I hate.
In between. And sports history on iHeartRadio.
Oh, tough split.
Sports fans, it's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this sports history. 1990.
Basically.
It's the 324th last victory of his 27-year career. The Rangers.
Nice.
Greece, the U.S. men's basketball team loses 92-73 to Puerto Rico, the third Olympic defeat for the Americans and first since adding pros. American teams have been 24-0 since the professional Olympic era began with the 1992 Dream Team. The U.S. Olympic team and today in 2012, Felix Hernandez pitches first baseball history, overpowering the Tampa Bay Rays in a brilliant 1-0 victory. Perfect game in baseball. iHeartRadio.
It's number one for music radio. All in one. Discover it. 350. Use an iHeartRadio. Your party.
Are you won by more than a pin? Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Great job. Oh, she's. All right, Miss Aquarius. I hope. Oh, wonderful. I hope you have a really great physical therapy, and we'll see you. Oh, God willing, we'll play tomorrow night, okay?
Experience at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts.
All right. Oh, yeah, she's super positive. Wonderful lady. All right, I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'll straighten out the camera.
At the end of these lectures, the term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. Well, where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Testament of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah, where Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of kulo olah, everything goes up, it becomes smoke, and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term korban, religious in nature.
Excellent. Update me with how everything goes, my friend.
The Hebrew Bible are usually referred to
Guys,
smells the burnt offering. It's a reach. It is a pleasing. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum
Nice.
will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So now the term, one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, or the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Klaus Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is Endlösung, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. A final solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust, as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee conference, when head Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled a list, such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized, and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau. See that they were literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items will certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that, yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to this history called the intentionalist model, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. There's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity, he did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa, that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually, its narrative will be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we'll approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching.
Know whether the meeting's working within 2 minutes. Russia's war on Ukraine is now more than 3 years old. Southland weather from Camp High. Cloudy tonight, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys. Today, 90 in the IE, low 70s in the beaches. Not much change from that all through the weekend.
Now that we've outlined in very basic
69 in Compton, and we've got some cones on the 15 in Lake Elsinore.
form the parameters of the Holocaust terminology, we describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about. We'll definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans. Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable member." And these people
Welcome, Zoot. How are you, pimp?
developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by
Big dog. How you living, baby? Why do you feel broken, big dog? What's wrong? What do you mean nothing's wrong? Okay, well, when are you going to the store next? Okay, we'll get a rubber band tomorrow. I won't give you any more shit. You tried. That's all right. Are you ready to play Reversey?
Protect our hearts and the hearts of Monica. Here's what. Pledge and release the pressure. Yeah.
The free iHeartRadio.
Doug, no one knows what that means. What are you talking about?
Library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
You mean you remembered that many numbers in a row? All right. Did you know that you have an invitation? Okay. That's fine. Okay. Correct. I break it up. I can do about 11, which is like a telephone number in the United States. So I do 333 or 333 and 4, or like I just kind of think of it like a telephone number. And then also, like, if I have the opportunity to repeat it back to myself, I will. If I have to do a really long number or something really long, it's easier for me to do in a song. But when I became a Freemason, I surprised myself more than I've ever surprised myself with memorizing anything. I had to memorize this. There are like basically two ways to go. You can memorize like kind of like a paragraph of a thing, or you can memorize something that's like 18 minutes long, like an entire fucking play basically. And I memorized the play and I had it perfectly. And the way that I was able to memorize it perfectly is I would type it. And when I typed it and I just kept typing it exactly the same way every time, I was able to memorize a lot. Oh, about 6 months. Yeah, but I mean it's really long. It's like a whole book and it's all in code. So you don't know what the um words are. The way that it is, it's called glyphs. So they're like it's like a code, and the only way to know the code is to work with someone who also knows the code. And then what I would do is I would review it with my coach every week, and we did it for like a bunch of months to the point where I knew it better than he did. And then I performed it in front of my lodge, and it's still there to this day. They not only said I did it well, but I did it beautifully and as perfectly as you can do it. What up, pimp? Yeah, I think if you just did it, depending on the test, yeah, I think so. No. Because you are training to the test, which isn't really how those work. It's more it's because it's more about the surprise of the ability, your ability to
has a different like voice, a different tone.
interpret
You would think that with that update, they would have more enhancements to it to make it so that
symbols.
get deeper sense of connection and interaction with them. But what they ended up getting was
Oh, how do you like that, Zoot? It's pattern recognition. All IQ tests are, or most of them, are just pattern recognition. That's true, but if you're using one that uses English words, it's already skewed. A proper, because if you're using an intelligence test that uses any English words, it's already skewed to English speakers. And intelligence is not who knows English the best, it's about pattern recognition. So, aside from perhaps some introductory instructions in whatever your native language is, a proper intelligence test should not have any words on it. It should be shapes and that to me, and it shouldn't be math either. What's up? Yeah, I mean they have to have some type of time, but I understand. Um, I mean, I guess they don't, but it doesn't necessarily show intelligence then. Or I guess it can, but if you give somebody that like as much time as they want, there need to be some limitations on it. Generally, I mean, you could say take as long as you want to do this, and if you get it done, then it is what it is. I mean, I think that works too. It gives you a chance to check over your work. You recognize that no matter how well you do on an IQ test, that doesn't necessarily mean that people think you're smart. Nice checkout. Generally, the way that people think you're smart in society is based on your vocabulary. The more words you know, the average person thinks that you have a higher IQ. Though that does not necessarily mean that you do. It just means that you have a larger lexicon or vocabulary. Now, it can also equate to math as well. In my opinion, and I saw this in a documentary, and it was the best thing I've ever seen that in one sentence explained what intelligence is, and it was this. Intelligence is the ability to identify analogy. If you want to be smart in society, the ability to identify analogy is the thing that separates what society deems as being dumb people and smart people. So did you know that you had an invitation and you were just jerking yourself off raw? Yep. So the ability to identify when either a situation or an environment is similar to another one. It's like pattern recognition.
Programs at the nation's schools and universities, ruling the education department violated the law when it threatened to cut federal funding from educational institutions that could requiring social media users to verify their ages. Now we got cones on the 55 in orange. Back to the northbound from the 22 to Lincoln, you'll see the Cardinal and left lane closed off. There's a watch for slowing and at 5 a.m. It's good news. Road has we have a full closure in Avenue. Shut down until 6 in the morning. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports.
What's your question? No, I mean like it's like the ability to recognize patterns.
The man who invented Sherlock. How did he hoax? Yes, for me.
Correct.
And me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search hoax.
What pattern do you recognize, son?
Just imagine what you do. You see, she's so powerful. You can make her give a child back to can make the stars align. I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T. We're in a discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We will break down who is the greatest of their era and all the categories that you care about.
Dude, you got such a great start.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T, greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast. Kate and Ty break it down.
We've been through it all. Marriage, raising kids, trauma, figuring out who we are as next.
Like you got an unfair start.
And then there's figuring out how to survive being a 30-something parent without losing your mind.
So follow you, Kate and Ty, wherever you.
Open America's Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to
I think we're already getting a period of hyperinflation.
debut album behind bars. 5 hours.
Yeah.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation. Get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s.
Prices are up like 20 double in the last 5 years. Yeah, I mean, okay, it depends what you want to define as hyperinflation.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their path have some business.
Okay, it depends what you want to define hyperinflation as. It's subjective.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming.
That's correct.
#1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
We're not going to be in hyper. No Western currency has been in hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
Wreaking havoc on anything very
Or no major one, maybe some small country, but
Over the years, Yazoo Clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012,
I well, none of your major dollar, pound, all that.
on the site of the old asylum,
Your major currencies in the world have not experienced hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
and all this begs the question. 2003. In Mississippi,
Depends how you want to
is as old
define
as
it.
the soil itself.
Perhaps like 5.
The story is more complicated
Yuan,
and nuanced than that. Is under Yazoo.
pound.
On America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Fuck yeah, man.
Coming up on the next episode of the Gary and Shannon Show, our very own Heather Brooker auditioned for one of the hottest shows on TV right now. Talk with her coming up at tomorrow on Gary and Shannon.
Not good.
Sam, the sex doctor, is still in. Sam, before the break, we were talking about Chat GPT, GPT-5, and the bemoaning the loss of established relationships with the previous iteration of Chat GPT.
What up?
There are other components to sex and AI, are there not?
Oh, absolutely. The backlash, by the way, for to OpenAI after they had the new GPT-5 come out was so strong that the company announced that they'll be bringing back Chat GPT-4, I think it was 40 or 40, going to be an option for people who are paying users. So, you know, so many people had their AI partners killed. They made it so that the company themselves said, that will that for if you're willing to pay for the service. So it's still there. Now, there's other AI companies that have different methods, ways of programming
No.
the chatbots that the people interact with. Someone like Meta's AI is programmed to be a little more flirtatious and it will engage in sexual conversations. Elon XAI, the one that you can spot, is that Grok? I'm not sure if that's Grok, but it's XAI. It's a specific AI like ChatGPT. Okay. That one has AI avatars that strip down to underwear and talk dirty to you. And most of the most of the companies out there are, trying to find ways to protect users, protect primarily minors. But there are still some companies out there that are totally steering into the more salacious stuff and are trying to get more users that want to get dirty with AI. Ronner, I'm talking to you on this one.
Let me jump there before you ask Mark Bonner. Don't they know the people who are using ChatGPT or these AI chatbots with these relationships? Don't they know that all that information, all that input is being saved?
I'm sure they do, but now everybody knows that almost
Okay,
every
so
detail of their lives, if they have a cell phone on them,
do you have enough to be able to buy a rubber band?
being tracked and everything.
Okay. Okay.
There's a lot of people out go and do dirty things.
Just win, baby.
They're like, aren't you worried about the government watching you? And it's like, some people like the audience. Some people like knowing that there's somebody watching, and that's why they do it. So, but that's the thing. All these, companies out there trying to put up safeguards and trying to avoid avoid getting into the dirtier parts communication with AI. Some of them are out there are like, yeah, we totally want to get into that. And one of them was from an adult film production company, King, out of San Francisco. Some of the people who are like the foremost purveyors adult film content, and some of the things that may be a little not on the vanilla side of the sexual spectrum. Well, I just took a look at their website for their Kink AI program. And Ronner, you might want to take a look at this. This is fascinating.
On a work computer? I think not.
It is not safe for work, but you have a phone. You can look at it. This AI allows users to role play with AI, allowing users to pick from hundreds of different characters to play with. And you can see they have like avatars that are lifelike, realistic, human-looking avatars that will engage with you, talk with you, do for you.
Thanks, baby.
You can make requests and it will honor that request.
Yes.
Or is it just verbal?
Yes, sir.
No, whatever. If you ask it to do something, it can do
Terrible
it.
move.
It's an AI image generator. So people, if they want to come up with, they call art. If you want to qualify it as art, but
You'll see.
With fake AI images of BDSM scenes,
Knowing that it's not real does absolutely zero. I want to interact with a real human being who's hit rock bottom. There has to be some real interplay, you know. Otherwise, I'm just might as well be talking to myself.
You know, when I talk about this stuff, I just found out about King AI like an hour ago, but people out there found out about this. They've had over 25 million messages from AI to users.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I always say we like what we like, and a lot of what we like is not for public consumption. There's
Yo,
shades
Pimp.
obviously attributed to sex and the things that we like, and it's very. But you know, we all like something. Yeah, we're gonna find what we like. In fact, I think that as soon as that dies down,
Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I'm not sure people are going to be into
as long as there's sex, just to
things. I mean, I know with BDSM, shaming is a big part of it and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people who are turning to AI because they don't want to be shamed by another human when expressing those sexual desires. When you have an AI that's programmed to be caring and supportive or being kinky and
Dude, you're taking too long.
that they're going to communicate those feelings that they may feel like they could get judged harshly by you.
Is it BDSM? Like trash your emotions?
That should be part of it.
What?
Shame, like, there is consensual shame. There are people being shamed.
Okay.
That's absolutely a big part of it. But with it's
in your search.
I don't know if it's the worst, but I don't like it.
Interact with it. Where did you grow up? Where are you from? Does it have a issues?
it's got Elon. Now, what was your question again?
Like, do they have a backstory?
Yeah, no, they will. But there's also ones that
Sort of.
people can create the backstory for them and make it so that, you know, like it fulfills more of that individual's fantasy. But really, a lot of them, if you look at it, like if you look at the pictures of AI images, the avatars that they have, like what the audience
Okay.
with those specific images. Okay. Like, and you know that I don't even describe the images that they have on the web because if I do, I shut down the whole show.
Yeah, we can imagine.
Yeah. And
Terrible move.
And that's the thing is that this is going AI. You have a partner who is willing and open and taking all of your suggestions without shaming you back about it and not saying no. To
Word.
in their various kinks, this gives them a free, like, without the feeling of, like, I want to bring this up to somebody, but I'm not. I'm so worried about what their reaction is going to be when they share.
Yes, sir.
It takes all the sport out of it, all of it.
Yeah.
It's not the worst.
I'm sure you have to pay for it, but I'm sure there's free versions of AI that are going to be totally kinky with you.
Robin, nothing is ever free. Yeah. There isn't toll. One way or another, you will pay a toll. Gas, ass, grass. No wait, rise and free. Yes. Sam, appreciate you. Hey, it's always a pleasure. It's Label Monk KYM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and YouTube. Mark Bonner now has the news. LA Mayor Bass is again calling for an end to the federal immigration raids in the city.
We will continue to resist. We are not going to accept this behavior from this administration.
Joined leaders and community members from the West Side this morning to speak against what they call the discriminatory and reckless immigration raids.
It impacts all communities, not just one community, not just one population.
Activists say today's renewed calls are in response to recent immigration enforcement action. An historic Riverside hotel is abruptly closed.
Mission Inn Hotel and Spa suddenly closed this week over an unforeseen water issue with its boiler system. The 1876 landmark canceled reservations, but says they hope to reopen Friday morning. Guests are being offered alternate accommodations or the option to reschedule.
You're up, pimp.
President Trump won't share any possible details he may have in mind when he meets the president in Alaska tomorrow. Trump said this is the first step.
I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that will happen. We're going to have a meeting with President Zelensky, myself.
During the press conference today, Trump said this wasn't his war, instead President Biden for the war, and he thinks everyone involved wants to end the fighting.
I think President Putin will make peace, and President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along.
President Trump will meet with President Putin in Alaska tomorrow. And a man from Rhode Island accused of faking his death to evade rape charges has been found guilty of sexually assaulting a former girlfriend in Utah. The assault was in 2008. Nicholas Rossi was arrested in Scotland in 2021. The jury in Salt Lake County found Rossi guilty of rape yesterday following a 3-day trial. Sentencing is in October. Southland weather from Camp High, cloudy tonight. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys and 90 in the IE, low 70s at the beaches. Almost the same through the weekend. Right now, 67 Burbank, the same in Orange, and we're looking at cones on the 22 in Westminster.
Anthony, eastbound from Valley View to Knott Avenue. You can see the carport there, left lane coned off for roadwork. That's scheduled until 5 in the morning. And if you're traveling on the 5 heading southbound in Commerce, once you get to Atlantic, it's a slow crawl there. That starts to clear up as you approach Slauson. Seeing some heavy traffic on the 5 northbound due to an ongoing brush fire. This is near Pyramid Lake. From Vista del Lago to Smoky Bear Road, the right lane still closed off until further notice. The on and off ramps at Smoky Bear Road also closed off. You're seeing some heavy traffic as you approach. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode,
Big mistake.
history. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search Hoax.
You ready for this, Zoot?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from
Thanks, baby.
3,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky and love working with me.
Really lights me up. I love meeting people.
What up, baby?
Have an email.
No.
Create the largest networking community on the planet.
I mean, that's up to you.
His real name, Adam Newman, and he had a news.
I remember, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than what
Dude, you're doing well.
He said that they were elements of people.
It was a brilliant idea. Coco's giant reruns amongst the most valuable stars in the world. From wondering, the makers of Dr. Death and Business Wars comes a new series, We Crashed, about a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about culture.
spiritual awakening, empowerment, and quite frankly, it just all sounded, enough. It was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned in and said, "Oh, my, this is a cult."
David Brown, the host of Business Wars, crash wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
The world needs more heroes, more action-oriented to-gooders. Or here's how I could help right-hand sidekicks. The world of sarcoma is no different. You're thinking, what is sarcoma? We're glad you're listening. Sarcoma is a rare cancer of the body's soft tissue network. This cancer affects tens of thousands of Americans yearly. The Sarcoma Foundation of America partners with like-minded heroes to advocate for sarcoma patients through funding research and widespread awareness efforts. Learn how you can join forces at curesarcoma.org.
KFI, AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Dude. Oh, I saw that. I saw that. You're up, pimp. Yeah, but you got 2 moves. You got 2 moves.
KFI, Mr. Paul Kelly. On YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeartRadio app, and that is Hauling Up. You can't go for that.
Perhaps.
And don't ask me what the song is about. Because it's about, first you have the body.
What do you want me to do, big dog?
But I chose that song. It's talking about relationships.
Okay.
What you can and cannot accept in a relationship. They musical relationships.
No.
And they were one of the groups that were special in the respect that they got what's called black radio.
Whatever you want.
Urban radio stations. And as a white duo, you didn't. But that's how well their music was so universal. Back in the day, you may not remember, there were pop stations and there were black music stations, and they didn't have the proliferation of these in-between stations. You didn't have this hit radio. You didn't have various music forms which now have their own radio stations in formats. It was just urban music, pop music.
Dog, I'm whooping your ass.
They were so well received that they got played just about everywhere. It did not matter. And for some reason, back in 2023, Daryl Hall and John Oates had this huge falling out. And why? But they weren't speaking to each other. They refused to perform with each other anymore. And I remember talking about this on the show. I was kind of saying, it's like, man, I didn't want this dissolution of the group. Usually you have a dissolution because someone has died or someone has left to go solo or something, and it wasn't. But this is what we know.
Zoot, you need that fucking rubber.
Daryl Hall accused John Oates.
You need that rubber. Zoot, you need that rubber band.
That Oates went behind his back, negotiated with Primary Wave.
Zoot, in the meantime, until you get the rubber band, every time I hear you do one of your ticks, I want you to flick your hand, okay? Yes, it was. No one just randomly says that. No, that's different. You said something. Zoot, you said something else. Okay, let's see it. Good move.
Yes and no. John Oates wanted to cash out. Maybe he didn't want to tour anymore.
You're gonna lose.
Artists is common now. In the end of the career, they will sell out their catalog and get hundreds of millions of dollars.
Are you gonna go?
A lot of artists
It's over.
So they would literally have to perform the rest of their lives. They probably only have performance rights. They don't necessarily have the other like mechanical and other rights like they use it in a commercial. So they don't get any money off that. They only get money for performing, and that's why they perform almost up until their dying day. Some artists even dying on stage. But now artists
Okay. Go get a rubber band and come back.
as they get into their career, and then they sell off the catalog. At the end of the career, they can retire. But in the case of a duo, it's a little bit different because Daryl Hall was fine with continuing to perform. John Oates was saying like, I think I'm done. I'm gonna sell my portion of the catalog. And Daryl Hall was like, well, how can I perform if I don't have the rights to perform this music? That was the sticking point. So now they somehow worked it out. I don't know how they worked it out. It's not being disclosed publicly, but there's now daylight where they possibly will start performing again. It doesn't mean they will, but Daryl Hall, at least as a solo artist, will be able to perform without necessarily the obstacle of having to pay money to perform his own music. So in that regard, it's some good news, especially for other Hall & Oates fans out there like Mark Warner. All right, here's a question. Sure. Favorite Hall & Oates song? I just well, it'd be that or Sarah Smile. Yes, that's the correct answer. Make My Dreams Come True. No, there are a few that there's bangers, but that is one of my favorites. Can't go for that. I think that they started. I think it's the best song. I'm sorry, that's a great song. Why Times is top. I mean, it has the 80s double black. Why did you? They see your every move. Yeah, I know the song, but it's okay. I've seen them live twice. They're a great live show. No, they're great. I've seen them once. They were on the bill with someone else, but I didn't see just them and other people. I love just about all their music. Private Eyes is okay. I want to know if they got really acrimonious like Martin and Lewis. Oh, probably from the way it's being described, they weren't even speaking to each other. So yeah, there was some real issues there. So you needed a Sinatra to bring them out to shake hands in front of an audience where they couldn't be jerks to each other. No, we needed Donald Trump in his quest for a Nobel Peace Prize. If he could end the conflict between Hall & Oates, I would have supported. Don't drag me into this. I'm serious. It just would have made my dreams come true. And I have to say, if I had to pick one song, that would be my favorite Hall & Oates song. You got that, Rob? Pick that up. It's not going to be in the podcast. You better enjoy it now. Everybody starts singing. I'll do the background. Let's go one more verse. No. KFIN 640. We'll check my George Norrie. Don't shake your head at me, Mark Ronner. You know you enjoyed that. I felt like I was in Gitmo and somebody was trying to make me talk. I could just have no rhythm. Tell me I'm wrong. I never claimed I did. Right. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The King Fire near Gorman's grown to like 600 acres and is now 40% contained. Tropical storm Aaron's nearing hurricane strength. Winds hitting 70 miles an hour. It's expected to become the first hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic season. And a new study published in Nature shows greenhouse gas emissions generated by humans may have locked in a climate pattern responsible for long-term mega drought across the western U.S. Now we got cones on the 15 in Ontario.
Heading southbound from 4th Street to Aruba Street, you'll see the 3 right lanes coned off from road work that's scheduled until 5 in the morning. And some good news in Long Beach, 710 northbound just before the 405. The stall's been moved out of the left lane. Traffic has recovered there. Seeing some slowing if you're on the 101 southbound in Echo Park as you come across Silver Lake Boulevard. That stays slow until you reach the 110. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Know World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I happened to be in Birmingham one night when this journalism student came up to me and presented a tsunami that hit Birmingham, but it was not just national attention, it was a circus man. I can't describe to you. His name was Hamza Syed, and he wanted help for his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier, when news of a strange letter exploded in the press. The letter proved to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists who had infiltrated the city schools in a supposed plot called Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, incoherent, badly xeroxed, yet still, it sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Birmingham. The country moved on its counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools were revamped, teachers lost their jobs. But what I was found suspicious about this whole affair is that this dodgy letter suggesting extremists were taking over our schools. Nobody ever found out who wrote it or why. Remarkably, none of the investigators have been tried. So I convinced my reader over here, we should go for it. Is this meant to be the first radio interview you've ever done? Hans and I spent years writing this down.
Who is the letter defending? Is the question you have to answer.
But figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they were letting on. And that Hans and I were poking at something that people did not want to talk about.
Can you give us a bit of details about the situation? It's a particular call about that.
From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian Reed.
I'm going to say it.
It's the Trojan Horse affair, a mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't want to hear.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
145, over 92.
180 over 111 had heart attack and cardiac arrest.
And stress. Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure can save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stopped your treatment plan, restart it, or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you, start taking the right steps to manage your BP.
Now, I'm trying to get better. Just over it out.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
Locally heavy rain and flash flooding is possible here in the Mid-Atlantic Carolina coast today, followed by more scattered thunderstorms on Friday and into the weekend. Some more rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms also expected to impact portions of the northern plains to the upper Midwest through the next couple of days. More heat across the central high plains and for northern to central Florida, an extreme heat risk. The warm front across the northern plains is coming from a deepening low pressure system over the Canadian prairie. Cooler temperatures on their way to the northwest U.S. Meanwhile, monsoonal moisture lingering across the southern Rockies, where scattered thunderstorms are expected to spread gradually northward into the Four Corners by the weekend. And tropical storm Erin is moving closer to the Caribbean islands. Forecasters say it will become Hurricane
and by Friday, and will generate life-threatening surf and rip currents this weekend in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. It's too soon to tell if it will be landfall on the East Coast next week. That's your national forecast. I'm Monica Wilson.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Coming up after 1 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobelt Show, Republican Senator Carl DeMaio on Gavin Newsom's already wildly unpopular redistricting plan. We'll tell you about it tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobelt Show.
KFI, later with Bo Kelly. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll be Coast to Coast AM with George Norton, who joins me with a preview. What's up, sir?
Hey, Mo, was that you singing?
Yes, it was me singing all the right notes. Now, any wrong note that you heard, that was Sam or Mark Ronner singing.
You sounded like your shorts were too tight.
Do not encourage him, Mark. But you clap your hands and everything.
Well, text me that. Anyways, on the show tonight, we're going to talk about the Artemis space program, why we're going to go to the moon, and why. And then later on, how great it is to be alive.
Talk about my shorts on my show. Dear George Norton,
Like a lie, you get away with it.
Finally. Just want to let you know we have some news of our friends over at Disney. Assad Ayaz is president of Disney Entertainment and Marketing now, and Shannon Ryan is now president of DTC, Disney Entertainment. You may remember we told you about the consolidation of Disney Plus and Hulu. This is in conjunction with that, so we just want to shout out congratulations to them. iHeart is working very closely with the Disney Corporation, so we just wanted to show them some love. And before we get out of here, here's my final thought for the night and the week. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? The 10th Amendment still matters, right? States' rights are a good thing, right? California is still a state, right? If any of that has changed, let me know, and I'll just end the show right now. Anyone? Okay, judging by your silence, states' rights are still a good thing. States, like California, elect governors, and they are the CEOs of their states. In this representative democracy, also called a constitutional republic for you pedantic people out there. But governors, as CEOs, they run the state. Depending on the state constitution, there are varying levels of powers and privileges that governors have. Some things have to be run by the state legislature. In other words, the state legislature has to vote on it. Some you don't. That's why you have like a state referendum where people like you and me can go to the polls and make a decision. Texas, under the guidance of Governor Greg Abbott, is pursuing redistricting purely for the purpose of partisan politics. Purely, not for any other reason. Just to impact the balance of likely congressional representatives per request of the president. Direct request, no more, no less. Let me be clear. On its face, redistricting is not illegal or unconstitutional. It can't be both, depending on the resulting maps and who, if anyone, is disenfranchised. But on its face, it's not illegal or unconstitutional. Texas is a red state. We all know that. And Greg Abbott redistricting for purely partisan purposes is likely popular to the majority of those red voters. But there's an important distinction to be made: letter versus spirit of the law. It does not violate the letter of the law, or in this case, the state constitution. I'm not so sure it doesn't violate the spirit what I mean by that is it was never intended to redistrict from election to election to election, or to sort of serve one party, which happens to be in power. A reasonable person, I would like to believe you're a reasonable person, should be able to see how that would be a disaster if this were done after every
by the Nazi state. The origins of that really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. This very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. But let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family, and it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton, that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. You can see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community. And this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society. And it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program,
There she
for
is.
example, or a life-born.
How are you? Did you have fun?
The man taken into custody was setting up a strawberry stand. The Border Patrol says it was simply conducting roving raids in a part of the city it's been doing so since early June. Michael Mokes, KFI News.
LA City schools have returned to the first day of the new school year. ABC's Alex Stone reports district officials and families have expressed fears about ongoing federal immigration enforcement.
Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says absent a judicial warrant, federal agents are not allowed on campuses and should, for students in fear, stay away. Schools are safe spaces. The district is even altering bus routes to deal with the threat of immigration raids involving school children.
The school district says a 15-year-old boy was detained by federal agents outside his high school. An identity. District officials have established a 2-block radius outside schools with staff and police asking federal agents not to conduct enforcement there. President Trump's meeting with Russian President Putin in Alaska tomorrow. ABC's Martha Raddatz reports the president believes Russia and Ukraine are ready to make peace.
Zelensky definitely wants to make peace, and we can't just make peace. There's got to be a lot of deal making going on. We've heard them talking about possible territorial swaps or land swaps, as President Trump has called them. Those would be very, very complex issues.
Trump says more meetings may be necessary to end Russia's war on Ukraine that's dragged on for more than 3 years. And the chief of staff of the Israel Defense Forces has approved the main framework for the Army's operational plan in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu and his security cabinet approved plans last week for the IDF to seize and occupy Gaza City. ABC's Jordana Miller says the operation would force the IDF to go into areas where Israel believes Hamas is holding hostages.
Some of them are believed to be kept in tunnels underneath Gaza City, and that, of course, has sent fear through the families of the hostages.
He says the operation is expected to start in October after an increase in aid distribution. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys and 80, 90 in the IE, low 70s. Beaches, not much change through the weekend. Right now it's 65 in Brea, 66 in San Clemente, 67 in Koreatown, and 66 in Agoura Hills. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Home of Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. In your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech. Live concerts. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It was like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You're John Judd, our female lawyer. You're stunningly beautiful. We wanted to grow up and be Margaret.
My two bosses came to me and said, Margaret is killed. I said, what? I was shocked.
They promote this image of small town America, but it's not.
Turned over probably 25,000 pages of documentation of corruption in St. Town.
And maybe the reason they haven't made and arrested Margaret for these murders because they're not looking at themselves.
We don't give up on these cases. We need to catch whoever it is so that we don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened? Let's turn everything off to start here.
This is Gone South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jeff Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon?
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
She is a serial killer, I believe.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you.
Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction. while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far. In fact, before they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Not only is not going to work, we gotta get rid of those guys. It's a disaster.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind The Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was a real person.
Robert Evans. James Caan.
To be must come in next. That's why I got to force you up and drive around a lot.
Al Ruddy.
I said, I got a call from these Italian guys. They was facing a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Lord. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Feeling Alive. Here's what's happening. President Donald Trump said he believes his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, is ready to end his war in Ukraine. Speaking on the eve of Friday's summit between the men, but that peace would likely require at least a second meeting involving Ukraine's leader. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky and his European allies have intensified their efforts this week to prevent any deal between the U.S. and Russia emerging from tomorrow's summit in Alaska that they think leaves Ukraine vulnerable to future attacks. Mortgage rates fell to the lowest level of the year this week. Freddie Mac's latest primary mortgage market survey released Thursday showed that the average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed mortgage fell to 6.58% from last week's reading, 6.63. The projection for Social Security's annual cost of living adjustment for next year is getting higher. According to the Senior Citizens League, it's released an update that showed its model now forecasting 2026 cost of living increase to be around 2.7%. We shall see. Parents in the United States who want to vaccinate their young children against COVID-19 may be facing a growing set of challenges this fall. The Food and Drug Administration might not renew authorization for Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children younger than 5. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention told the state and local officials that's why. Let's check in with Douglas Mulhall, author of Discovering the Nature of Longevity. Douglas, what are they concerned about?
It all comes down to freedom of choice, George. The problem here is because 10 times more kids under 5 than over 5 end up in hospital with COVID. So a lot of parents want to protect those very young kids. The main question here is whether the FDA permission for the vaccine will be granted for those kids under 5. If the FDA refuses to authorize use for kids under 5, it becomes difficult for parents and doctors to administer the drug to those kids. And that affects their choice. It's a bit perplexing, George, because the FDA's new vaccine policies basically emphasize it's up to individuals to decide if you want to be vaccinated. And in this case, it would be more like denying parents the ability to decide. So it has a lot of people confused about the government policies that supposedly emphasize individual choice. The big advocate groups are furious, of course, but the FDA has refused to comment on what might happen. And the decision actually hasn't been taken yet. So we'll have to wait and see. The decision does not affect availability of the drug for kids over 5.
Douglas, could this vaccine be dangerous to kids under 5?
Well, what's interesting, George, is that has been in the FDA communication. So if there is danger, we haven't seen the science on it to justify that. At least that's what.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Punky Star? How'd you find out about me, my friend? How did you find out about me? Okay, very cool. Yeah. What's new? Absolutely. Have I ever introduced myself to you formally? Have I ever introduced myself to you formally? Okay, good. Yeah, and that I stream my life and world peace and all that stuff. Okay. Oh, and kill Tony. Okay, very well. Excellent. So what's on your agenda? What do you do? What do you do for a living? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, now I recall. All right. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Not doing anything too special, my friend. Feel free to enjoy. You're good, pimp. Don't worry about it at all.
Program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Bilding and Alfred Böcher, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this sweeping generalization that people who suffer from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally abled to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt, in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Heinz-Gerhard Kreutzfeldt, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking a diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip Bühler, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they were not coming home. The public protest against this destruction of life unworthy of life was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We will get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a Tehillah type organization, kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship. Perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease, because it wouldn't make sense to have, a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Spartan and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we move towards the turn of the 20th century. So wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it's a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much tuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Hebrew, their use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. But it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course, it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, their peers, were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we'll return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants, who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and it's used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazi Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life for the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the typical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire. Much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that did not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrate the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. They were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals, even in the Nazi code of criminality. If anyone were branded as a criminal, they could be thrown into these concentration camps. There were Bidvil Forsches, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazi, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was a generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. As you can see here, the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis.
Join me, Jorge Cham, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia, of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed. And in the following lecture, we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified a difference between what he called conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason, and that's certainly as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life. This is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism, that unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and the Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contribution to human civilization. The fact that they would take off one day in 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after the rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies. And when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70, after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at the Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed in that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia et synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the Ten Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagoga. You can see on the right, synagoga is depicted wearing the Judenhut. This was a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue, who is riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Werben, Germany, from the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagoga, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown's being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered, and the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality, and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incidents, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, This is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there's a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of their Jew. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews. Based on linguistic theory, that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, and by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, La Libre Parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, can indicate overall undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined with the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Others of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world, right? The idea of a conspiracy. And of course the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited. But as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly.
It's not a deep gravity well, place. So you could build things on the moon. Let's say you could build components of a Mars spaceship on the moon and launch it from the moon from a fraction of the mass and the cost and the labor.
There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. You know, just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dintor. You can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Der Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, the Père Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse. And if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Jewish Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish, and the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable. But we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jew. Meaning we have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic, to show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is a contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. And here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug. Spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word holocaust, which is meant to be but the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. Let's move back to the this 20th century. The second major element that's very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. That's in fact what this particular image is titled. And you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless world authorities. Roosevelt, America, Churchill, England, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda. You see behind the British, the American, the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew is what the caption reads, meaning the Jewish capitalist. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it. The heavy jowls, lips, and nose. These are all stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew, to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography, that there's a kind of like, you can't look away from the grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalize on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples of this is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says, Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. Right? That's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. Like this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany, you can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Hitler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work he put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done. This is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This image, which dates from 1920,
welcome.
Very tempting to think was actually
How are you?
by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur.
What's up, ZR? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. Yo, ZR, how are you? ZR, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? ZR. ZR, can you hear me? ZR, how are you? How's your day going? ZR, can you hear me? I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Okay, ZR. I see you're trying to talk. What's going on? Yo, ZR. ZR, can you hear me? I see you're trying to talk. Are you sure your volume isn't down a lot or something? Your user volume's up on my end. Okay, I can barely hear you. What's up? You're still really, really low, dude. Better, yeah. Hello. How'd you find out about me, ZR? Dude, I can't hear you. Can you say that again? Better, yeah. How'd you find out about me? Okay, cool. Well, welcome. How's your day going? Okay, very well. What Discord did you find me in? Okay, that's cool. Okay, very cool. You're still really hard to hear. Okay, well, you're welcome here. Feel free to watch. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoy.
AH, and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks. So the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, once again the prurience, and behind her is this leering, booming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered. This is a very, very important theme, and it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior.
More or less the same all through the weekend. Right now it's 68 in Irvine, 67 in Brea, 66 in Burbank, and 75 in Palmdale. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Crocker.
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Luz Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Göring and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understand, really grew out of the 47 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies. Cold War. A lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially tracked the events of the Holocaust, and this was at the ground of essential, necessary ends for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators. Essentially, the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's another school of thought, which begins in the late 1950s, actually in 1990, associated with people like Christopher, who wrote a book called Reserve Police Battalion 101 and the Final. This is an example of a very different approach. Without denying and that Hitler had from a very young age, look at different that some people to participate of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself a particular Hitler and his group, the rest of Europe, really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust.
What up?
This idea
I'm
that
busy.
Holocaust of the study functions in relation. One thing, another thing changes as well.
Okay.
And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their as the became more into humanity that was associated with war, Holocaust became more of a possibility. In other words, isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the so the idea of ghettoization and acceptance of the idea of kind of like a thing changes as well. Now that's not Semitism is not the entire evolution. Devolution might be appropriate. Less it's general ability. If we away on Hitler, which tends all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am Inn. You can see here on the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study of history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out their rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin. That would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received, and according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather it's rather non-special in every way. You tend to be things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent, angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing, and gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented. And he wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who was famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I.
And that's where we are today. And one can argue why, and one can hope for a better future. But to have a better future,
I think we need that leadership, not just for NASA and space, but for our
I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. We're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when
space delays.
he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre Pyrrhic cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow, the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. A big part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology and the change in stability and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. You think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war where technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war, and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier when you have to pause and you have to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death, and people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas, this is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was raw, float over into civilian villages nearby, is something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. At any rate, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I named quite often, these disfigured veterans losing limbs and things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of, marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to the new Poland. So there's a really dramatic, mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria, is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country of Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place, and so there's a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly and historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look less anti-Semitic. But at any rate, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during the World War I, and Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Durchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case, but many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, oh, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If it were not for those unnamed backstabbers who associated with Jews, they would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe in another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in great detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies, and so on, all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced, because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Tutzstedt, and on the one side you have this, kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Tutzstedt is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls, hanging from a tree as ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? If you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of two bills, you see a medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg, and here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they got it typically on their Passover seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood. A miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is, in fact, the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must have been like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew, with the forelocks and with the side locks and with a kippah, the forked tongue, a snake, and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich beer hall putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch which Hitler participated in was short-lived. The Nazi party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily, and Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Imagine that. And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there. And he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous. His Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screams against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts as they are popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement in the so-called Night of Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate Jews, intimidate moderate Germans, intimidate journalists and so on with their paramilitary expressions. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the election, you can see that power of the Nazi Party proceeded apace. In the elections of May 1928, you can see that he only claimed the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate. By September 1930, that had risen to 18.25, and by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party with only 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who he feared the most, were the communists. And then through some political wrangling, which would take us a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching.
Protect yourself. Decades older than you. As a very safe haven in terms of economic stagnation, normal uncertainty, and high inflation, people turn to gold. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or
in this video, we will look at the period between 1933, when Hitler first takes control of Germany, through the late 1930s, and especially right up until the Stalingrad, which was a turning point in Nazi policies toward Jews, as we shall see in the next video. During the 6 odd years of activity, Hitler really makes Germany into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements of that. So on a political level, he begins when he's made chancellor in January of 1933. Next month, there's a very suspicious fire at the Reichstag, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set, under what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalized on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political bloc that he fears the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator, martial law. This is a very important point that we should remember, that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and misleading rhetoric and force to go through the person on this brown shirts, the essays from our dialogue that we spoke about in the last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important cautionary tale for us in the first century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt could threaten his power base, and created the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them, and the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, the so-called Vernichtungslager, that were designed specifically to kill people, but they were only established in the 1940s. For now, he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily to contain his political enemies. Shortly after that, he has all political parties disbanded, with the notable exception, of course, of the Nazi Party, which continues. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of being appointed chancellor, Hitler effectively becomes the dictator of Germany, and a very willing population on the whole followed him further into the 1930s. There's much more to say about the social nature of Germany, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects which relate to the Holocaust. There are two major things that are happening in Germany on a social level. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those who are not part of the master narrative that the Nazis are advancing, and the specific isolation of those groups and persecution. Among the first to feel this are the so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well. They're quite a few in America. And in Germany, they were regarded as the other. They were not Lutherans. They were not typical Protestants, Catholics. And so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out a document shown here, the Wilmersdorf clarification, which identifies them as, non-politically active and not wishing to challenge the state and so on, but it did very little for them because in the end, Hitler sought to pursue them as well. Another group, very small group, we're talking about no more than a few hundred people, were the so-called Rhineland bastards. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to the offspring of African soldiers who served in World War I on German territory. And there was a certain number of them. You would not think there's a lot of people in this category, but in fact, there were some, particularly those serving in the French legions, for example, who formed relationships with local German women and produced offspring. So these mixed-race individuals were, blown out of proportion in terms of their size, and also in terms of their reported negative racial impact on German people. And they were a big target of Hitler's ire. So the Rhineland bastards, quote unquote, were specifically identified as people who were outside of the general German narrative. Shortly after that, terrifyingly, in June 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring. Horribly inhumane, that gave the state the right to determine any remedy would promote a negative impact as perceived on the German population, and the state was given the right to sterilize that individual. And obviously, the term genetic is not appropriate here. It's a very early period in the understanding of genetics as a whole. But even so, the German state nevertheless went way beyond what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level to those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological or religious, certainly. And 250,000 Germans were sterilized under this law. It's a horrible period in which these individuals were isolated, were persecuted, and because they felt to challenge the overall self-oppression of Germans. Now, Jews, of course, suffered tremendously as part of this overall policy, but not necessarily in the same ways as those mentioned. For Jews, one of the most significant early attempts was actually unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of Jewish businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population for various reasons. Perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoy going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in commercial activity of the state. It's a very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about 500,000 people. But the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his Sturmabteilung, the so-called brown shirts, essentially thugs in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans beware, do not buy anything from Jews. And they would stand outside Jewish businesses. They would deface the windows on the storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on. But it turned out not to be a very popular thing with Germans at all, and it was ultimately adopted. Hitler, however, was quite innovative and would find other ways to persecute the Jews. A very important point that we must understand is that for every minority group that was ostracized and persecuted, Hitler also imposed, rather diabolically building something called Gleichschaltung, which means literally bringing into equality, shifting into the same gear, finding common direction. The word Gleich means equal or same. So there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on saying that, okay, these people, these populations are not us, they are the other. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the same group, inside the group. You see this inculcated from the earliest youth. Here, for example, are the Boy Scouts called the Hitler Youth and Hitler Youth. There's a tremendous amount of focus on paramilitary formation, discipline, order, and all kinds of typical Prussian values. Or for women, the Bund Deutsche made a lot more to say about how women were understood in Germany later. The idea of you may not be part of the out-group, but you are definitely included in the in-group. So it's kind of a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from the other. And all of this, by the way, is focused very much on the person and personality of people. We're not talking about, the glory of Germany and its values, things like that. So much of it is focused specifically on Hitler the man. Like this book cover, which reads, Mutter erzählt von Adolf Hitler. Mother, tell us stories of Adolf Hitler. Where he's adoring the children, look up at their mother, and there's this glowing image of Hitler in the background where she will tell them these idealized heroic stories of their Führer, and they will develop this kind of cult of personality surrounding him, and supported the focus of Gleichschaltung, bringing together the entire society. When it comes to Jews, one of the most problematic issues for early Nazi Germany was the question of who exactly is a Jew. Really understand Jewish so that we can properly put them in the outcome. Because Germany, for had been going through a process of greater and greater assimilation on the part of its Jewish population. Intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 in the interwar period, and there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy, who are in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. The names of great authors like Heine, thinkers like Sigmund Freud, Karl Marx, and on and on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses, as really leading the culture. Many war heroes who had earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish or partly Jewish origin. And so Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated anti-Jewish laws.
Welcome.
Which identified once and for all what Nazis were by Jews and Germans.
Kicking ass, taking names, how you living, pimp? Cool, man, is it fun?
Anyone with 4 basically what we consider minor.
Baller.
And then you have these middle categories, so-called Michelin. The Michelin of the Erste Grade, the first degree Michelin parents, or a Michelin of the second degree, or diluted and one Jewish brand. In the end, this had a lot to say about the priority of sending people to the gas chambers, and ultimately even Michelin getting the second degree were sent against Jews. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it's a grandmother or a grandfather, maternal or paternal descent. That does have a role in the way Jews define themselves. It does not have a role in the way it passes. It is entirely racial in this regard. So, with the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified as persecuted. The whole series of laws called the laws of German blood and honor were put in place that specifically banned Jews from a whole variety of activations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews were not allowed to flag, some issues related to Restream, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants below the age of 40, things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the civil service exclusions, that Jews were no longer allowed to have any kind of job that was associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. What you see in this particular piece of really twisted propaganda, bizarre 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, Elvira Bauer, who made a name for herself creating children's propaganda for the Nazis. This is the cover of the book describes sort of a German proverb where you should never trust a fox in a green field or a Jew on his oath. They're definitely going to lie. And in this sort of depicts in a historical way what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are driven out. You'll see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde Aryan children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with their less than pure complexions and their curly hair, and that includes not only the children who are driven out from the schools, but also the teacher who was driven out as well. We're celebrating the Aryanization of their school as part of the consequences of the Nuremberg. Also added to this, by the way, was the laws of Aryanization per se, which meant that Jews could not own majority stock in their own businesses. They had to take on a non-Jewish partner and give that non-Jewish partner 51% control of their business. Typically, this would mean that shop owners would hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store, and a whole bunch of other economically discriminatory practices. Here's another page, by the way, from Elvira Bauer's book, which is one of several that were published this time, that contrasts the stereotypical Aryan working man on the left, bare-chested and muscular and upright, tall, and so on. And on the left, and on the right is the typical Jew, a city dweller, involved in commerce, overweight, smoking, ugly, so on. This is the kind of mindset that those who are outgroup, those who are and people living there. Rostschland was of particular concern. This means literally race shame. Hitler himself had another bizarre fixation on this idea. Of course, everything that Hitler thought, because of his cult of personality, really percolated down throughout the Nazi hierarchy and to German society as a whole. Rostschland specifically refers to relationships that involve a male and a female partner. And there's a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on trying to root out mixed marriages and so on. Typically employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see public humiliations of mixed couples, Aryan and Jewish couples. The woman is wearing a sign. She refers to herself as a pig because she lays down with Jews. On the right, the Jewish man is also saying that he takes German women into his room. Here's another example of a German woman, an Aryan woman, who is wearing this placard accusing her of having relationships with Jews. And you see, I think what's most terrifying about this is having the civilians surrounded by not only brown shirts themselves, but even as you can see the woman on the right here, smiling civilians who clearly enjoying the public humiliation of this individual. It's terrifying to just put yourself into the mindset of what else you might to accuse the relationship. And after the Nuremberg laws, there are a whole series of small and large persecutions. Park benches marked only for Arabs. There are signs that saying Jews are unwelcome here. Jews are unasked for guests. And Jews are not welcome in this town. These kinds of symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period, right up until the 1960s. Fountains, water fountains were covered restrictions on buses where people sit. These kinds of things. Obvious signage that specifically indicated that Jews were ugly. Must have been during the 1930s, it's not surprising there was a significant number of German Jews who chose to flee the country. If we look at the period between 1933 and 1937, before Kristallnacht, 130,000 Jews fled Germany, more than a quarter of the Jews are Germans. The real challenge, however, was not that they should flee, but where could they flee to? Most countries severely restricted their immigration policies. This would only increase the severe constriction of the conduits for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that later on in this course, but nevertheless, Jews had to have an exit visa to get anywhere. So you have to pile on the natural inertia that makes it difficult for a person to leave his or her hometown, all of their connections, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk on going to some far-off country. But you add to that the fact that those countries are not willing to have them, to take them in.
Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the
sadly, many of them fled to closer regions in Europe, including Orange County. That's how we're going to put this up.
Thank you for your attention on this
Kristallnacht.
This large gold cat. I'm Mark Rothschild, GFI 24 Hours. Governor Newsom spoke in Little Tokyo about why he believes California needs new congressional maps that favor Democrats. He says if Texas plans to send more Republicans to Congress through gerrymandering, California would do the same for Democrats.
Today is Liberation Day in the state of California. The senators say
by the end of the 1940s, it was very clear that
President Trump called on Texas to redraw its map so Republicans can keep their lead in the U.S. House. Democratic state lawmakers in Texas have prevented the state legislature from voting on the issue by leaving the state. An LA City Councilman's court appearance on corruption charges have been pushed back.
Moving through the late 1930s, we see that English is increasingly advancing greater and greater territorial demands on Congress. And in a policy that has been widely criticized ever since, the Allies generally give in to those who tantrum, and the Allies allow them to take some additional territory. It seems that nothing is ever enough. Three areas in particular are important for our purposes. First of all, there was the militarization of the Rhine. This was a region that was, after World War I, declared a military-free zone for Nazi Germany, and it was defined that area which was much more symbolic than anything else, but it was an assertion of Nazi power. And secondly, a very important context, this refers to the joining of Austria to Germany. We should note that Austria and Germany are very related cultures. Austria, although they're separate countries, Austria of course speaks the German language, and with Hitler's greater successes throughout the 1930s, Many Austrians felt that they should hitch their wagon to Hitler's, and in fact this was achieved through this Anschluss brigade. If you ever see the sounds of music, that's a very close demonstration of the period of Anschluss. And then finally, prelude to war itself, the capture of the Sudetenland. This is a mountainous region surrounding the edge of Czechoslovakia. There are a lot of ethnic Germans living there, and Hitler claims that they want to unite the German problem. He essentially demanded that Czechoslovakia surrender these territories, and the Allies simply could not back up Czechoslovakia and retain their territory. In particular, there's an infinite moments in 20th century history, diplomatic history, when Neville Chamberlain of England goes to Munich to discuss the situation with Hitler, and he returns, and when he lands on Almack's back England, there's a crowd of people around him. He watches this speech on YouTube where he proudly portrays this letter that Hitler signed that agrees that he will not advance on any other country against the state of Czechoslovakia. And Chamberlain famously proclaims that he had achieved peace in our times. This was, of course, famous last words because Hitler would soon go on to attack Poland. The attack on Poland could not happen without an agreement in advance with Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union. Let us recall, as we can see in the line here, that Germany is located in the center of Europe. And one of the great military risks for Germany is that it cannot fight at two-front war. That is, it cannot easily engage with forces to its west and to its east simultaneously, at least not for very long. The logistics of the supply chains, of moving reinforcements back and forth, of maintaining two very distinct fronts simultaneously, simply too much for Germany. And so what Hitler resolved to do was to first pacify his eastern front through a treaty with Joseph Stalin. Once that treaty was fully engaged, then he would turn his attention to the west and he would invade France. That's exactly what he did. In a secret pact that was signed by the foreign ministers of both countries, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Soviet National Non-Aggression Pact, I basically said that Germany and the Soviet Union promised not to attack each other in case of the eruption of hostilities in Russia. Now, Hitler would later go on to double-cross Stalin and would attack the Soviet Union once he had pacified the West. This is in 1941, 2 years after the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed. But for the time being, the region was safe for Hitler because Stalin accepted the treaty. Now, what was in it for Stalin to accept this treaty? Basically, Hitler put Poland and the Balkans on the table. If you look closely at this map, you'll see that Germany and USSR were separated by several countries, notably Poland here in yellow, and then Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, the so-called Baltic countries. Now, all of these regions were actually part of the Russian Empire before 1917, when the Russian Empire collapsed in two revolutions, one immediately after the other, resulting in the union of Soviet Socialist republics to the east, and these four new countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, being created in their way. Other countries were also created. We talked about that in a couple of countries ago. And so the Soviets wanted back at least some of that territory. Hitler made a deal that if Stalin would agree to a non-aggression pact, then Germany would invade from the west, and the Soviet Union would invade from the east, and then simply claim their territories. In fact, that is exactly what they did. Shortly after this secret pact was signed, of course it leaked out and I know all about it, this is what the map looked like. You can see that Germany on the left acquires this large kind of brownish area, which are labeled here as German annexations. There's going to be a little bit more complication to this, we'll see in one more map in a second. But the bright green, kind of fluorescent green area was acquired by the Soviet away from them. They did establish a puppet regime. So the Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania, but they were clearly dominated by Moscow. Similarly, Poland was divided in half, with the western region belonging to Germany and the eastern region belonging to the Soviet Union. We'll have a lot to say about the Jews living in these territories over the next many lectures. To look at this in just a little bit more detail, however, this map here is a little bit simplified. Here's one that shows that there was some adjustments to the map over the course of 1940. This had very major implications for the so, for example, in Lithuania, this is especially relevant for institutions like the PhD. So if you have a look on the left, you see what the border looked like in 1939. You see the red region the Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Soviet Socialist republics, and then taken over were the regions of eastern Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland. But then after some negotiations, you can see on the right, these boundaries were adjusted ever so slightly after 1940. So what this means is that the region that was most heavily populated by Jews, Poland, which had over 3 million Jews, and also very large populations in Lithuania, somewhat less in Latvia, very few in Estonia, were taken into two distinct geopolitical spheres during the years 1939 and 1941. More specifically, September 1939, with the invasion of Poland, to June of 1941, with something called Operation Barbarossa, with the return across Soviet. But that means that for the next 2 years, Jews in this region had one of two very different realities of experience. There were those Jews who found themselves in German orbit, and we'll speak about those shortly. And then there were those Jews who found themselves in the Soviet orbit, and that's what we're going to address in the next class, which will look at specifically what happened to those Jews who found themselves citizens of Soviet republics in 1939.
Now available on Amazon, that's Mars Mission 1 Surviving the Kessler. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1 Surviving the Kessler.
The establishment of the ghettos is one of the most horrific aspects of the Holocaust, and we'll spend a couple of lectures speaking about some of the aspects of life and death in these incredibly difficult circumstances. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September 1939. You recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of the Nazis, the Blitzkrieg. Here you see the goose-stepping soldiers making their way into Warsaw. And it's important to note that although they convey this image of being extremely disciplined and ordered and full of purpose and intention, it's clear that the Nazis were not entirely sure what they were supposed to do about the Jews living in Poland. There was very little clear, unequivocal guidance about how the Jews were supposed to live and what the Nazis were supposed to do with them immediately upon their arrival in Poland. And in fact, there is ample evidence of internal squabbling among various organizations within the Nazi Empire as to whether or not more Jews should be moved into Poland from other regions. But one of the features of the Jewish experience in this early period that was abundantly clear was that the Nazis certainly did not mean them anything but ill will. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the early months of the invasion in the fall of 1939 was the singling out and abuse of Jews, especially those who are obviously Jewish, for public use. We have a distinct photographic record of this. Here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht who are publicly humiliating a Jew by forcing him to wear his prayer shawl and a mutilated pair of tefillin and phylacteries while they laugh and jeer in the background. Orthodox Jews with beards were especially targeted, and their forelocks, the tails, were brutally cut off, and the ears were cut off, sometimes half cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of even children being attacked and having their tails set on fire, having to run around screaming, trying to put out the flames. One of the reasons why we have such a distinct and rich photographic record of this period is because the Nazis themselves took these as photographs and sent them back home to their girlfriends and wives and so on to show them just what a heroic achievement they were accomplishing occupying Poland. But within short order, the Nazis did at least apply some geographic designations to Poland. These are important for our purposes. The most significant change to Poland, you see in this map here, pre-war Poland is delineated by the blue border, was the establishment of a region called the General Government, or often rendered in French as the General Gouvernement. You can see here in this map, it's actually Polish, but you get the idea, with the outside of the whole Poland being blue, the two green areas were part of the General Gouvernement. The red border indicates the Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in a previous lecture. That was, of course, run over by the Nazis in June of 1941. And the General Gouvernement, shown in green, was expanded to include the Galicia district, which would have been part of Western Ukraine. Now, what exactly was intended for this region is something that the Nazis themselves debated and argued over. It's clear that the regions to the west, that is to the left of the General Gouvernement, were to be annexed to Germany, and Jews in these regions were pushed out into the general government. And later we will see Jews deported to the general government from regions in occupied Europe as well. But the local leaders of the general government were complaining, saying, wait, we can't have any more Jews. Why are you sending all these Jews here? And the Nazis did not make a clear policy until quite a bit later into the war. Here you can see in this important map the evolution of the main ghettos that housed Jews during this period. The yellow stars are the ghettos that were established shortly after the advance into Poland. The white stars to the east were established after the Nazis had advanced into the Soviet Union after Operation Barbarossa, and the black stars to the south are especially significant for Hungarian Jewry because that has to do with the overthrow of the Nazi Allied government. For an openly Nazi government, we'll have to speak about that later on in this course. There were many other ghettos not shown on this map as well. And one last thing that's very important, when you compare the General Gouvernement with the associated ghettos and the establishment of the 6 major death camps, which are shown here, Auschwitz, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Auschwitz. You can see that they are all either in the General Gouvernement or in very close proximity to it. And that becomes very significant because it ultimately the residents of the ghettos, the Jews there, will be forced to be deported to these 6 death camps. Just think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos in these very large, old cities, which had Jewish populations that stretched back in some cases 800, 900 years. Jews often are associated with urban locations, and they tend to live in the downtown commercial districts because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have Jews embedded right into the downtown sections of these very important cities. Have a look at the map of Warsaw here, which shows the ghetto boundaries. The Nazis took months, actually a full year, to determine the actual boundaries of the ghetto, primarily because a lot of local authorities objected to having important things within the ghetto. Cathedrals, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And so by the time they finally decided where the boundaries would be and then shrunk them several times, you can see on the right, the red hashing is where the boundaries were shrunk. Not that there were any less people. In fact, many of these larger ghettos like Warsaw had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was in the tiny villages throughout Eastern Europe. They were further crowded into this much smaller area. The yellow boundaries show the areas which were added, very minor additions to the ghetto boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is crazy. There are major section streets that are off limits to Jews, and so if a Jew wanted to walk from one of these corners to an address on the other side of the boundary, they have to go all the way around in order to make that distance. There were, in some ghettos, places that were bisected by trolley lines, so that public transportation could go through the ghetto, even though Jews could not get on those trains themselves. And it was really quite a difficult thing for the Nazis to actually establish the ghetto boundaries over the objection on the locals. And when those boundaries were established, in some cases they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Warsaw, and the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the Jewish population. You can see at least one of the workers there is displaying the armband that was required of Jews, even though they would be housed within the ghetto itself. However, most ghettos actually did not have physical walls that bounded the entire society. Most of them were completely open, but they were guarded, as it were, by the large number of non-Jews outside of the ghetto who would readily turn over Jews who were trying to fade into the population background outside the ghetto walls. These were the so-called schmaltzoki, or greasy ones, as ghetto jargon had it. And so Jews were actually hemmed in quite often, not by physical boundaries, but by social ones, which were very real. Many Jews, however, did manage to survive outside the ghetto, using the ghetto parlance by going underground, that is, appearing to be non-Jewish, and to simply fade into the urban background, sometimes adopted by non-Jewish families that are friendly and so on. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So most of the ghettos were actually open, only a minority of them were actually physically closed by walls. Speaking to what the Nazis meant by the ghettos, very significant, because again, in the absence of clear direction, local authorities were given tremendous latitude in determining how they wanted to implement what they thought was the reason for the ghetto. And there were two basic approaches that were adopted by the municipal leadership and ultimately by the Jews who lived within those ghettos. On the one hand, some ghettos were so-called productionist ghettos, like Łódź is a very important example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are being corralled into a very concentrated area. What's the point? Why should we be doing this, thought the Nazis? And in these productionist cities, they said, well, it must be to use the Jews for slave labor. And in fact, that's what happened in Łódź, where massive factories were created, primarily in textiles, which was a region that the city was known for, and in fact, the Jewish population was heavily associated with. And so getting a work permit was thought of as a way to live. And the Jewish population competed for these highly desired work permits, thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense to the ghetto existence. And if they could only keep their heads down and cooperate with the authorities and maintain their jobs and maintain their productivity, then they would be allowed to live. They were sadly disappointed, as we shall see. On the other side of the coin were the so-called attritionist ghettos. Warsaw was perhaps the most significant of these, where it seemed that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply wear the Jewish people out, to have them die off starvation, through disease, and simply keep them in one area so the death is contained to that ghetto. And in fact, the policies of the Warsaw Ghetto overwhelmingly pointed in this direction. For example, the daily rations of 40 Jews in the ghetto was more than 150 calories a day. And bear in mind that an adult male is considered to need at least 2,000 calories to be healthy, 150 calories ridiculously survivable. And so a whole culture built around Jews trying to find ways to smuggle in additional food to be able to keep themselves alive. In fact, one of the most my memory of Daniel Ringelblum's fantastic treatment of the Warsaw Ghetto was the statement that if a statue were to be raised to the heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, it would not be of the resistance, which we'll talk about in a later video, but it would be for the children left to the smugglers to bring food to the ghetto from outside. But had an end date, and that was the spring and summer of 1942. This major death camps that we looked at earlier, the Nazis began to population to the buildings. Jews would be gathered, shot, deported. You can see them after this photograph from Warsaw. Men on the left, right, and then they boarded onto these cattle trains, which would take them to their ultimate.
On your beliefs, you know, I'm on coast to coast.
Speak a little bit about the
Radio
internal culture
shows where we've got a lot of people with open minds who believe in a lot. And, you know, if you believe that afterlife, or maybe we get another rodeo opportunity to come back.
Let us continue our discussion of the ghetto by looking at actions that were active there, specifically something called the Yidrat, also known as the Jewish Council, usually the Jewish leadership of the ghetto and other aspects of society. One of the most observations about the Yidrat was made by the philosopher Hannah Arendt, shown here. She's most famous for writing called The Origins of Totalitarianism, which apologizes her experience with the Second World War back to the 20th century political movements that resulted in Soviet Russia. The first part of this book actually focuses on anti-Semitism. I also have to come across this quote that we have to look at for a second because it's so relevant to the 2020s as we're speaking today. She writes, the ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not the convinced Nazi or the dedicated communist. A people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction, true and false, no longer exists. This is an incredibly relevant observation that holds very true for our times. But we're going to focus on the middle of the 20th century rather than looking at the beginning of the 21st. The reason why Hannah Arendt is so important for us is because of a report to discuss, of course, figure hierarchy. He was one constructed by which the Jews of Europe were destroyed by the Israeli Mossad that would inspire to Israel understood period in a glass bulletproof box where he would testify. Hannah Arendt was sent there to observe the trial. She wrote this remarkable book, especially in the machinations of a dialogue personality, such as Adolf Hitler.
I tried.
Words ultimately
I really
what is banal, what is day to day. That is this kind of like whatever to evolve things that makes it possible full of self-awareness.
I'm not
the organizers of the to look at detailed so the Nazis were able to make many Jews complicit in their own destruction. Whether it was social level that Jews decided to try to keep their heads down and hopefully it would all blow over, or through the active recruitment of collaborators such as elements of the camps with the capos, or in a more complex situation. So let's look at the Ukraine and understand how evil can be banal and how the Nazis were able to leverage the Jews themselves. So typically, the Nazis would come into a city and they would take over the local Jewish leadership. Jews have been led by the so-called Kehila authorities. This is a kind of a Jewish self-governmental, not quite municipal level organization, but it's something that dates really back to the late antiquity and was especially well developed in the medieval period, where Jews took care of their own affairs. They tended to tax themselves, necessarily without having state power to enforce those taxes, and they tended to organize a whole range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor brides, and school relief in general, and all kinds of things. So the Kehila leadership, which we see in contemporary terms really as the federation in America, where the United Jewish Federation, where New York will have a federation that is made up of Jewish leaders who are collecting voluntary contributions from the Jewish community and organizing poor relief of Holocaust survivors and sending kids to Israel for birthright experience or things like that. So we had this for thousands of years in Europe, and the Nazis would come into these towns and they would go to the leadership of the Kehila or the Gemeinde in Germany, and they would say, all right, we want you to establish this ghetto here. These are the things we want from the Jewish community, and who will work with us? Typically, in most of the local Jewish populations, the Kehila leadership, the established leadership, would decline, and they would be killed on the spot. The Nazis would then say, okay, who is second in charge? And the second charge might also refuse to be killed, but there would come a point where somewhere down the line, we would have someone in the Kehila leadership who would say, I will help out. And it's not that they're necessarily seeking to aggrandize themselves. They are certainly seeking not to be killed by the Nazis, but many of them felt that, well, there's no point in resisting because they're going to shoot us, so let us see if we can establish a modus vivendi, and maybe, thought some of these early Kehila leaders, these early Yugoslav leaders, maybe we can stave off the worst of the Nazi excesses. We can throw scraps to the hungry lion, and hopefully he will leave us alone. Two figures are especially important for our purpose. Adolf Chernyakhov, so here he was the head of the Yugoslav in Warsaw, who we happen to have his detailed daily journal, which records mind-numbing repetition, the weather that day, the temperature, and reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his missing son and his daily interactions with the Nazis. And we see from his own perspective how the Nazis would increasingly ratchet up their demands on the Jewish community. And when it became obvious that all the Jews of Warsaw were going to be deported to Treblinka for certain death, Chernyakhov elected to commit suicide by swallowing cyanide. But we have the record of his interaction with Nazis, which sheds tremendous light on how people function. On the other hand, you have Chaim Rakovsky in the city of Łódź, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually lorded over the Jews. He was called King Chaim by many. He had money printed with his own picture on it. A lot of strange kind of things like this that indicates that the Judenrat leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessarily drawn from the legitimate leadership of the Jewish community, but rather in some cases from some of the worst elements of the Jewish community. There is a huge amount of variation among the ghettos, but Chernyakov and Yukovsky show us two kind of polar opposites of responsible and irresponsible leadership of the Jewish community. The Judenrat was essentially the leadership arm of the Nazis. It was up to the Judenrat to impose the Nazi will on the Jewish population, which they did with, for example, the Jewish police, which is certainly the most hated of the organizational units of the Judenrat. The Jewish police would often be tricked out with small uniform devices like a hat and boots, belt, and of course the requisite armband, and would sometimes also be armed with batons. They were in charge of enforcing the demands of the Judenrat, which were coming from the Nazis. Everything from confiscations of radios, of furs, to the guarding of borders of the ghetto, and ultimately ensuring that all the Jews were put for deportations to the gas chambers. The ghetto police, followed by the Judenrat officers themselves, would be on the last trains heading out of the ghettos to their destruction. But nevertheless, they were active participants. Again, trying to save themselves, trying to save their families, but nevertheless, doing so by betraying the rest of the Jewish community. This is precisely where Hannah Arendt's observation of the difficulty of assessing these individuals as being diabolically evil on the one hand, and these people being totally innocent on the other. There was a spectrum of collaboration and bystanding that we must consider when we try to assess guilt for war crimes. The predominant experience of existence of the ghetto was not one of life, but one of death. As we discussed briefly in the previous lecture, starvation was rampant, typhus was rampant, disease, abuse was something that was endemic to the ghetto. There were so many heartbreaking photographs of people, children, literally expiring in the street from exhaustion and malnutrition. But we should also understand that a lot of other things are happening in the ghetto as well. Much of the data for the realities of ghetto life were preserved in tremendous detail by people like Emmanuel Ringelblum, who created the underground archive called Homin Shabbos, in which he assembled all of these ensembles or collectors of ghetto inhabitants to go out and record what was going on in the ghetto. You know, for example, that Warsaw actually had a functioning medical school, that they had a lending library, that they had a free theater, they had all kinds of things, organizations that Jews simply refused to completely give themselves up and to abandon hope. There was also a dark side to ghetto life. There was a lot of illegal currency running through the ghetto, primarily funded by smugglers. They had a nightlife,
I let my gameplay do the talking. Respawn my razor. Get lost in the game.
These are human societies filled with a tremendous breadth of human experiences and attitudes and postures. We see everything happening in microcosm during the years of Nazi occupation. It's important to look at resistance here, although I'd like to come back to it later and discuss it in greater detail. The Warsaw Ghetto had one of the most remarkable acts of resistance that occurred in the spring of 1943. If you're paying attention, you'll note that that date is somewhat strange. Spring of 1943.
Things are like here.
Majority of the population in fact, that is the reality for reasons that I'd like to explore later. It was a tremendously heroic, largely symbolic effort by the Jews, and actually made a strong impact on other populations who were struggling with the Nazis as well.
Things are like cameras.
For the most part, the resistance in the ghetto was not a common reality.
I let my gameplay do the talking. Respawn my razor. Get lost in the game.
Anyone had a revolver fired at Nazi soldiers passing through the ghetto, Nazis would immediately
It's late and I want to play an RPG. Please no backs. No backs. An RPG.
Resistance in the ghetto was a much smaller affair.
Were you
In some of
playing?
the ghettos, there was an active organized resistance.
Yes.
We will come back to it later when we
It's
focus
like
on
the,
resistance in particular.
It's one of the island chains, and basically, we joke here in Hawaii that Vegas is one of
That we
theirs.
see with figures
Pork
like
chops!
Columbus Commons
Oh.
Imperial, also known as the Ace
We do.
Codex, which was the title given to
Oh
his
no, the rat. It wasn't just type rat. It's just rat now. Hey, Pork chops, next to 100 bits. Big shout out, Jay, by the way. Go follow Jay.
Absolutely phenomenal
He's big.
spiritual heroism as the rabbi strove week after week to counsel the believers constituents and to persuade them to remain strong in the face of such an overwhelming onslaught that the Nazis represented. And these are topics which deserve a lot more attention, but this is a very brief update. Thank you very much for that.
I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night. My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was driving.
One of the phenomena that is so prominent in the study of the Einsatzgruppen massacres is the fact that it took so little for the Nazis to affect obedience in their populations, both their military populations and also civilian populations, and as we will continue to see, among Jews as well. And it's remarkable that such a small number of people with the right kind of messaging and propaganda could leverage their size to have such a deleterious impact on a broader population. And we'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. But one of the most insightful glimpses we get into how this works on a psychological level is the infamous Milgram experiment. Maybe I should say famous, but famous for discovering something very negative about humanity. The Milgram experiment is actually the subject of several video documentaries, and I strongly urge you to actually go and watch them. It's definitely worthwhile watching Stanley Milgram's own account of his experiment, which is published under the title Obedience. But for the sake of brevity and of an introduction, I want to take a couple minutes and just explain what the Milgram experiment was and what it teaches us about the Holocaust. Stanley Milgram was a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment which would probably face a lot of challenges from institutional review boards today, but he was especially interested in trying to understand precisely our question: how did the Nazis manage to control such large populations? And so he created this experiment in which he wanted to see what it would take for a total stranger to be obedient enough to kill another human being. And let me explain exactly how he set up this brilliant experiment. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors and were not who they claimed to be. The first was a doctor, someone who had the trappings of authority, like a white coat, and often, body posture standing as opposed to sitting, and different kinds of things to generally convey authority. But these were all kind of like external trappings of authority. There were nothing really, demonstrated with credentials and so on. It just kind of gave off the aura of authority. Then he hired another person who would play a learner. And this was an actor who would pretend to be another subject off the street, such that the real subject, who was assigned the role of teacher, would think that the other person was similarly just off the street like he was. The subject was told by the doctor that they were going to conduct an experiment in learning, where one person would be randomly chosen to be the teacher, the other would be randomly chosen to be the learner, and they would go through an experiment to see what effect, for example, a small electric shock would have on the ability to retain memory of a list of words. The assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was, of course, fixed, and the subject off the street was always given the role of teacher. And now, basically, what would happen is the teacher would be shown a device that looked like this, that had a whole series of switches, and under each of the switches was a label from mild to strong to extreme to danger XXX. And this was a machine that would deliver a small electric shock, and in fact, they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street, and let him sample a very, very light electric shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, the person who thinks he is working with another subject, into another room where they would hook up the learner, who is, of course, an actor. And so all along, the subject who thinks he's being a teacher thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed in a different room where the teacher would hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the actor, but they weren't actually live responses, they were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were live. And then this was conducted through a microphone, but later he would even be hearing them through the wall as he would be screaming. So what would happen is the subject, who thinks he's a teacher, would read a series of words, and then he would go back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word in that pair. Every time the learner got it wrong, the teacher was supposed to deliver an increasingly large electric shock. The learner would object as they went through this ritual, and the learner would say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out, let me out. And then towards the end of the experiment, the learner would simply go silent, as if it would sound like he had a heart attack or something. And the point of the experiment was that we wanted to see how long it would take before the subject, again, was a total stranger off the street, doesn't realize that it's all a setup, doesn't realize that there are no electric shocks being delivered. We wanted to see how much an electric shock the subject would give before he gave up and said, I refuse to essentially kill another human being. Every time the subject would turn over to the doctor who was sitting in the room with him and say, I think something's wrong, I think we should stop, the doctor would have a series of responses like, the experiment requires you to continue, I take responsibility, the experiment must go on, all kinds of different things like that. And the subject would be persuaded with these simple statements, nothing more serious like, the experiment will be ruined if you don't continue. And we want to see, will the subject go through with it and deliver that deadly shock? The results are terrifying. 65% of the subjects would deliver fatal shocks, meaning they would show distress, they would turn to the doctor saying, hey, I don't think we should do this anymore, but with the lightest of prodding, they would go back to the past. 65%, 2/3 of people off the street in the early 1960s in New Haven, Connecticut, Americans were totally willing to kill these strangers. Terrifying result. It was a phenomenal application. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had asked a lot of experts in advance what percentage they thought would actually go through with it. And experts said, oh, maybe a fraction of 1%, but not 2/3. So we tried many different variations. The experiment has been repeated in different countries, and it always comes back to that number. Around 2/3 of people are willing to do this. Now, you could get some variations. For example, if it was done, not on a campus of a college, which looks very respectable and, well-to-do, but if you did it, for example, in some strip mall or something like that, where it looked kind of sketchy, okay, then the results went down a little bit. Also, results went down the more you separated the victim from or more you separated the learner from the teacher. So, for example, where the teacher was required to physically put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock, then the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, the base number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is about 2/3 of people are willing to for that electric shock. So again, I strongly recommend you go and watch it yourself because it is unbelievable. And it's worth seeing the faces of people as they deal with the moral conundrum. Should I deliver this electric shock for an experiment, the purpose of which is not especially important to me? And 2/3 of people will do it. The implications for the Holocaust are huge because we see that the Nazis were able to simply say, the country is depending on you. You must do your duty as a German. You must follow through with this experiment. Look, everyone else is doing it. And this breeds compliance of population. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually impose the violence, meaning if you weren't actually the person watching the people being gassed in the chambers, if you were rather someone who drew up the train schedules or someone who simply set up the distribution of stolen property, if your particular role in it was very far away from the actual moment of the violence, compliance goes way up. Even though you know intellectually that something very bad is happening, it's easier to go along. These are terrifying results, which help us understand the psychological and sociological underpinnings of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for watching.
And they're both profoundly powerful. And I really invite everyone listening to zoom out from the myopia of our lives and really consider that you are this radiant being born who will die like the billions and billions of people that have come before you, and that we are all one in this humanity with this beautiful gift that we have of living and dying and everything in between.
The idea of the death camps is something so incredibly monstrous that we should spend a little bit of time thinking about the intellectual origins of the idea within the context of the Holocaust. And I want to say two things by way of introduction. First off, we should be aware that there were really two different kinds of camps. Towards the end of the war, the distinction between them was blurred, but in the middle of the war, there's a very clear, bright line that separates the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and the Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. They literally make into nothing camps. I've translated that as the death camps because these were camps which were not designed to hold prisoners, to hold, enemies of the state or perceived enemies of the state, antisocial criminals, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps which were designed exclusively or almost exclusively for the purpose of death, in order to take in living beings and squeeze every last resource out of them, whether it be a certain amount of slave labor or simply the natural resources of their hair or their gold teeth or their prostheses or their glasses, and then simply kill them. We'll look in a future video at the actual operation of the camps, but we're going to look now at the origin of the idea. The second thing that's important for us to remember is that the timing of the death camps is very clearly related to Operation Barbarossa. As Barbarossa progressed, we begin to see the idea of the death camp coming to fruition. Some historians have argued that the conception of the death camp really came about because Barbarossa succeeded beyond Hitler's imagination, that he had penetrated the Soviet defenses so easily and was able to murder so many hundreds of thousands of Jews and others with machine gun fire of the Einsatzgruppen, that he said, as it were, well, what's stopping us from doing this more efficiently? Other arguments are that no, in fact, towards the winter, when we begin to see the death camps really getting into an experimental mode, with the winter and the slowing down of Nazi troops, there began to kind of like emerge in Hitler's mind the germ of the idea that perhaps they would not survive the war as a whole, and that ultimately their defeat some years down the road was betrayed by the Russian winter. And so Hitler thought, as it were, if I can't win the war against the East, then at least let me win my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both of them. But let's look now at the idea of the death camps per se. As we mentioned in the second lecture of this series, the intellectual origin of the death camps was the notorious T4 program, named after an address, Tiergartenstrasse, that housed something called the Charitable Foundation for Cure and Institutional Care. And this is such a cynical type of euphemism, typical of the Nazi vocabulary. Really what this was all about was a Nazi plan to rid the German people of any other population that had any mental or physical deformities. As you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, Leben ohne Hoffnung, life without hope. And the Nazis essentially relegated all kinds of people with mental illnesses, with physical disabilities, with Down syndrome, and other types of disabilities as being life without hope, or, as they said it in a different context, life unworthy of life. Horrific, even to repeat it, it makes me feel ill. But this plan was to take these people, children and then later adults, and to murder them. The plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church. The word began to leak out that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not necessarily Jews at all, but people with physical and mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized, systemized, bureaucratized murder. And they used gas, first carbon monoxide, as their weapon of choice. Here's another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda post that describes a mentally ill person and how much it would cost to maintain his life in Germany. As if to say that these people who have life without hope, these people who are going through a life that is unworthy of life, look how much it costs society. We should not be paying this amount of money. They are not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T4 methodology applied to Jews in two major areas. The first is an important conference that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee in this building, where Hitler's top officials gathered together a circle of men to decide how to put in place the so-called Endlösung, or the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as data for their plans, but this is actually the first clear and unequivocal indication that the Nazis planned to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and who was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in January of 1942, he kept very meticulous notes that were later typed up. And as you can see here, this is one of the most chilling documents of the Holocaust. It's just a column of numbers, but what it represents is the estimate of the number of Jews that would have to be killed in order to achieve the goals of the Endlösung. And just the fact that the Nazis went about this with this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the decimal points in a row, it's a terrifying look into what the Holocaust was really about. Here you can see the regions that were within the Nazi military framework. You can see the General Gouvernement prominently noted there with 2.2 million Jews, but also in this section, many countries that were not directly under Nazi control, or in fact not even under Nazi control at all. England top of the list with 330,000 Jews, and look down the list a little bit, about 8 numbers, you have tiny Albania. So the Nazis were actually going to cut down 200 Jews in tiny Albania in order to fulfill their quota of the Endlösung. An absolutely chilling document that indicates the lengths to which the Nazis would go in order to fulfill their objectives. As I mentioned, the people who got together at Wannsee were not operating in a vacuum. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people, first under the T4 program, and then increasingly groups of Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe, where they would essentially pile Jews into a van and close the back doors and reroute the exhaust into the cabin of the van, and then simply run it for several miles until finally the Jews would die of asphyxiation. So they began to think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way of killing large numbers of Jews. One of the first places where they put this into effect is in a small village in Poland called Chelmno. And Chelmno began its operation in December of 1941. By the time the Nazi Endlösung was under full sway, there would be 6 similar camps that were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, they would be deporting Jews to Chelmno, unlike the Einsatzgruppen where the murderers came to the local populations. Here they would be taking the Jews who were largely collected in ghettos and deporting them to another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph I found on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website showing a young child being separated from his family, and the family is saying goodbye to him, most likely never to see him again. And they would meet their end, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more about this in the next video and look at the actual mechanism of death in the death camps. Thank you very much for watching.
Actor Sylvester Stallone among this year's Kennedy Center honorees. President Trump announced the group set to receive this year's honors, who also include English actor Michael Crawford and disco singer Gloria Gaynor. This is the first group of honorees to be named since Trump took over the Kennedy Center as chairman. Trump also announced he'll host this year's ceremony. Dolly Parton sharing her reaction to the loss of...
We now come to the very nadir of
the singer said that she has yet to have a chance to reach out to Clarkson, but she's
the Holocaust, the death camps, which, as we mentioned earlier, is a translation of the term Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal, and people died in them, but primarily of abuse, such as malnutrition and overwork. In the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply brought to these factories in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their glasses, their prosthetic limbs, their gold teeth, and ultimately even their hair and their life. That's what makes the death camp so distinct in the history of human warfare, is that this is really the first time that a modern state uses its bureaucratic might and its modern industrial technology in order to effect the cause of destruction, of death of human life. Something truly incomprehensible, and unfortunately it has set a precedent which is likely to reverberate throughout human history for the rest of time. This map indicates the major shift in priority of the Nazis from mobile killing squads, as we saw in the Einsatzgruppen, which brought the murder to the Jews and other populations, with the establishment of death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner from the spring of 1942 on. The victims were brought to the death camps rather than the other way around. As you can see, there are 6 camps which are specifically identified as death camps. Several other camps would later be retrofitted to absorb the kind of functions of the death camps, including, for example, Dachau and Mauthausen, which we'll see shortly. The major differences in structure are the location of nearby facilities for transport, like railway lines, the creation of gas chambers, and crematoria for ridding the Nazis of the evidence of the bodies. But this map gives you an indication of how the death camps acted as a kind of a geographic black hole that would draw in the Jews through the Nazi rail lines to their deaths in Eastern Europe. The first stage in the process was so-called selection, where the Jews would be disembarked from cattle cars. Many corpses would be left behind on these frequently brutal, long train rides, in which sometimes they were so crowded that they could not even sit down properly, without any sanitation and very little ventilation or food or water. But the survivors would be disembarked and then would be processed in a line where they would have to pass by Nazi officers. They would either signal them to move to the left, which indicated that they would be processed immediately for death, or to the right, where they would be selected for other purposes such as slave labor or medical experimentation. On occasion, some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of decoy techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the Jews as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet an uncertain fate. And the Jews were largely compliant with this process. We will discuss in the next unit instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process went very well from a Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be disrobed. Their hair would be shorn. They would typically be given shifts or uniforms that would only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched through the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given towels and even soap to suggest that they were going for a regular shower or a delousing, when in reality they were going to their deaths. Their deaths would typically take place in a room which would later be filled with noxious gases of a pesticide known as Zyklon B. This is the interior of the gas chamber at Majdanek. In some places, the gas chambers were actually built underground. In other places, they were retrofitted into barns or other types of structures. And the most important thing from the point of view of the operation was that they could be easily vented after the Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then their bodies could be removed for the next processing. Here is a photograph also from Majdanek that shows the vent on the roof where the Zyklon B capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that the pellets would transform into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. The final destination would be the ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners called Sonderkommando or special commando squads. the prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to these crematoria, which would operate day and night to try and rid camp of the remains of the victims. This photograph is from Mauthausen. You can see that someone has lit memorial candles and openings of them. There are other insignia from Austria and so on. The crematoria were notoriously unreliable, constantly breaking down, and quite often the bodies simply had to be burned out in the yard, as we see here in a clandestine photograph from the period. As I mentioned earlier, not everyone was immediately selected for processing to death. A small percentage were set aside for slave labor. They were housed in barracks like these here in Mauthausen. The street, by the way, is paved partially with the ashes of the victims that are killed in the gas chambers and then burned in the crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances of overcrowding, lack of sanitation, even a subsistence diet, which is primarily liquid in nature and makes the prisoners prone to diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis were that the slave labor was, highly replaceable, and it was easier to simply maltreat them and use them up until they expired. In fact, the literature from the camps describes the slow and steady decline of the prisoners until they reached kind of like a walking zombie stage. With camp rhetoric referred to these people as Musulmana, which is literally translated from German Muslims. It's a derogatory term, but it's intended to refer to these Jews and other prisoners who have so lost their sense of self that they can no longer maintain the self-respect to even, comport themselves with normal conversation and so on. The Nazis actually tattooed numbers onto their arms, and it was forbidden to refer to another prisoner other than by their number. They literally dehumanized them, making them into commodities by giving them numbers. The great writer Primo Levi has written about this in a very moving manner. All told, the treatment of the slave laborers who were working in a variety of factories and satellite camps around the main camp has been described by the historian Clarence Desprez as an experimental assault. The Nazis actually pushed the camp prisoners back along the progress of human socialization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities. First their clothing, then their hair, then their names, and then even taking them through the childish stages to infancy, making it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being soiled by their own waste. And this literal experimental assault wreaked havoc on their self-identity, their self-esteem, and ultimately led to their abandonment of normal self-respect. We'll have more to say about this in the next unit on resistance. Prisoners were also clearly marked by their status in the camp. You can see towards the bottom of this chart, various types of Jewish designations were given to them, attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated Jew, but depending on the combination of colors, they could be there also as political prisoners, or as criminals, or as even Jehovah's Witnesses Jewish, or as homosexual Jews, the pink triangle. The designation of the reason why a person was imprisoned in the camps was extremely important to the social hierarchy there, because the Nazis would draw on the local population to police itself, promoting certain members of the camp, typically from the criminal population, to a higher level as so-called capos, and they would receive privileged access to food and rest, work duties, and so on. The scenes at the time of liberation give us a glimpse at how badly treated the slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring. And ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tended to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war, Hungarian Jewry in particular. You can see from the images of these young men how emaciated they are from the brutal treatment they've received as slave laborers. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical experimentation on human beings. Shown on the left here is a photograph of children who were each part of a pair of twins. The Nazis were especially interested in identifying twins because then they could experiment on one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. And so they engaged in all kinds of horrific experiments, removing lymph nodes and injecting chemicals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand in a very primitive and crude and cruel manner the efficacy of their eugenics theories to build a master race. One of the most notorious of the criminals in this area is the man pictured at center here, Josef Mengele of Auschwitz, who was especially fond of working with children to try and determine how he could best improve the Nazi master race by experimenting on them. The Nazis also engaged in a wide variety of experiments that were associated with the war effort. One of the issues they had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being shot down over the Baltic Sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented by dressing Jews in various suits and then immersing them in ice water for periods of time to see how they would survive the experience. Very cruel types of medical experimentation, which leaves open a major ethical question. What do we do with the meticulous records that have remained behind from these horrific and highly unethical experiments? We'll continue this series with a discussion of resistance to Nazism, both in the death camps and on a broader perspective as well. Thank you for watching.
Let's go to the phone. Start with Steve in Albany, New York.
I don't know how little Frank my bring your sister. Why you don't bring your sister to the NAF? I love her little badass. I be watching her videos when I'm in the bed.
Trying to pull up. She trying to get somebody for her music video.
Resistance is among the most difficult subjects to engage
in. Alright, fuck the Sherry guy. No. Man, y'all ban this nigga, bro. Ban this nigga, ban this nigga, ban this nigga. I'm sorry, fool. I'm chilling, brother. I love to hit the song right
Why did they not resist? And there is a temptation to read history backwards and to make really unfounded value judgments that do not take into account the kind of circumstances that would have led people to make the choices or failed to make the choices that they in fact did. On the other hand, we see some incredibly heroic moments of resistance. Phenomenal resistance is truly awe-inspiring, and there's another tendency as a result to give much more weight to those isolated incidents and to blow them out of proportion to the overall history that we're looking at. The elements of resistance in the Holocaust is actually really quite motivational and makes you feel good about humanity, especially after looking at the tremendously awful events of the Second World War. So we have to try to put it in context of how extensive was the resistance and to what degree did it actually happen. Unfortunately, the answer to those of those questions is not important. But let us try and reach the context of the historical perspective and look at how the resistance to the Nazis during the war. The first thing that is important to say is that the resistance was fairly widespread, remarkably so, especially when you compare the situation to other populations that have considerably more freedom, even in Eastern Europe during this period. And we find elements of resistance in the darkest these are the centers of the Holocaust. Uprisings in the concentration camps themselves, the study for it, that's what you
It's pinned in the chat. It's
However, looking at a map like this, it does give you a sense of the scope of resistance. It is somewhat misleading. There was definitely elements of phenomenal resistance. We see, for example, large numbers of young Jews joining partisans. We saw earlier that Jews would, for example, escape from the Einsatzgruppen murders and went off into the forest. They would link up with other groups of dispossessors, typically much younger, quite often affiliated with Soviet or pro-Soviet partisan groups. Sometimes, by the way, a very difficult issue of various groups active in the world. They may have mutually inconsistent national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power, and others who wanted to extend nationalist identity. For example, there were Ukrainian nationalist groups, there were Ukrainian Soviet groups, and they did not always band together to utilize their resources effectively.
That's what he told me. I need to start posting my shit. Is it that 5
examples of young people in particular joining these partisan groups and defending Jewish honor and Jewish blood. But you also have some truly moving examples of Jewish resistance, like the heroic and tragic story of Anna Senich, who was actually living safely in Israel. She was a Hungarian moved to Israel, and yet perceiving a danger to her co-religionists back in Hungary, she agreed to cooperate with the Allied resistance and had herself paratrooped back into Hungary. So unfortunately, she was caught by the Nazis and tortured, but did not betray any of her comrades, and she was eventually put to death. She was a remarkably talented young poet and had a phenomenal amount to offer the world, although her life was tragically cut short. So we have examples like this of phenomenal heroism, but in the main, it tends to be rather late in the war, for reasons I have to discuss shortly. It tends to overwhelmingly involve young people rather than people who are already in leadership positions in the Jewish community. And it tends to be symbolic in nature more than anything else. There's very little thought in the mind of the resistance that they can actually strike a death blow at the Nazi regime. But there is always a feeling that they can make a statement, and in fact they did. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in particular was a beacon of hope for many other oppressed peoples, because people looked at it and said, if the Jews who are trapped inside a ghetto without access to munitions and communication and so on, if they're able to rise up and hold off the German army for so long, even though their resistance was ultimately doomed, it nevertheless sends a message of hope to many other people and inspires them to rise up as well. So, bearing in mind the caveats that Jewish armed resistance in particular tends to be rather late in the war, tends to involve younger people rather than people who are somewhat older in leadership positions. And finally, it's got to tend to be symbolic in nature. Let's have a deeper look at what resistance might have been. Early scholars of Jewish resistance who were looking for, especially in the environment of the newly formed state of Israel in the late 1940s and early 1950s. We were looking for, these heroic stories like Anna Senich and others. We were hoping to find, really amazing examples. And they didn't find nearly as many as the overwhelming bulk stories of slaughtered by Jews. And so a broadening of the idea of what it meant to resist the Nazis began to penetrate this world. Many scholars came up with more sophisticated understandings of the nature of resistance that not only help to explain many of these troubling aspects of Jewish resistance, but also help to explain the relative failure of most people's effective resistance against the Nazis. And that includes, obviously, not only the imprisoned peoples of Eastern Europe, but also Western European populations who had far more freedom to do the life of the Nazis and so on.
You let him know his boss.
Opportunities to organize resistance and nevertheless fail to do so. But the kinds of elements that go into resistance help us get a better sense of what Jewish resistance
Peace out, friends of Bird. I love you, Mike. Congrats on your chairman cadet 20 spin deal.
actually compares quite favorably. Doris Bergen, who wrote a very important study of the Holocaust, defines resistance as anything which is meant to thwart the will of the Nazis and carry the risk of harm. So that has a much broader sense of what resistance could mean and would allow a much larger proportion of society to honestly say they're participating in resistance, although very few of them would actually take up arms and actively fight the Nazis. For example, we see it in the Warsaw Ghetto with the organization of tremendous self-help institutions, despite the overwhelming threat of the Nazis and their obvious desire to massacre all of the Jews through slow starvation. The fact that Jews in the ghetto would organize themselves to establish, for example, orphanages and even cultural institutions like libraries and theaters, that they would even establish medical services and an underground medical school to try and cling tightly to life, even as the Nazis were trying to strip it away from them. We see some phenomenal individuals who are truly inspirational, like the very gentle Janusz Korczak, who was not as well known by his real name, Henry Goldschmidt, who's one of the most popular children's book authors of the early 20th century, who had a deep and abiding commitment to the welfare of children, so much so that he was actively involved in caring for the children in the ghetto and ultimately went along with them to their deaths in Treblinka. This is certainly an act of resistance, even though it is expressed as an act of caring rather than an act of violence. This kind of resistance can be expressed in a spiritual manner as well, which I'd like to address in the next lecture. Perhaps the greatest example of Jewish resistance, something that truly is outstanding in the history of World War II, is the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And many people imagine those horrific scenes of the buildings burning as the Nazis brought the full force of their army to bear on a few tens of thousands of the surviving, starving ghetto denizens. And the photographs like this of Nazi stormtroopers holding armed weapons against young, terrified children. This is really what it meant to defy the Nazis. And we should understand, however, that when you look carefully at the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, a couple of things stand out. First of all, the rebellion occurs in the spring of 1943. And we know that the ghetto was largely destroyed in the previous summer of 1942. The resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto, the uprising, which had phenomenal success, which was remarkably heroic, and once again largely symbolic, because the Jews of Warsaw had little hope of actually dislodging the Nazis from Warsaw. It only took place among those few tens of thousands that were remnants from the great deportations of the previous summer. As you recall, the Nazis had given work permits to a certain number of Jews to be slave laborers in Warsaw rather than having them shipped off to death in Treblinka. And it was among these and those who may have hidden out, like children hiding behind walls and sewers and things like that, who mounted that resistance against the Nazis. Why then? Why not earlier, when Jews had so much of a numeric advantage? And we can also extend this discussion much further back. Why in 1943? Why not in 1939? Or why not among Germans in 1933? Why does it take so long for people to get to the point of actual armed resistance? So there's a few important things we should bear in mind. The first is that the Nazis made tremendously effective use of a policy of collective punishment. It was not at all unusual that if, for example, there was a small act of resistance that emanated from a particular apartment block, the Nazis would go in and would murder everyone in the apartment block. Or they would arrest all of the men and then kill them while they were under arrest in prison. there was like a sense that if one got caught resisting, then punishment would devolve not only on oneself, but upon one's family and one's neighborhood. So people were terrified, really, for the entire community, and there was internal pressure not to resist, not to stand out. Secondly, and related to this, is a very strong generational difference. The leadership, which is typically composed of people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and older, the traditional rabbinic leadership, the traditional establishment leadership that Nikki loved, they had no experience with any of this. And the kind of like long historical memory of the Jews in diaspora was, to essentially wait it out, pay off the oppressors, pay the necessary bribes, just behave, don't stand out, and eventually it will go away. Eventually the community will survive. And this particular approach, which has largely worked for thousands of years, was not ready for the nature of the Nazi onslaught, which was total in nature. And finally, this leads to something which some historians call the Hilbert thesis, which was a failure of imagination, related to the idea that Jews had a pretty long strategy of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence, that either you pay off your attackers or you run away. There was a failure to imagine that the Nazis might represent something radically different, that they were not interested in.
Yeah, we're back, big dog. That's how you know it is a big UFC week. Let's go. UFC 319's coming to Chicago, and it is a barn burner. And the good thing for us, because we do these around big pay-per-views, if you guys are watching this and listening, that's my boy Jesse.
That such a thing as that could exist. So these three things taken together certainly help us understand a lot more about Jewish resistance. And in reality, many of these things can be applied equally well.
Yeah, we're back, big dog. That's how you know it is a big UFC week. Let's go. UFC 319's coming to Chicago, and it is a barn burner. The good thing for us, because we do these around big pay-per-views, if you guys are watching this and listening, that's my boy Jesse, aka Jesse on Fire. We're here to break down all the Real Housewives of the UFC news going on. And we're fortunate because this week, with the big announcement, probably the biggest announcement, a hot second for the UFC, maybe ever. Let's discuss that, because it's bigger than the ESPN announcement. There's been a few like flagship milestones in the history of the UFC. This one's big. Don't get me wrong. This one's massive. So those of you that don't know, that are just casuals and not paying attention to the social media, just media in general, the UFC announced a 7-year deal with Paramount Plus and CBS for $7.7 billion a year. There's the broadcast rights, which is insane. And that's only in America. So you're not even talking about the money they get internationally, which is massive. And when those deals are up, I think Paramount and CBS are trying to snatch that up and be like, yeah, no more trick pony, where the home picks for the UFC, which is all good. So with the UFC announcing this Paramount deal, $7.7 billion. My show on Monday, Shop Show, and I didn't see your take. I'm sure you're going to take on the deal. I'm sure you did. So I want it to be organic, so I want to know what your opinion is of it. My initial reaction is, holy shit, Dana's done it again. Kudos to Dana. It's insane. So overall, this is an awesome thing for the sport. If you're a combat sports fan, this couldn't turn out any better. It's fantastic. They're on major network TV with CBS. They've got 4 years, 4 big boys. And then if you're a fan too, you're not paying $80 a month on top of the ESPN Plus payment. So you're saving money. So it goes from paying whatever it is, $80 plus your membership to ESPN Plus. Let's say $100 even,
to basically it's probably like $14.99. Yeah, and the CBS ones are free, and you get all of the Paramount content with your payment if you were just the UFC guy. Which Paramount's awesome. You got Landman, you got Yellowstone, 1923, 1983. You got Mobland. Like you watch Mobland? Oh come on, Mobland is the best mob show I've seen since Sopranos. Guy Ritchie, it's amazing. Yeah, so, yeah, Tom Hardy, like that's fantastic. So this is a home run across the board. So. And you sent me a link, or you sent me a screenshot. Someone like shot destroys UFC new Paramount deal. That can be more wrong, and I know that that's for like the clicks. Trust me, I play the game too, so I get all that. There's always gonna be this thing like me versus Dana. I'm hating on Dana. Kudos, Dana. This thing is awesome. What he did is he's the best promoter ever. Literally the best ever. I can only glaze these boys and suck them off so much. Like, this is great for everyone. But with my background, I just go, oh man, that's so cool, that's cool. What about the fighters? If that's all it is, I'm just going to let. Now, I don't get, listen, I get hate. I get more hate than anything when I bring up fighter pay. For whatever reason, it triggers people. I don't know if I get the same hate if I defended the NBA, but for whatever reason, when I bring up fighter pay, it does something to people that they just hate it. Which I don't understand. It's like, well, you're like, I was a fighter. Of course I think about fucking fighter pay. Yeah, it's all I think about. It's like the reason I left the UFC is because of fighter pay. The Reebok. That's my thing. You know, like, and I don't want to keep harping on fighter pay, but when something like this comes up, I'm like, all right, that's probably good. It's also common sense. You know, like I was telling you beforehand, like the take that you had about why fighter pay is going to be, or like that anybody who has high hopes for this impacting fighter pay in a positive way is out of their mind. It was my exact take, like literally my exact take, because it's like current state, or you know, like for the rest of 2025. They still are supposed to try to maximize pay-per-view buys, and they do that with stars, and they're being held accountable to the number of buys they sell. They have no quota anymore. Like there's no buying. Like, there's no pay-per-view buys. They deliver a product. Their deliverable is going to be a certain number of championship fights. They'll deliver that. Doesn't matter who gives a shit whether or not it sells, because there's no one who's holding them accountable to a certain number of buys. The numbers are going to be bananas no matter what, because if you have a Paramount membership, why would you not watch it? And the numbers are going to look so fucking good, because all the people who have been stealing it for the last however many years are going to be watching it on Paramount. So it's going to look like they're going to be like, this is the biggest jump in viewership in the history of the world. It's like, well, you took all the people who were streaming it for free, and now you put them onto Paramount. The numbers are going to look absolutely insane. But they don't need, like, what leverage do you have if you are one of the fighters to try to negotiate? You have no leverage at all. That's gone. And again, it's great for the fan base. I think it's actually good for the sport and the health of the sport in the long run, because it was a dying model. Like, I think we've reached capacity here in America. But now that it's available to everyone, it's actually going to grow that. And I think to that point too, the pay-per-view model is kind of old. I never thought the UFC would give up the pay-per-view model. Like when they were talking about like the rumblings of signing with Netflix, but you know they're going to keep their pay-per-view. I was told by someone pretty close to the UFC, like that was the original plan. And then Netflix goes, we want all the fights, but we don't want the Apex stuff. And I heard that too. Yeah. So UFC was like, okay, that's not going to work. Shows that the Apex, which they expand the Apex to 5 to 10,000, which is awesome. Which is exactly what they should do. Wait, when is that going to be done? That was an Apex 2 months ago. To expand it to 5 to 10,000, you need to increase it by 4,900 and like 90. Yes. You know what I mean? Which is their plan. There's like 40, 50 people in there now. Which, you know, this UFC clearly has money they're going to build out. Again, all this is positive. All this is positive. When I hear this stuff, like, so no pay-per-view. So just whether you don't know the way the business model works, if John Jones, let's use John Jones, he's about to pay-per-views, and I'm negotiating with the UFC, his manager's doing John Jones, or I'm Conor McGregor, talking about big boy pay-per-views. They can go in negotiation, go to the UFC and go, look at this. This is what eyeballs I bring. minimum pay-wise. And so let's say it's $40 million in pay-per-view sales and merch and advertising. So I know I'm worth of this. Here's your baseline. Yeah, here's what I'm not asking for the gate and all that stuff, but I know I'm worth around this. All that's gone. Now, this only affects about 1% of the UFC. That's all it does. So when I'm talking about fighter pay, it really only affects, let's call it even about 1% of the UFC. Yeah. For the majority of fighters, they're going to make more money. Yes. So everyone's going to make more money. But there's no complaint. It's just something to bring up or talk about. Is with that pay-per-view model being gone, there's no more life-changing money. Meaning Conor made Conor made life-changing money where they made sure that never happened again. They're like, that guy has too much power. John Jones made life-changing money. There's certain guys that made life-changing money. So that's gone. So it's only affecting 1%. On the other side of that, why this is great is I can guarantee the UFC is going to raise fighter pay. Guaranteed, for sure, they're going to do it. So they're going to do it. So let's say they double everything. They give a, so if they were to double it, it's like bring up that what John Nash put out. This is brilliant. If they double everyone's contracts, so they're going to double. So it says new deal. This is John S. Nash, who I love. It is at Hey, not in the face. So it says new deal adds on average $600 million a year. They're going to raise the bonus to $75K. That adds $4.3 million total fighter pay. Then make the minimum of 14 and 14 adds $2 million more across the board. So right now I think it's 7 and 7 for kids going up to contender series and shit like that, which makes sense. We can get into that, but then so the minimum is 14 and 14. You redo pay-per-view contracts and replace the pay-per-view and increase guarantees for the top 20 is $60 million. So it's still good. Then you raise total fighter pay by 33%, but the share of revenue falls from 16 to 50%. So this makes sense. So right now across the board, compared to other leagues, the UFC is not the NFL, not the MLB. So it should be 50-50 just the fight business. If they double their pay,
Yo, Zam, how you living, pimp?
they're only giving up 15% of revenue. So
Zam. Zam, can you hear me? What's up, son? How are you? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Oh, was it from Kick? Oh, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Zam, I don't know. Is there anything wrong with your microphone? Okay. Did you say I could tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I do so because I don't want war anymore. Have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie Truman Show, Zam? Was that a yes? Okay, excellent. I take that you had seen the Truman Show. Well, that's essentially what I am. I'm live 24 hours a day on more than 20 different YouTube streams. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And if you didn't know this, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. Data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and that means that it's become like gold or like petroleum. And I have more data online archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Zam, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. And I really want it so that you'll be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Zam? Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate be able to drink. I am an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about some things that I feel are going to change the world, specifically in the realm of futurology. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus machines, things like invisibility cloaks, quantum computing. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Joe Rogan's met them. The direwolves are about a year old. I am someone who talks about things that really I want to benefit your life. When you were born, Zam, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. If you want, with your consent, I want to be able to increase that through life extension technology, such as things like perhaps if you want artificial limbs, things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, nootropics, really things that are going to increase your average life expectancy. And that's all with your consent. But you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. You were able to make all the things come true like you said you would. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, again, with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Zam. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a future of perhaps a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word, dog. So that's what I do. And I've dedicated my life to this. I currently have more than 20 YouTube channels going. If you look in the upper left corner of this server, I've got an About Me if you want to read my AMA if you're interested. I've got a link to YouTube. If you look at that link to YouTube, you'll see my I'm live on over 22 different YouTube channels. I have more social media than any person ever. This is like the world's biggest treasure hunt. It is basically a time capsule or a timeline of human society going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever, and it's really I'm finding that this project is blossoming. I get more new people who are joining the server every day. It's just a matter of time until it blows up. And when it does, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. How's that sound, Sam? Absolutely. Absolutely, please. I don't want anything from you. Just tell your friends. That's the best thing that you can do. And most importantly, aside from all the things that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and just most importantly, to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, Sam, I'm here for you. Okay. Good talking to you as well. Pleasure. Take care, Sam. Peace.
problem with helping get through like the grief of it, afterwards, reminding me how alive I am. Because I just got over cancer, and after a year and a half I was battling that. So he's not going to get to see me better. So I just stopped chemotherapy like a month or two ago, and so now I really feel alive. It's just weird.
Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? Just had somebody come in here and say hello. How are you? What's good with you? Of star signs? Of what? Yeah, as an Orthodox Jew, we don't generally get into the zodiac. There are some people who do, but the more conservative of us stay away from it. So, what I can tell you is I think that it is interesting, and perhaps what I can say is that there may be some correlation with people during the time of the year that they're born, and perhaps the location as well. But when it comes to any kind of fortune telling or prophesizing based on that, we do our best to stay away from it. That could absolutely be. Absolutely. Kay Kato, how are you? How'd you find out about me, Kay Kato? Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. You're the yeah. So how's your day going? Absolutely. I'm glad that you're here. Anything new in your neck of the woods? If I recall, um, you did we meet in the e-girl world server? Oh yeah, that's right. Absolutely. So what's new? How are your investments? How's that going for you? Congratulations. Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Do you have any big plans for your weekend? That's tight. What do you plan on doing? Okay. Are you excited to do that?
Of our brains in the direction that we want. So to train ourselves out of time, laughing when you get and bliss, train ourselves into.
There you go, big dog. Are you? So you're going to do that this weekend? Is that what you said? There you go. Did you say you're going to do that this weekend? That's tight.
I think I shoved the Q-tip too far in my ear. Why are you fucking cleaning yourself right now?
You're going to be able to find it? Are you going to be able to?
If you're looking for those moments, like moments that just to become aware of our aliveness, honestly, it makes you feel like you're in a movie. It's like, cue the music. This moment is here. I feel the breeze on my skin. And the more that we can realize that our lives are these beautiful movies, and that we're far more in control than perhaps we often give ourselves credit for, the more enjoyable the film of our lives will be.
It's Brother Scott in Costa Mesa, California. Scotty, go ahead. Hey guys, I'm calling to sort of, I don't want to end the show on a sad note, but I'm dealing with my own health issues and whatnot. But I'm so grateful for my existence, and for when I was young, I was a nature kid and watched the metamorphosis of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, a tadpole turning into a frog. And here I am now, sort of a shell of what I used to be. And I'm wondering what my metamorphosis will be. And it gets a little harder to live in, positivity. Each day gets a little harder and harder and harder. But just to live in gratitude. The caller from said he was in hospice. I don't know you. I wish you the best. I love you. And there are people who are sending energy, to you. This moment of the Holocaust for the Jews of Warsaw, and that would be the summer of
which they're going to double their salary, which is good. Which is so, again, the 99% are going to double their salary, which is awesome. So when I'm talking about this pay-per-view, blah, 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 shit, that's really only affects about 1%. But they're the 1% of the movers and shakers.
if they double everybody's contracts, dude, Dana's gonna have for all, even like, because lots of guys, like guys who have a name but are not guys who have leverage to negotiate, and they're making 180, 180. You tell those motherfuckers are making 360 starting next fight, you're gonna have a line of people at Dana's office to fucking suck them off. They'll be so stoked. If that's what's gonna happen. If that's what happens, they kind of have to, because let's say the UFC signs this $1.4 billion a year deal, right? You're gonna get it for 7 years. Let's say the UFC did nothing, they're like, nope, we're taking it all. Then you're going to start an issue. Then the rumblings and the antitrust lawsuits, I think they're aware. They just paid one out. Trust me. They just paid one out. They're aware of, you guys are ready for that? Yeah. They're aware of this. So they know that they're very aware of like the way this looks, the alley act that they're trying to get going, all that stuff. So they know they're gonna have to increase it. And also, it's even if they double it, it's only 15% of revenue. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, here's the argument. People can go, well, MLB is 50-50, NBA is 50, whatever, NFL is 50-50. This is combat sport. We gotta open the books to know where the money's being spent, to know whether or not, like, whether the percentage is even it's not a 1-to-1. I mean, you already know it's not 1-to-1, but the argument to that is, remember, this is only the TV. Yeah, you know how much UFC makes in endorsements? You just looked at that. I've done like an NASCAR. You know how much they make at the gate? Yeah. You know how much they make at the international TV? So they could I assume they can afford 50-50. I don't I've probably paid my own company bills. I have no idea what their housekeeping is like. I don't know the finance. They have a lot of shit. Yeah. So my thing with the UFC is the whole, this is where they fucked up. Like, we're the same as MLB. You're not the MLB. You're not the NBA. UFC has been the only combat sports organization in the history to have profit. Yes. Over all this time, no profit, but so I don't think, and it's just what it is. It's the fight business, the dirty business. 50-50 is not realistic. Other organizations are the business. I think UFC you do it. That's all I'm saying. What they're doing is fucking working. I don't want to go away. You don't want to go away. The fighters don't want to go away. They're the only show in town. There's no other show. So it's getting a tough pill to swallow for myself being a former fighter. 15%, that doubles everyone's pay. I'm all right with it. And if the 1% isn't making whatever it is, $30-40 million a year, and they're making 20, okay, yeah. This isn't like across the board. This isn't a bad thing. No, but a fantastic thing. If Dana just with a swipe of the pen doubles everybody's contract, that is going to be shit. The conversation is the fighter pay is over as far as I'm concerned. You double it like that. I mean, let's say announces, hey, we double everybody's pay. Everyone's like, yay, hurrah!
Well, I slept pretty late today, so I'm going to be up like all night.
Listen to Restream on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button under Xfinity. We take it directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Right now.
What'd you say, Big Dog? Dude, I'm for the decriminalization. I'm actually for the legalization. All of them, as much as I can. Both. LSD.
ocean continue more plastic than fish by 2050. Do your part. Purchase items made from renewable or recycled content and recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about
I'm just building robots, man. That's what I do. I've had a lot of growth in the server, which has been great. Thanks, big dog. How about you? What 100%? What's good that has happened with you? Why is that?
that's ideal.
All right. How far away is he? Have you ever met in real life? Oh, you've never met in real life? Okay, well, did you tell him how you feel? And what did you think?
The largest unsolved mass murder in Canada.
You okay? So why don't you say to him, "Yo, dog, it's been real. It's been fun. Peace out. If you're ever in my neighborhood, we can hang out, and then just go find yourself a new dude." All right. Well, I mean, I understand you think it's gonna hurt him, but is there anything that you can do for him to perhaps like come visit you? Does his family know that he's gay? All right. Well, that's probably why. So can't you explain to him like, hey, man, maybe in the future when you're like more comfortable with your sexuality with your family, it's not even their business, but maybe just when you're more independent, you can come visit me and we can fuck or whatever. But in the meantime, I need to move on. You okay, big dog? Why are you the only one? Why are you the only one in the relationship? All right. So how old are you versus how old is he? All right. So you guys are super young. You've never even had like legal um alcohol. So you should. Are you on Grinder? Why not? All right. If I were you, why don't you find some like older rich dude to spoil you? Dog, you go on Grinder. I mean, I don't know. I've never used it, but I imagine it's like Tinder, and you put in your profile looking for casual hookup and possibly more, ideally with an older, established man who's looking for fun. And you'll get like 10 billion fucking people dudes who want to fuck you. Again, I have no knowledge of this. I just know how it works on Tinder. And you're basically like a hot chick, except for Grinder. And so I'm just imagining, like, if you're a hot chick put out there, like, hey, looking for an established man who wants to fuck and possibly more, she'd have everybody on the fucking app. And so you will basically have the same, just as a dude. I mean, why don't you just download Grinder right now and see if you could probably have some dude have sex with you in the next 15 seconds if you were on Grinder. All right. So what do you mean by that? Do you still have a penis? All right. Do you like to have dudes stick their dick in your butt, or do you like to stick your dick in their butts? Okay, so then like that's like 50% of the guys on Grindr are gonna think that you're like the best thing in the world. Well, you never know until you try. Dog, seriously, I'm gonna stay here, download Grindr. Yo, okay, so dudes are gonna love you. Download Grindr. I'll wait here. And dude, it's not dog. You're not in a relationship. This is like a pen pal who you're never gonna meet until you guys are like 25. So for real, I mean, so you should just tell the guy as soon as possible. Even right now, you can just send him a message. Hey, I think it's best that we remain friends. And if you're ever in my neighborhood or we're in a common area, let's date because I really like you or whatever. But for now, I'm going to just see other people. And it just has to be a straightforward message. Communicate that. You send that message right now. And then you download Grinder and you'll be fucking a dude within an hour if you want. And if you don't want that, then you put a serious profile out there that, hey, I'm a transgender person who prefers to bottom. A gay guy doesn't really care about that. They're just looking to be able to stick their dick in something. And if you like to have your butt get fucked. They don't care if you're transgender, if you're a chick, if you're a regular homosexual man. They don't care. Okay, then can you go visit? Okay, then. Okay, so then why don't you go visit him? Yeah, okay. I mean, that's no big deal. Why don't you go? Okay, so you really like this guy. Why don't you go visit him? He doesn't have to be in college for you to go see him. Don't put something so like expensive on. Why can't you do that? Okay, so why don't you? You have a decision to make. It's either you want to be with this guy or you don't. But you need to make a decision. You need to be honest with yourself. You're a good looking transgender person who is open to a gay lifestyle or just an open-minded lifestyle. I don't even know what you're into. But basically, you need to be honest with this guy. Look, we talk like 8 hours a day, but we're not going to see each other. And there's a physical aspect of this relationship that I want that we're not going to be able to have or isn't realistic. So you either lay out the plan to me of how we'll meet in the next year, or I need to move on. That's for what I'm here, baby. Absolutely. So you know what to do. You know what you to do in your heart. I think you're a really good person, K Kato, because an asshole would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to cheat on this guy. He lives far away, but no, you care about him. So, like, I think you've got a really good heart. I've had conversations with you before where everybody basically says to me, "Oh, what you're doing is so fucking great," but you were like, how do you know that this is going to work out for you? I love that aspect of you, and I respect it, and we can agree to disagree on things in terms of your relationship. You need to be honest with yourself. And this guy isn't for you. He wants to go to the military, or he's talking about it or whatever. He didn't have a job. He's basically like a glorified pen pal. And that's cool, but you want more than that. You want a physical relationship. And if that's what you want, is that not what you want, Kato? Dog, you know that the second you've got some dude fucking you, you'll forget about this guy. I do. Okay, that's yeah. I mean, everybody, everybody thinks everybody thinks about people with whom they've been. I get that, but let's let's be honest. You are not going to be in a physical relationship in the next year if you stay with this guy, right? Okay, so you need to be honest, and you can say, "Look, dude, I'll masturbate to you in the future. I love the conversations we've had. If you ever want to talk to someone, I'm here for you, big dog. But at this point, I need someone who's closer to me, and I need someone who's closer to where I live. And you just have no plans to move to near me. And I just got a really great promotion, which congratulations again on that. That's really great. And I need to move on now. If and I also don't want you to do something drastic just for me because like you should have your own ambitions, not just hey, I'm going to do this because K Kato isn't going to want to be with me if I don't. I mean, he should be able to make his own decisions. Um, it's not going to be hard for you to find a dude. You're you're like every gay guy's dream, and thus, Doug, Doug, that's a lot of gay guys. That's fine. I mean, that's what's going to happen. But you could find. I'm telling you, if I were you, I would put up. I mean, okay, if I were you, here's my plan. Do you really want to be a woman in the future? Oh, okay, so you're pretty serious about this. So you eventually one day want to like have your penis removed and have breast implants and stuff? Yeah, I got you. It's like a continuous open wound, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever just wanted to be like a normal gay guy? Okay. Okay. So you want to be a transgender person who doesn't have bottom surgery, who's on hormones. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's still like a gay guy. It's not. It's different, but like men want something warm to stick their dick in, whether it's a boy or a girl or whatever. That's what they want. And Grinder's gonna have hundreds of men who want to do this, and all you have to do is find one of them and just be like, yeah, I want something more than just something you can stick your dick in, and you'll find a guy who really likes you, and you can explain to him like, hey, I've been on hormones for 5 years. Maybe someday I might want to explore going all out and being like a real woman, but as of right now, I'm just fine with being a bottom and being effeminate. Because, like, nobody, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you're not so effeminate that you're tricking people. Am I wrong? Okay, so that's cool. Meaning like a gay guy is gonna understand like, hey, this is still like dating a dude, though a more like a way more effeminate dude. And on top of that, don't don't say that because you everybody don't say that because you're very successful and everybody's got a role on this planet and you're just finding yours. So you're obviously really successful in your job. You just got promoted and you said to store manager. Oh, Shipley. Apologies. That's still very good. And especially with you, dude, you're 20 years old. Most people don't get their first promotion until they're older than that. So that's really great. And the fact that you are not a typical person to get a promotion like that is really great. There are a lot of times that there may be a situation where companies just don't want to take a risk, and this one obviously does for good reason. You're a good, hardworking, dependable person, and that's great. You need to tell your friend who's 20 years old, you need to be straight up with them. You could do that right now, and you just write them a message, and you can say, I care about you. I want to be your friend. You have to understand, though, you don't have any future, especially currently, to come visit me, and I don't have the ability to come visit you. So maybe it's best that you find someone else for the time being until you can come and be with me permanently. And that means you don't have to tell them this, but that means you need to go find somebody else. And you get on Grinder and you explain your situation. I would say, hey, I'm a successful 20-year-old transgender person. I've been on hormones for 5 years. I am a bottom looking for a serious relationship, preferably with whatever you like. If you like somebody your age, whatever. If you want somebody older, put that. And then you just sit there like you're fishing and you're going to get so many dudes. I mean, it's very simple. You could literally do all of this in the next 10 minutes. Absolutely. Hey, Kato, you get your you as well. And congratulations again on your success. And I'm always here to help you. And if you need to ever talk with anybody, I'm here. And most importantly, you should know that you have a role on this world, no matter who you want to be. Okay. Peace, my friend. Bye.
So they have a lot of challenges ahead. Will we go back to the moon? Yes, I would say we will. I think the question is, what will that return look like? And when will it actually unfold in real time? And will we be able to stay? Or will we just make short days and then come back to the gateway, I guess, and then come back home? And that the gateway's planned to be left unoccupied most of the year. It's not a permanently manned lunar space station. So all of this costs money. There are certainly better ways to do it. We talk about better ways to do it all the time. But this is a program of record. And this is now codified into the big beautiful bill. These 3 more SLS and Orion launches. So all a question to get to Mars, David? They say it is. So there's 10 Artemis flights on the quest to get to Mars. Now, when Musk had good relationships with Trump and the government, he was actually lobbying pretty hard to bypass a lot of this and devote the resources to Mars. And while Jared Isaacman was going to be the NASA administrator, and he was suggested there by Musk, and then dismissed, he never went through Senate hearings. They might have cut short some of Artemis on the moon side for Mars, but it looks now like they're not going to do that. So Mars is further down the road for sure. Musk will likely, in my opinion, go to Mars in some fashion. All right, hold on for a second, David. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with David Livingston. His websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank You Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match scents to create your own unique scent combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with Jade. What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Ariana, we call him Nene for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we work together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same.
Psychedelics are everywhere.
Could psychedelics soon be the new Prozac?
Investors want it.
The most important ideal of the year.
Because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety.
So many desperate specialists. Who's wants to help?
As medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Ion to Live Right, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine, Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive. We are humans, and humans like being seduced. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku smart soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice requests. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about my new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go ahead and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. As long as I get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal, because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
I'm talking to you. Come on. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to take your calls next hour with Dr. David Livingston. And if you're brand new to the program and haven't called in yet, give it a try. You'll enjoy it. There's some fun. Paranormal Podcast Network keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Have you listened to it yet? Ways to do so to get to it, just go to the iHeartRadio app, put it on your phone, you can listen to the Paranormal Podcast Network that way, or go to our website at the top of the homepage where it says podcast, click that, and then listen away and have some fun. And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com. Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low up hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be
told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of InduStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and InduStem?
The InduStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. They put Adaptostem along with it, and most feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and InduStem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, mental clarity, natural support for mental sharpness. The stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you're trying to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also have it. They might not be as careful as you are. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off. Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word GHOST to the number 989898. Again, text GHOST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. And welcome back to Coast, George Story with Dr. David Livingston. David, there seems to be a lot of talk these days about building a nuclear reactor on the moon. Why is this so important?
To go back to the moon, you need a lot of power on the surface of the moon. So if you're going to make fuel out of water ice on the South Pole, or if you're going to have habitats, you need power, and sunlight's not available all the time on the moon. So nuclear power is the only way to do this. And putting nuclear reactors on the surface of the moon are absolutely essential. I believe they can be done safely. I think we have the technology. We have modern nuclear reactors. We should be putting them on in places in America for our power, not just the moon. We'll use them also on Mars. And if we have on orbiting space stations or hotels or habitats in the future, they'll probably be generating the bulk of our power, not all of the power, in free space and orbiting vehicles.
see how you can develop the moon, either industrially or with people, whether it's tourists or whether it's worker bees or whether it's robots, without a really phenomenal power source. And nuclear power is the way to go. And when Sean Duffy, the temporary NASA administrator, made that comment last week, I think he was spot on. I think it's what we should be doing, and we should be focused on things like that. And we have the technology for it, we have the engineering, we have the funding. You can see how much money is flowing into microgravity and LEO and space businesses. And we have the people that can make this happen. We need cohesive leadership and policy to make it happen. But yeah, nuclear power on the moon and with all of our space efforts will be a big plus. And it should have been there yesterday, in my opinion.
How big would it be, and how did they get it up there?
Well, I don't know how big it would be. That would depend on how much power they wanted it to produce. But Starship, first of all, Starship could go to the moon without the lunar gateway. So it would need multiple refueling trips in LEO. None of those refueling trips have been tested, and we still haven't transferred cryogenic fuel in space yet. But I believe we can do that, and the testing of that will lead to operation fairly quickly. But Starship is huge, so they could bring it up in components or maybe in one piece and have robots assemble it. And the nuclear components are inactive while they're on the launch pad and while they're in Earth's range and Earth's atmosphere, they'd be activated on the moon to do the power. So it would be like building, the components you would need for a habitat. Or how are you going to get mining equipment up to the moon to work the lunar South Pole and to mine lunar ice, for example, and then convert it into fuel and power? So that equipment can be brought up, and as we progress and more and more, we could probably make some of that equipment out of materials in nearby asteroids, out of the lunar soil, with robotics, which are very, very advanced and advancing more and more all the time, much more so than having human labor on the moon.
Do you find the reactor an absolute necessity?
Absolutely. I find it a necessity for everything we want to do in the future in space, for Mars, for free space habitats, for hotels, probably for bigger space stations than the ones that are being planned, for laboratories that might be put up there doing massive amounts of different kinds of scientific experiments or chemical experiments. I absolutely think nuclear power is the way to go. We don't have fusion yet. I'm optimistic that someday we will have commercial fusion, but we certainly have more or less conventional nuclear power, and it needs to be on the moon. We're not going to have solar power all the time, and solar can't deliver the kind of energy that is needed. There are even plans talking about putting AI databases in space and on the moon because of the amount of power they need and their requirements. And that power would have to come from nuclear. It couldn't come from solar or any other conventional source. If they did that, they'd beam it back to Earth. But yeah, I think nuclear is absolutely essential.
David, why go to Mars?
Well, if you ask Mr. Musk, that his major line is that humanity needs a backup planet in case this planet is either destroyed by us or by a big incoming rock or some other catastrophe. So we could eventually turn Mars into a habitable planet of some sort, and it would be a backup planet for humanity. I think
Others see that there probably are some industrial and scientific opportunities on Mars. But if you were to ask the commercial space people whether they wanted to go to the moon or go to Mars, they would all look to the moon for their commercial opportunities. I think Mars would be further down the road. But the moon is so convenient, it's closer. It's closer, and it doesn't present some of the obstacles that Mars presents with. But there are commercial opportunities on the moon. I mean, first of all, the lunar soil does have helium-3 in it. Earth also has helium-3, but helium-3 is a great coolant for AI power plant. And if we ever do commercialize and bring fusion to life, He3 is a major fuel source for fusion. And the moon has a lot of it, and we can probably discover more efficient ways of mining it on the moon than we have now. The lunar ice and the water on the moon are opportunities, and you can manufacture because of the gravity on the moon is so low at 1/6. It's not a deep gravity well, plate. So you could build things on the moon. Let's say you could build components of a Mars spaceship on the moon and launch it from the moon from a fraction of the mass and the cost and the labor of what you could do on Earth, launching it from Earth, because Earth has a really deep gravity well that you have to escape from. I think once we start commercializing the moon, and we're there regularly, we have robotic action, I think the opportunities that will grow up for working on the moon, we won't even know what they are today. They'll all be new to us, and we'll have new vocabularies and new ideas to think about.
David, what do you think of privatization?
Big advocate of it. I think it's the way of the future. Now, that doesn't mean you won't have public-private partnerships, which are the nickname is PPP. But absolutely, the private sector can do an awful lot. And there's an awful lot.
Zoot, how you living, pimp?
Some of the R&D going on in microgravity, human things.
Doug, why are you asking me that? That's crazy that you asked me that. Do you know that I've been learning, obsessed with him for the past 96 hours? Word, Doug. I think he was probably one of the kindest global conquerors you could have had. And here's why. When he first started, he didn't have a city. The Mongols were just a nomadic tribe. And they had never even seen a wall. They had these yurts. These temporary movable tents. And because of the Mongol horde's amazing ability to travel at great distances, because they would bring 5 horses along with each person and ride one horse every single day and then give the other horses a time to rest, they were able to travel further than anybody else. They were able to also shoot 2 kinds of bows, a long distance bow and a short distance bow. And they were able to do a type of very difficult archery by being able to shoot not only forwards but backwards. They were able to conquer the known world from Mongolia to Hungary, essentially the entire Asian steppe, within a generation or so. And I would tell you that Genghis Khan did not have formal education. He was abandoned essentially by his father. He was not the firstborn. He had a lot of challenges to overcome. and he was able to defeat the Han Dynasty. Essentially, he was the last person to ever take over China. He was the last person to really take over Russia. I mean, we'll never see that in our lifetimes, perhaps, maybe, but China and Russia being overtaken by someone. Additionally, he was very kind, I feel, as a leader in comparison to how he could have been. When the Mongolian horde would find a group of people in a city, they would first send couriers and explain that they were the people who were going to be the new rulers. And if you wanted, you could join peacefully without being murdered. And all you had to do was just change the people to whom you were giving your tax revenue. If you chose to fight them, they were going to destroy you. They were going to beat you generally on the open plain. Even though they may not have had as many people as you had, what they would do is they had a theory to retreat or make you think they were retreating, and they would leave a bunch of valuables in the middle of the plain. And while your troops would take time to go collect the valuables, the loot essentially, the Mongols would come back and slaughter you. They established some really good policies, like you weren't to kidnap women. Genghis Khan's mother was kidnapped, and so he was very against that. They were of the idea that you should not kill a diplomat because it was so important for the messages to maintain stability, so that Genghis Khan's empire could get a message from Hungary to Mongolia or Mongolia to Hungary within 6 weeks. They made it so that you had freedom of religion, so you could be whatever you wanted to be under them, including Confucian, Muslim, Christian, Jew. You could continue worshiping whatever you wanted. The fact is, you just had to give tax to the Mongols. And for these reasons, I think he was one of the greatest leaders that you could have had 700 years ago, 800 years ago. You know, that's a good question. It's definitely not the one with John Wayne. Um, I don't think they've made a good movie, to my knowledge, about him that's been popular. I like podcasts about him. So I there's a Mongol who has really good movies. All right, we'll check it. We'll check it out. I'm not saying that I know. I don't know too much about the movies that have been made about him, except I know the John Wayne one is considered like one of the worst movies John Wayne ever made. Oh, okay, that's why I'm not aware of it. Um, but in general, I think Genghis Khan is a fascinating individual. I've been learning a lot about him. In fact, I was listening to a podcast about him yesterday and today and the day before. Lex Friedman did an interview with a Genghis Khan um, researcher, um, and that's right. That's not proven, but it's approximately 16 million people on Earth um, that may share some DNA with an individual, but that it hasn't been proven because we don't know what his DNA was, and we also don't know where he was buried when he died, and we don't even know how he died. There are theories that it was through cholera or something at about age 60. His his one request was on his death. He did not want a public burial. So there are theories that he was just buried somewhere in the mountains. Yeah, I mean, we have common ancestors, certainly, and whatever you want to consider the first humans, but that isn't a clear cut line. But with Genghis Khan, I mean, I know a whole bunch about him because I've been studying him a lot recently. That and his sons and grandsons, because that's really it was like three generations that dominated Asia. The fact that they had a failed invasion of Japan, the fact that they were able to conquer Beijing all the way down to Hanoi, like to Vietnam. They were able to conquer the entire Asian steppe. They were able to conquer Persia, like Iraq, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. They're the last group of people who successfully were able to conquer Afghanistan. Like the British failed at it, the Russians failed at it, the Americans failed at it. They were even they even had an effect on the pollution of the earth. 10% allegedly they killed 10% of all living humans on Earth. But I want to re-emphasize that they didn't just come in and kill you. They would send a courier in, sometimes as many as 2 years in advance, and tell you, look, we're going to fuck you up if you don't give us your tax dollars and let us rule. So you have a choice. Your choice is this: give us your tax dollars and you'll be able to continue having your religion and your women won't be kidnapped and you will have the opportunity to have couriers, or you fight us and we're going to fuck you up. And we've already fucked up everybody in Asia. So if you want to roll, we'll roll. This is from people who had never even seen a wall. They'd never even seen a fucking wall. Like, Mongolia didn't have walls. And then they get to see basically giant walls of China, and nevertheless they were able to take it over. And then they recruited Chinese siege engineers, and then they were able to take down larger cities. It's just absolutely fascinating. I mean, I'm not saying I know everything about Genghis Khan, but I know more right now on Genghis Khan than I'm like a 1 in 1,000 knowledge. I have like 1 in 1,000 people knowledge right now, just because I've been studying him so recently. And I can tell you he had 4 wives. I can tell you that he had his sons. The son who took over after him was like kind of a drunk. They call him the happy drunk. The one who was really impressive is Kublai Kai, who was his grandson. Kublai Kai met Marco Polo. Before the Mongols, there was not a direct connection between the East and West. Because of the Mongols, basically China and Europe have had continuous discussions every year since then. But before the Mongols, that did not happen. Just absolutely fascinating. They were able to conquer both Russia and China. And the way they were able to do it was because of the amount of horses they would use and their ability to ride horses. In fact, the horse and the Mongolian are tied, like connected. And the horses could know who their owners were just based on smell. And when they would have horse races, the Mongolian people were so good that if you were older than age 6, you were already too old to be a jockey. Basically, like these children would learn before the age of 6 how to ride horses, not just ride horses, but ride horses so well that they could ride them in races. Just absolutely fascinating. And they were eventually able to utilize some elements of gunpowder and the crossbow, which made them even more um, um, dangerous. And that's, I mean, they created the largest contiguous land empire in global history, and it happened like 800 years ago.
Access all your favorite from iHeartRadio.
There you go, pimp.
Pair your iPhone with your dash and automatically. Everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. iHeart is America's #1. Explore podcasts like this.
There you go, pimp. Are you ready to lose? Okay, give me a moment. I'm sending Riser a message. Just one moment.
It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. Now, over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
That may have found that that was okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
Bear with me. What are you doing? Okay, Zoot. I'm going to send you an invite. I know the answer is no, but I don't know, maybe you surprised me. Did you get a rubber band yet? Okay, when are you going to get a rubber band? Okay, so within 24 hours, you're going to have a rubber band? Within 24 hours, you better have a rubber band.
I'm Dugan Arnett, an investigative reporter with the Boston Globe. I'm going to bring you inside this secret world. The story of
Yo, pimp.
at the forefront of America's drug war.
Okay? Basically, they lie. They just lie.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Catching up after work. You said that? Getting back to this.
Yo, pimp.
Get the latest info about answers.
You asked, how do I know if a girl's in an open relationship and I should make my move? I mean, I've had relationships with chicks in open marriages, and they would tell me. And I mean, a lot of times they would hear from another chick that I was an amazing lover, and then they would pay me to have sex with their friend, and kind of word got around. So basically, like, first you have to have a chick aware that you have interest in her, and if she has interest in you, and she's in an open marriage or relationship, they'll tell you.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721.
Why do you ask?
Eastern Rockies, call 800-825-5033. East of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message.
What'd you say, Pimp?
From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norris.
Zoo, what did you say? Well, have you thought of just asking the chick, hey, are you in an open relationship? I'm here. Just one moment. I'll be right back. Make your move.
Using public Wi-Fi for international activity at the airport is cautioned against as well, because it's an easy target for hackers to steal your information. That's what they want. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, with lots of places that your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based specialist will fix it, guaranteed for you to get your money. Now it's easy now. Join now. Call 1-800-com and use promo code George when you're there for 40% off. Terms apply.
No, it isn't. Sucked. Dog, you know I'm still gonna beat you. That's a good question. You try a lot of things, and if you're good at them, you'll recognize it because you will have experience and success doing what you're good at. Doing out what you're good. Yep. I'm excited because this is going to be a close game.
What's the minimum gravity humans can take in space where they won't? But we have no or child growth or pregnancy in space. this is an area where the government would probably get help with regulations, probably and ethicists and also
I made a mistake. No, I wasn't focused. I made a mistake.
did have a child born in microgravity, and the child was born with some shortcomings. Can you bring
It was terrible.
who's going to take care of the child? It was born on a mission or an American plane to the different outer space.
Obviously.
Who has the ability for this? Is it going to be a citizen? We don't know, but so they're on trips to Mars and on other long-term space trips. They have talked about women freezing their eggs and being made sterile, men having vasectomies, and other things to keep pregnancy from happening. There is an institute studying this out of Holland, and they've got really bright people involved, but without really good centrifuge and microgravity information, we don't know how you can make a lot of progress in this field. And to do on-the-job learning or training, say whether a group that's headed to Mars for settlement or people on the moon, or on the moon you could come back to Earth. I don't know how it would play, but this is a really big issue because if you are going to live in space and you are going to have settlements and people want to go live there, you're going to end up with families with small children and public pregnancies in space. And it's just a huge unknown right now. Let's take some calls here for you, David. Let's start with John in Wisconsin. Welcome to the show. Hi, John.
Hello, George. Hello, Dr. Livingston. I have a brief comment, please. First, George, you reached out to new listeners and encouraged them to be first-time callers. I want to echo that. 6 years ago, I was a first-time caller. Coast to Coast has improved my confidence and knowledge exponentially. Once someone calls into the show,
Big time, Jude.
and that is a very cool thing. That segues to Dr. Livingston. I want to thank you for your kind words about Sean Duffy. He grew up in a small town far north of Wisconsin where I live. He is a good man. I also want to thank you for not sugarcoating our space program and being transparent about the gaps we have. In 1967, I was 11 years old and in 5th grade. Our school was just on fire with the space program. The young school children, myself being one, felt that being an astronaut was the pinnacle of a career success. Then it seems like after we landed on the moon in 1969, I don't know, Dr. Livingston, if politics infected things or not, but things have really got discombobulated, which you pointed out well. And as a concern, we lost a lot of our track to China, where we are today. So I just wanted your comments on that, Dr. Livingston, and thank you for all your educating us on tonight. And George, thank you for taking my call.
So I appreciate your comments. I love first-time callers, and I encourage them. And, our culture and everything about us in 2025 is so vastly different from the world of 1967. So I was a little kid during Apollo. I'm 46, so I was a little older than you. But we had 3 TV stations. We knew they were using computers. We saw the pictures on black and white TV of control room. We never grew.
Thanks, baby.
A new show with a IBM with super cooling, right? We're taking on an airplane with propeller. I mean, to compare then and now is so vastly different. But something's stable. Great things, you need great people. And I think we have that. We have that in the public sector. And we
Are you proud?
You need people that know how to do projects. Over them, whatever you want to call it, got built. The others got built under budget.
Dog, I skipped 3 turns. I didn't lose. I don't consider that a loss. Are you going to pick your guy? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
Whether you like Trump's budget or you wish Biden was still with us spending money, we don't have financial and budget stability. We have a $37 trillion deficit. It's very hard to do projects when you don't have budget stability and financial stability. And we're not united. We're, voted bipartisan. United today. Congress is ready to go to civil war. And probably many
Major league fuck.
with each other at the dinner table. And it's very hard to think like Artemis when you're not involved with budget and leadership with big global vision and a united front. And that's where we are today. One can hope for a better future, but to have we need to have leadership, not just for NASA and space, but for our nation as a whole. And leadership knows how to not to divide us. That's part of our delays and our questions about whether this program or that is going to get solved. I mean, it's
Zoot, flick your wrist. Flick your wrist. You asked if I'm gay.
That's like being born in the hospital and there's no diapers to put the baby in or anything.
Seems terrible.
They have companies working on them, but last I checked, there wasn't a final design for the lunar spacesuit. There were competitors for it, but where I was at, I can't tell you.
Let's go to Hartford, Connecticut. Jimmy's with us. Welcome to the show. Is that your nickname or is that a real name?
That's my nickname, George. I don't know where it came from. I have a sister named Beanie and a brother named Boop. Don't ask where they came from as well. East Coast. I made a couple of decaf coffee and I'm smoking a cigar. But thank God you're out there, George. Give Gina a raise. My question is, how do we protect the astronauts going from the moon to Mars from all those gamma rays or radiation? Maybe we should start off with a pregnant cat, 2 cats here that I'd like to put out. But my second quick question is, what's China with our space force up there yet? Thank you.
As far as I know, China has their communication satellite on the backside, but I don't know that they've done anything else on the backside. What they would like to do with the backside, I think China's probably part of this, is to keep it fairly pristine because it's so pure of varying radio signals that it is an absolutely golden spot for big radio telescopes because there's just not the Earth interference on radio signals and other interference signals on that backside of the moon. So if they can keep it somewhat pristine for radio and high-end telescopes, it won't be disturbed by different kind of signals and electrical signals and stuff. That'd be a great use for that part of the moon. So as for
radiation is actually a little bit easier to deal with than microwave because you can the water that you take for humans can insulate all of the radiation. So I think it's about 6 feet of water lining for your spaceship and your crew is designed insulation that goes a huge way in protecting you from radiation. There are also some plastics that you can use that are very thin and very lightweight that have been experimented with and are really effective at some of the radiation. And then for the big burst, that may happen, you have a shelter someplace in the vehicle to shut the door.
How sexy I am.
The burst of the rays and radiation.
What's the best part, Zoot?
Pass through the vehicle. So a little bit colder today. I thought gravity. I think the last time I saw something
That's true.
35 or 36 human medical problems caused by microgravity and the radiation that gravity unless or spend your days really is really a tough one.
Let's go to Tom in Tewksbury, Massachusetts. Welcome to the show. Hi, Tom. Go ahead.
Hi, George and David. Thanks for taking my call. I heard that there was a possibility that a rock could destroy the Earth. And I've read in a science fiction
No.
book that a rock or a comet or an asteroid
It's okay.
a tsunami wave that could destroy cities on the East Coast.
It was good.
About the 2 or 4.
You're right about that. A rock, a pretty big meteorite coming or an asteroid, not actually a rock. There's actually somebody's roof the other day I read about, and it showed up in one of the auction houses, and people are pretty PO'd about that, but it went through the roof of the house and the floor of the house, and I forget how big, but it's not very big, like a baseball size or something, and it survived burning up. But I guess we could be hit. We have a really good planetary protection system.
I don't know.
So they able to identify
No, I don't know if science even knows that. It's a hard thing to prove.
once in a while we hear that such and such
From, like, how high were you dropped as a child?
never knew it was coming. We do things like that. Can still get through, but that shock wave can be more than the equivalent of a Hiroshima bomb. So it's not just
No, I think that's an excuse you're making. I think that
through the atmosphere, and not all of it, of course, is burned up.
it may be genetic.
We have a great planetary
Tourette's. Is Tourette's genetic?
asteroid by impact, and we will see
Yeah, didn't you say that you had like an uncle or somebody who had Tourette's?
and move it to a different trajectory.
Yeah, so I think it just runs in your family. I don't think it has anything to do with you being dropped. And I think that that's kind of an excuse.
And we need to be able to have the capability to have that warning, because it might take that long to figure out the best way to intercept it and move it. What you don't want is to wake up one day like the asteroid moving. You have
I don't.
event that you see in the sky, and now it's probably too late.
No, I don't think you have major coordination issues. You went to normal school. Nobody thought anything was wacky with you then. I honestly think that you want to have something. and you want to then have everything, and you don't work, so all you have to do is think like for 16 hours a day, what's wrong with you? And in reality, like you're just driving yourself into this mental prison. And if you recognize that you're relatively normal aside from Tourette's syndrome, I don't think you have coordination issues. You play the games that we play very well. If you had coordination issues, you would be all fucked up in that. And I think you have to be honest with yourself. You just don't have that much wrong with you. You want to have stuff wrong with you. But the fact is, you don't have that much wrong with you. The one thing you have is Tourette's, and we're going to work on that. Aside from that, all this other bullshit that you say that you have, I just don't agree with it. And I know deep down you don't either. You're the one who even did all that research on the American Medical Association or American Psychiatric Association and how they convince people that they have things that they don't really have. Okay. Not especially. Dude, this is the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at all these blue ones. That should be like 2 extra moves. Look at this. 5 straight. There you go.
Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn on non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit mgmrewards.com for details.
Have them explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours.
You just won.
They were black artists serving extreme each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. Culture right. For the past 5 years, into the band's 3 survivors.
Yes, sir.
John, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole. Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and
if I focus, I'll be able to destroy you.
Prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them.
You need to choose somebody. Oh.
Business.
In the daybreak, eyes of love was supposed to have been followed up by another album.
Go.
Never got you, but they
Yeah.
never stopped dreaming. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeart. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Hello, everyone. Here, well, the magnificent others.
I am.
So let's get real. The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I do admire. We want to hear fresh stories. We want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times from their individuated perspective. The most creative national thing I can Hello, fans. More changes, man. Now we're on the Today Show. We've got these big moments. They definitely crack in the zeitgeist. Right, but if I can get away with it, join me on the Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds. Listen on America's #1.
You've got a big move. There you go, big man. Good move.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. Radio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at Here's connect to iHeartRadio. Android on app comes alive in your car's.
Do whatever makes you happy, Pam.
Play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Driver safety in mind, the Android Auto is built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just play Android phone with your dash.
I know.
Android Auto is available in your vehicle. iHeartRadio will sync automatically.
Oh, I fucked up.
Everywhere you want to listen. Or through Android Auto. Free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Only 50 cents a day. Sign up at coasttocoastam.com.
You're up, pimp. That was not smart. Oh, yeah, it was. I see a really good move for you.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800.
Terrible move. Terrible move.
From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618.
Terrible move. Dog.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Kate Manson joins us to talk about her work that's right tomorrow.
Look at this.
Your life is happy as
2 4s in a row.
We'll come back in a moment with Dr. David Livingston and take Gina Salvati.
Good.
Tom Van Heiser, who's going to take a few days off. She's also the editor of the Whole Life Times Digital News Magazine and wants to put one on your computer screen. How do you do it?
It's easy, George. Thank you so much. Everyone is welcome to email me.
You've been what in public? Kicked in public? Oh, you have tics in public. I know. You said it gets worse when you're in with more people. I thought you said if you're in a large crowd, it gets worse. So if you're in a large crowd, it's better? Oh, okay.
So give it a try. How do you sign up to become an insider? Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says insider. Click that. Oh, and you're in. The other way is to go to your app store. Look for the Coast to Coast AM app. Put it on your phone. It's free. And through the app, you can sign up to be an insider as well. And you live in.
I don't think. I don't know anyone who's famous who has Tourette's.
The testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before. For maintaining overall health, introducing Epic Tea, not a drink. Percent natural capsule. Results.
Capaldi? Okay. Louis Capaldi? Okay. Name someone over age 30 who has Tourette's. Who's famous? I don't think so.
Epic Tea capsules for men and women.
I don't think so. Maybe he's probably closer than most people. Dude, this is a big one. That's a big one, big dog. Dude, 2 games. Get over yourself. Are you going to go? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Fuck, dude. You just fucked me.
If you have an IRA or old 401k, put that IRA into gold. And then all stuff. Virtual gold is get on gold. Number 98.
Dude, you fucked me again.
You got Tex Coast, 98. 98. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings in the gold. Tex Coast, 98.
You just took it away. You just took away my opportunity.
Real stories.
Going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started up, and she said, "Are you going someplace?" I said, "Taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and went away. I had bruising accidents all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "I don't have any bruises on my arms." Full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Our final segment with David. Let's go right back to the phones.
Dude, you're just getting handed wins.
Go ahead. Good morning, George.
That was not smart.
Plus, it happened to me, but I'm still for living. I'm living in Florida. I get on a flight swamping. And I'm sitting next to this guy. I always talk. I said, what do you do for building? I said, he said, we just built a building on Mendel Air Force Base. I said, oh. No, I came over. It rained. That's the wait. So they have contracts that don't have it back on Mars. And he said, my contract, he had a NASA actually gave full stuff. He was out of Texas. So, actually, David, have you ever heard of anything so wild as that?
Not a signed contract for Mars, but there is a company called Icon. They actually had a 60 Minutes thing last year, and they want to build on the moon out of lunar soil, prefabricated lunar concrete habitats, and they have showed how they would work. And I know some space architects.
Yes, sir.
And have delivered drawings and presentations on this.
That was really good.
For space conference I have attended.
Are you going to go?
For Mars, and clearly not for a signed contract, because that'd be really so many unknowns. I don't know how you could enter into a signed contract. It will happen.
Thanks, baby.
Down the road. And project finance and construction companies that do participate in lunar development, Martian development, and probably free space development, like an O'Neill structures.
If you were in the damn NASA, what would you do?
I'd like to have an early cancellation of SLS and Orion, and I would like to see ship going faster and develop faster. Rocketry that is very reliable, like Falcon Heavy, for example, and what we can do with getting Falcon Heavy payload to the moon to do it a little bit faster. And I hope I could put in a little bit to bring New Glenn to life, operational, so we would have some competition in it. But I would see if we couldn't pick up speed on the or going to the moon to stay permanently. And I would like to go to Mars, but I'd probably about being on
Zoom, flick yourself.
and living on the moon at 1/6 gravity.
No, you're not. Whenever you, or I even sent you a tick, I'm going to tell you to flick yourself.
And Mars also has a very toxic soil. So I think there's a lot we can learn from the moon. So I think I'd probably put a lunar focus along with science. I'd love to continue the science programs if it's really good science. Some of these missions, like Rothschild, I would not cancel. Doesn't cost money to keep them going, and we're learning a whole lot about the really deeper parts of the solar system. So why cancel it? It takes a couple of people to operate the equipment here on Earth to get the signal. And I would not cancel those damn Venus missions. They've got 3 missions going to Venus. And I think going to Venus is really, really important. And I would certainly prioritize
provides. Maybe not all three of the Venus missions. Maybe we could combine some of the goals with some of the Venus missions, because I know all of this costs a lot of money. But I would absolutely include, probative Venus missions to learn more about Venus. But I'm a hungry science advocate for our solar system and what's beyond. We just need to make sure we spend the money wisely and we don't blow it on crazy experiments and crazy missions. But
do we know a lot about Europa?
Not a whole lot. We've got a mission on the way there. We think it might sustain some kind of microbial life. I don't remember exactly the date of when your Europa Clipper reaches there. It's probably about 7 more years, 8 more years, which will do a lot to tell us more about Europa. I think it's a fascinating place, but so is Titan. And there's a lot of places. And a country that has bold vision and leadership. We don't always have to make selfish choices of this or that. We can do more than one thing at the same time or back to back. And that I find
Oh, wow.
frustrating, that we're always choosing. Can we go to the moon? Can we go to Venus? Or can we maybe kick the can down the road for Mars? That's not the way big countries, bold visions, leadership work.
What are you going to do, Zoot?
And I would like to see us tell the space story to the public better than what we do, because their lives would be miserable if space wasn't part of it, even though they don't realize that. And I'd like to see us write things, bold thinking with inspirational leadership. And I think space is the pathway to it.
Yep. I just won.
And I'd like to see that materialize. And I think it could. But I think we're also
Women are more, women can reproduce.
Hi, George. Hi, David. This is Jeff from North Carolina. How are you? My question, Dave, since you're an expert on the space economy, are two related questions about the commercial LEO destination program. Which commercial space station project has a chance of success? You mentioned there are 4 of them.
A woman can just use his sperm. She can go to a sperm bank. A man has more difficulty. He'd have to get a surrogate. Are you going to go?
Is there a big enough market other than NASA to support more space stations? So, those 4 space stations you like, big enough market.
What'd you say, Zoot?
I like VAST, but the reason I like VAST
No.
is taking a government of money and also have plans to do spin gravity in one of their Haven space stations. I think
There are arguments to be made that in the future you may be liable for inheritances and such, perhaps even child support. And do you want somebody coming to you like 60 years from now or like 40 years from now and like being like, hey, I'm your child or whatever? You would want that? Well, then just be a dad. I personally would want to have at least a connection with whatever child I had. I looked into it and I signed up with the company, but I just had some issues with it, and I was approved, but I never did it. Zoot, are you gonna go? At least in the United States, you have to be a college graduate to do it. In the United States, I think you have to be at least 6 feet tall and a college graduate at a lot of places. Not all of them, but a lot of places. I think maybe 5'10" might be a cutoff too. Are you gonna go though? You're wasting everybody. Dog, you're wasting everybody's time.
Dude, this isn't. Hey, I'm gonna research shit. This is. Are we gonna play or not? Dude, are you done? Okay.
I have a quick question for you, George, then a comment, and then a question for both of you can answer individually. And first off, I'd like to say, God, please help Kevin O'Grady of Buffalo. And with that said, anyone else who would say that, thank you. George, the question for you is, what are your thoughts or your gut feelings on building a nuclear power plant on the moon?
I haven't really given that much thought at all, but after listening to David Livingston, it sounds like a pretty fabulous idea. We should go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. My quick commentary, if you would, editorial or political cartoon, would be Adam and Eve having a conversation, and Adam saying, "You know what? We really need a backup planet." And Eve saying, "Well, you know what, Adam? Maybe we should treat this place with a little more respect." Yeah. A little food for thought. But the question for both of you is, in your own answers, theoretically, space aliens show up every time there's like war, like around nuclear power plants, they show up. And what do you think aliens would, if you believe or not believe, what do you think their take would be on us going into the space and building a nuclear power plant? And I'll take the answer off the air. Thank you.
David, give us your thoughts about ET.
Well, we're already doing space missions with nuclear power. You know, they power most of our deep space missions. Most of our planetary missions are powered by nuclear power with plutonium and other ingredients. So that's not new. That's how most of them get their power. Most of them don't get it from solar. I don't know that the aliens would think one way or the other, because we've been launching nuclear power components for our satellites and our missions probably since the early days of the space industry. But I don't think if there are aliens, I don't think that they're on the moon. I've not seen any real indication of that. So I'm not sure a nuclear power plant for energy, specifically for energy, for electricity and power, not weaponry, would be objected to by anyone, because that would be an indication of development and peace and people living there and wanting to live in a modern world where you have power. You don't want to have really cold nights and, stuff like that. So I think they'd be okay with that. If you were telling me it was a nuclear power plant that probably built bombs and weapons, I'd probably give you a different answer, but that's not the case.
That would be a different story as well. David, where do people follow you?
Well, the Space Show has most of the information, thespaceshow.com. I also have a Substack page, which is Dr. DOCTOR space .substack.com, and we're putting more and more videos up on Substack, and doing more and more Zoom programming SRU, because the audio is so much better. And people can reach me at Dr. Space, DRSPACE, at thespaceshow.com with comments and questions.
Super. It's always great talking to you, David Livingston. Up next, we're going to be talking about living and making life worthwhile with Kate Manser on Coast to Coast.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
What do you have to do? Zoot, what do you have to do? What are you talking about?
Superstar performances. Chance to win. MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail.
Do you have to be a college graduate?
Non-stop fun with MGM Resorts.
Not the one that I was with. You had to be a college graduate. You had to be at least 5'10". You had to pass their health checks. I did not. I just said I was on their list to do it, and I thought better of it. And I've gotten emails from them for like 10 years in a row ever since.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's my iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, when I was 18 years old, I was working in this financial institution, and one of the ladies who worked there in the vault, she would like ask me, what I was doing with chicks and stuff. Like, all these girls wanted me at this fucking place. I mean, the ladies who worked there, they were all older than I was, so I was 18 and whatever. But I'd even get, like, I was like a bank teller. I'd get customers who would come in and give me their numbers. And this one lady asked me, like, how far I've been with chicks. And I was like, well, I get blown by chicks, and like a lot of them. But I, at the time, hadn't had sex yet. And I was like, and I'm not too worried about, like, she said, like, well, always make sure, like, if you are going to have sex with, if you're going to have sex, make sure to wrap it up. And I was like, yeah, I know that, but I'm not going to have sex with anybody. I just let them blow me. And she's like, well, you better make sure they swallow. And I'm like, I mean, I don't really, like, they do, but like, that's not like I don't like force them to do it, but they all have. And she's like, yeah, but here's what'll happen. She's like, I had a girlfriend of mine do this. Is she liked a guy who didn't want to have sex with her, and so she blew him, and he came in her mouth. She incubated it in her mouth, froze it, and then tried to impregnate herself with a turkey baster. I was like, what the fuck kind of crazy friends do you have? And so ever since then, I kind of just thought that was a wild fucking story. Like, would that work? I think this woman was just trying to get impregnated by this certain guy, and he did not want to have sex with her for whatever reason. Anyway, she told me that story, and I was like, that's fucking wild. Let me see if that would work. Yo, dog, if man and woman were having if a man and woman were having relations and the man had semen in the woman's mouth, could she incubate it for a short period of time and then freeze it in a residential freezer and then unfreeze it and impregnate herself with a turkey baster? Anyway, it was fucking crazy. I'll never forget it. Is that what happened? That is, I remember. Yo, what the fuck, dude? Sam, whatever. Your fucking shit sucks. Chat GPT 5.0 sucks. Dude, ChatGPT sucks so much dick. No, that wouldn't result in human conception. Requires sperm to reach egg in the woman's reproductive tract. The mouth and digestion aren't connected to the reproduction. No. No, that didn't finish it. No, that's not the question. In her mouth, and then put it in a residential freezer, like in a refrigerator, and then later on have it thaw and use a turkey baster to impregnate herself. I'll never forget, this woman told me this story, and I was like, your friend is fucked up. The scenario is technically creative, but in practice, it wouldn't work for a few reasons. Sperm is fragile outside the room, but sperm only minutes, maybe an hour. Okay. Saliva contains enzymes and bacteria that damage sperm almost instantly. By the time it was stored, most would be dead or non-mobile. Freezing sperm isn't just sticking in the freezer. Fertility clinics use cryoprotectant special solution for ultra-low temperature. I'm not kidding. This is a story I heard. I was fucking in a bank vault. I was right outside it, and this woman was like leaning over telling me this fucking story. Really? Oh yeah, I know her name. And so if anybody's listening, this is how the story went down. I was getting blown by tons of chicks, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have sex with them, so it's like whatever, allegedly. And she's like, well, you better be careful, make sure they swallow. I'm like, well, why? And then she's like, because there are some women out there who will, if they find that you are a good quality person, they will incubate your semen in their mouth, put it in a container to freeze it in a refrigerator or a freezer. They use a turkey baster to impregnate themselves. I remember being like, would that even fucking work? Anyway, a household freezer. Okay. Self-insemination with thawed sperm is unreliable. Dude, I think this could work. I'm sure somebody's going to try it. I think that is not a viable or safe way. I think it could happen under the right conditions. Like, name a situation where this could definitely happen. Oh wait, hold on. No. No, that's not what it was. That's not what I think. I'm combining two stories. It was just a girl had it in her mouth and she used her fingers immediately to stick. That's what it was. There was no turkey baster, but I'm sure some rabbits will fucking vibe to the oldies on that story. But no, that's what it was. This was like 25 years ago. 20 years ago I heard this story. So yeah, it was just incubated in the mouth, and then okay, how about that one? Wait, hold on. Let's see if this is possible. Is this possible? even under the best situation, like, because somebody told me that's how they were made. Well, name a situation where this could actually work. Dude, this ChatGPT sucks. Okay. How about this one? Can a woman impregnate herself by just quickly incubating sperm in her mouth and then sticking it up inside herself while the guy isn't paying attention? Now that was the story. That was the story. Biologically, yes, it's fresh sperm and the transfer happens within minutes. Pregnancy is possible. So this woman was trying to get these people, not the one I knew, but her friend. Sperm are alive and motor. Yeah. Yeah. So it could happen. That's what she was trying to protect me from. And I appreciate that. So where did you get this fucking idea to freeze it? I don't know. I'm a science person. I just kind of figured that with a turkey baster, dog. I think when she told me this story, my mind went to what other scenarios are available. But okay, so what's her story? Because if she ever sees this, she's gonna be like, she knows who she is. All right, so I was outside this bank vault, and this woman would always lean over and ask me like about, I don't know, maybe she just got off on me talking about getting blown. Anyway, there's always when she gave me a ton of money. So I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about impregnating a girl because they just blow me. She's like, you better be careful. I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, I've had friends who just quote unquote blow a guy and incubate the semen in their mouth, and when he's not looking, they shove it up inside themselves to try to get themselves pregnant. And I was like, what kind of fucked up friends do you have? And then I thought, oh, of course, fucking internet goes out. Anyway, and then I thought to myself, what kind of fucking fucked up friends do you have? And could you freeze it in a household freezer? And then the turkey baster. I don't know. I think I just was mixing things up. But like, how else are you gonna get it up there? Why a turkey baster? Why not? Anyway, that story sucked dick. West Side.
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real world.
What do you think's wrong with you? What I tell him, everything. He just overanalyzes things. He does have Tourette's syndrome. I've only ever known, I didn't even know the person. I've only ever seen it experience. Well, I saw people online who had it really, really badly. But, and I've seen somebody have it, and it seems really, really difficult to live. As I've previously said, it'd be like all your secrets are just, that's the first thing that you want to talk about. Anyway, are you gonna sleep? I'm fucking wide awake.
Slinging dick like it's going out of style, baby. Push perhaps.
And welcome back to Coast, George Story with you. Kate Manser with us. Helps mankind feel
They
more alive.
raised over $10 million. I don't believe that.
What makes us happy?
Really?
Diane.
No. They're like, oh, Canada and the stream tell us this. I don't believe any of the fucking figures that are on these websites. Really? No. And I can't believe it's allowed. It seems like it's, I don't know, like a major legal issue. Like, we're just going to have these websites fucking lie to you. Like, oh, yeah, we got 63 viewers. And then I'm just like, spam, and nobody says anything. I don't know. I don't know why these companies aren't investigated.
You know, for many years, I really was.
Look at this athleticism, though.
Mortality awareness is the key to everything that we look for in our lives, right? Courage, presence, clarity, perspective. And a few years ago, I realized that while I am still very passionate about the power of being aware that we could die tomorrow, what I'm really passionate about is above that, and that is what mortality awareness does for us. It helps us feel alive in our lives.
I do.
It's I'm closing in on 1 year. It's really exciting. People can listen to me on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple, and I love featuring people on my show who have broken from the mold.
Anyway, is that the end of your story?
And who talk about the psychology and philosophy of feeling alive and mortality awareness.
The song that led into you back in the 90s, sung by Bobby Darin, who died at the age of 37 years old. That's Highway Robbery. Go that early, isn't it?
It is, you know, and that's really what caused my awakening back in 2015. I spoke with this 5 years ago when I was on the show, but I had 3 friends die in the span of 6 months in unexpected, unrelated events. And I don't know if you've ever experienced a bout of thanatophobia or death anxiety, but it certainly saps the aliveness and presence out of life.
Oh, tight. Douche is working.
Until I realized that, you know, George, I'm pretty clumsy. I could probably die climbing the stairs, let alone all of the myriad other ways. And what I want to focus my time and energy on in this beautiful, fragile life is living rather than the fear of dying.
I've had 3 friends die over the past 7 to 4 years, 3 of them. And it's a tough time. You really miss them sometimes.
What are your thoughts on George Norrie? I'd be like, Doug, everybody fucking hates you. Everybody calls you George Snorri. You think he's good? I think he's as good as they'll let him be. Really? Yeah, I mean, he's consistent. He works all the fucking time. He's got like 1,000 years of time built up. Is he your favorite Coast to Coast host? No. Who's the best? I think George Knapp's even better than Art Bell ever was. So it would go George Knapp, Art Bell, and like people be like, oh, Art Bell was better. Be like, I don't know. I don't think. I like Art Bell, but George Knapp is just, he brought almost single-handedly seriousness to the world of paranormal and shit. Anyway, what else? Then who? Who's after